Okay, hi everyone. I like clicked something and yeah, my whole like little intro fucked up. I'll get it one of these days. One of these days. Hi everyone. Thank you. Oh god, I could hear my own voice. That was scary. Okay, anyway, welcome. Everyone. Hi, thanks for coming. Everyone, welcome Keith. My valiant co-host whenever he's willing.
Yo.
Hey. So today we're just going to be trying to finish up the Tom Webster debate heard around the world. Last time we got through the first 3 hours. Thank God. It only took us 5.5. I think this one will go faster. I don't anticipate we'll take 6 hours to do this. And then also, I believe we're going to get a visit by Sleuthy eventually whenever she can. And again, if you guys want to come up, if you see something as a part of this debate that you feel like you really want to speak on, then by all means, please come up here with us. I'm going to link it once I can find it. Here it is. Bam. Okay. And I'm not going to get political at all, guys, but I do want to say before I start this stream, I just want everyone to remember to please, like, just remember to care about others. Just care about other human beings. That's all I want you to do. Is just care about other people. And that's my lesson for the day. All right, let's get this party started. I'm going to try to play it so that we can see the chat. Because I think that might be funny. But if it kind of like looks weird, we'll just focus on the men. Oh, I forgot to say also, please visit Tom's channel, give him a follow, give him a like, give him a view, all that fun stuff. You can find Tom's channel and the direct link to the debate in my bio. Hi, everyone. Oh, also, hi, Free Ricky Bay. Hi, Brian. Hi, Jamie. Hi, Luke. Hi, Steve. Hi, Guy. Hi, Sleuthy Babes. Hi, Ange. Hi, Baker Biatch. Oh, so not Oaks. Okay. And let's go.
Hello as well. I don't know if they can you hear?
Can you guys hear? I can hear it. Can you hear it?
I can't hear it, no.
Okay, let me stop sharing. It's the I know what I did. Also share tab. Also share system. There we go. Bam.
The fact that they haven't. If you're going to cherry pick, not you, but anybody.
Yes,
I'm
yes,
going
you.
to pick the good things that support my theory, and I'm not going.
Still no sound?
I have sound yet. But now I can hear myself.
Okay, don't talk.
I'm going to ignore the things that don't support my theory. The 70 feet, that's a problem. The fact that they extracted the way that they reconnected the phone, and because of that we've lost data.
Wait, what? The fuck? Are you serious?
Yo.
Is it my birthday? Hi.
Is this Papa John's?
Oh my god, it so is. Whatever you want, you can have it.
Why do I hear myself? Oh wait, no, I don't anymore.
Hi,
Okay.
babe.
Let's watch this fuck ass little interview. Let's watch this fuck ass little interview.
An easy way to say it. There's certain data that we lost that might have helped explain things, but we can ignore that and choose to say, well, that doesn't fit with my narrative of what I think happened, and therefore I'm going to ignore the 70 feet. I'm going to ignore the fact that they missed. Or you can say the opposite, which is I'm troubled by that. And that's what reasonable doubt is. Again, you're looking for truth. You're looking for the killers. You think you found the killer. I'm also looking for the truth in this case. A lot of cases that I don't want to say it's not the case in other cases. You know, sometimes you're like, I think my guy probably did this, but you know, we've got this witness and this witness kind of stinks and we can kind of beat her up or him up in a trial, and maybe that'll create some, but yeah, I think the person did it, maybe, but that's not my job. My role is in the system is not to find the truth like the prosecutor's role is. But in this case, I am after the truth. In this case, I do want to find who killed these girls. I don't believe it's Rick Allen. I don't. There's no way that there's for so many different reasons, like we were talking about earlier, Tom, there's no way that one person alone did all the stuff in 17 minutes that they claim Rick did, left a pristine crime scene, then waited around for an hour when the state's theory is that he was freaked out and wanted to get the heck out of there. Or that's why he went across it just doesn't add up for me.
I want to be respectful. You've given me 3.5 hours. I know you have a business to actually do, and you have somebody coming in. Do you want to take a break? And during that break, I will try and cut down my questions to like a half hour and give me a half hour later tonight.
Yeah, no, I want to be respectful of your time too. Let me find out what the status is of the 4 o'clock. I know I have a partner that's going to meet with these people. I don't know that I need to. And then you can kind of, again, I feel like because of the amount of talking that I do, that I've monopolized your questions and the kind of the things that you wanted to cover. And I don't want that to be the case. I want you to be able to ask the questions. And you've done a great job of getting a lot of good questions. And really, I could see them like imagining how they slice this thing up on whatever YouTube channels or however whatever is out there that you know, people will send me, oh, look, you're on Twitter and there's, you look like an idiot or whatever. And I'm imagining as I'm sitting here talking like, oh, that probably just came out of my mouth is probably, you know, talking about the prosecutor or the judge or whatever. But I want you to be able to have your questions answered the way asked so that I can answer them. So yes, can we reconvene at maybe 4:30?
Hi there.
I'm back.
All right. I'll try to make this.
Wow.
I wanted to pause it there because it was just a good pause to break it so I could try to fix the audio. Hold on, please. Let's do this.
My God.
My God. So while I do this, Ange, did you watch like a little bit of the first part? Here and there? I know.
Absolutely not.
Oh, okay. No, that's fine. I was just gonna say if you had any comments on the first part, but yeah, no.
Well, I have comments, but no, I didn't watch the video. I'm gonna keep them to myself for now.
Okay. Yeah, keep your peace, girl.
Then speak your piece.
Yeah, keep your peace. And
Oh boy.
let's see.
Grandma, what wonderful manners you have. Jeez. Wow, we
He's
could
like,
be.
I don't want this to get clipped, you know. And I'm like, Andy, you talking to the fucking clipper? Like, what does he think he's doing?
It's actually very true. Okay, I'm hoping this way you guys don't echo. Let me see if you can hear it.
As quick as possible.
You're good.
Yes.
Yep, can hear it. And I don't think we're echoing.
Fuck yeah, I did it, guys.
Amazing.
Sweet, good job.
Amazing. You can teach an old dog new tricks.
So I tried to go through and narrow down my most pressing questions. So regarding the way that Rick drove to the trails, I know that the discovery included videos from local businesses. Did any of those businesses capture the main street of Delphi where Rick would have gone based on the route that you said he did?
Great question, Thomas.
We're unaware of. We wish. We wish that that video existed, and you can bet your bottom dollar, Tom, that
So that video doesn't exist? Because I heard there are videos that exist.
I got a fucking comment. So, oh my God. There is video. They
Okay.
just didn't fucking go through the video to find it.
They
Because
didn't even go through it?
No. Oh wait, how about this? Since I know since I just know how this shit goes. How about this? As far as I can tell from what I surmise, that video, for whatever reason, was never presented into evidence at the trial or otherwise. But they have
Oh.
video from all of the businesses around Delphi, around the route that he would have taken, around the trail. Yeah, like that fucking does exist.
Give me that. I will gladly go through that shit. Gladly.
I wonder if this is why certain people get really uncomfortable when you ask them what they actually did to work on the case.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Didn't he have investigators for that? That's
Also,
weird.
Oh, God.
this is your most pressing question, Tom, out of everything you put together. You boiled it down to this big question.
I mean, thanks for boiling it down to the question we need to also help prove Rick isn't the guy.
Right.
that if the state of Indiana had any video that showed him traveling westbound on 300 North, or if there were like ring door cameras or whatever along that route that he would have had to take 4.5, 5 miles out of his way. Again, doesn't make sense. That would have been shown. And we would have loved to have, because we fully would expect to see Rick on camera going through town. There's one of these things that you may have heard about, that there was a gas station that had some
Marathon.
Yeah, the Marathon station, and then that's all missing. I never really talk about that, but there's a whole missing like treasure trove of things that were on presumably, I mean, we never even saw what vantage point the camera was at from this marathon, but I think it was the same route that Rick would have taken, and that's missing as well. So
based on the list of businesses I saw, they had like brick and mortar, the library, and the bank. So you're saying that none of that you saw captured that main street, which would have shown people driving?
I just don't remember right now. I remember that there was a video dump of something, and what we concluded was this doesn't really show anything. And it seemed like it was hours upon hours upon hours of nothing that would have been of any value to us. And if I'm wrong, I mean, I'll own that, but I don't think so. I mean, I wish. Here's what I would think. If I were wrong on that, then the state would have produced the evidence and said, here it is, jury, Rick Allen's car never went through this direction. And you'll see it with your own eyes. Unfortunately, you could actually even get a detective, I suppose, to get on the stand and say, we watched from, whatever, 10 a.m. all the way up until whatever time. And that presumably we would see the car also going back home. So.
Well, my theory, which of course is just a theory, I think he knew he had to go the back way so he would see if anybody was parked at Mears first before he gets.
Wait a minute. What? Wait, what? Hold on. What?
Well, my theory, which of course is just a theory.
So.
Well,
presumably we would see the car also going back home. So.
Well, my theory, which of course is just a theory, I think he knew he had to go the back way so he would see if anybody was parked at Mears first before he gets to CPS. Then when he leaves, he knows.
So now he did go the back way.
Cool fucking story, Tom.
Do you know what I mean? Like, now he did go the back way, but only to go back to CPS. Like, he
Did
just
Andy
threw that in there.
Did Andy also just say that he expected the state to present that? And like, it just, if we had a drinking game for every time Andy expected the state to do the right thing, we would kill all of Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Like, they're not going to show that video if it's exculpatory to Rick. They're not. And if it suggests his guilt, then they would have gone further and, I don't know, shown the Hoosier Harvest Store video. But they didn't need to, because all they had to say was Midwest man was walking a trail, and that means he killed 2 girls, and 12 dumbasses bought that or were bullied into buying it.
Because if it's not him, who was it?
Knows he can't go back to past Mears because the family is out there and there's other cars. So he went Hoosier Heartland Highway, which does not have any kind of cameras. So he knew he couldn't also go through town. Hoosier Heartland Highway, he could
Oh, do you know that for sure, Tom?
presumably go pretty fast.
Are you a fucking city planner, Tom? Did you fucking install the fucking cameras and how the fuck would he possibly know that? How could he possibly know that there's no cameras on the Hoosier fucking Heartland whatever? Like, how does he know that? I would love to know how he knows that. We're just fucking saying shit on a Sunday morning. Got it.
And that's not true, by the way. And this is also coming from a guy who is writing fan fiction about like Rick hiding behind the barrier and like and pouncing on the girls the second they turn around after taking a Snapchat picture. So we're all over the place with Tom.
That's my idea why he's not going home past.
Yes, I think we notated that last time, Keith. That he was like, Tom's basically like, so he's driving all around town, trying to figure out where he needs to go to avoid everything. Just driving all around, just checking it all out, but then very, very carefully, so he can't be seen.
Yeah, he actually mooned the front Hoosier Harvest Store camera, and just unfortunately Unified Command didn't collect it. He got out of his car and literally pulled his pants down and showed him his ass.
They thought it was a Holman again, so
Spread them too. Sick shit.
Past Hoosier Harvest Store camera.
Yeah, I mean, for that to be, that's a lot of thinking. Then that kind of goes against what you just said, kind of goes against what the state's theory is. Doesn't mean that your theory necessarily could be the wrong theory. I just don't buy that for a lot of different reasons. One is I don't know who notices the camera on the Hoosier Harvest Store. It took me a minute to even find it when we went past there, and I think it's in the same location. Mm-hmm. And if you are really planning something out, you just don't want to be on camera at all. And the better approach would be if you were actually thinking like a killer that's going to do this intentionally, and you know that there's camera on the Hoosier Harvest Store, then I would presume you would go in through town, park at the CPS, walk by the Mears lot, which you can see, as you know, because you've been there, you can see the Mears lot as you're going down the trail. It's like a 30-second walk or something. And you can see it with your own eyes, and you can see if there's a vehicle there. So I think, Rick would be able to see if it was whoever killed those girls. Again, I always worry that this stuff is going to be like when I'm on these shows, and I only do really one other show.
Yeah, we know, Andy.
Yeah, we know.
Then don't do them, dude.
Dude, I keep seeing Tom Webster channel in his chat, and I keep thinking he's in my chat.
Okay. One thing with this though, he like is mentioning just avoiding visibility, and it would make no sense for anyone who wants to be caught to park there and walk the path that they're claiming the killer walked. First of all, second of all, if you walk that this time of the year, there's probably 3 or 4 houses that can see clearly onto the trail. And it doesn't make sense. You know what doesn't have cameras and a lot of visibility? A cemetery.
Word.
Period. And Skinny, you have a good point. The whole where he parked shit just needs to go away. If they really cared about that, they would have just had Rick show them where he parked when they took him home. That's a really good point. Normal police officers would have done that first time they questioned him. Hey, why don't you just like take us to where you parked? You know, that's like a first thing they would have done.
Yep.
At least for a long time. I always worry like when that this stuff gets chopped up and say, oh, he believes that Rick Allen did this. And I'm just going with your premise here. I'm also worried, by the way, that you're going to ask a question and I'm going to ponder it like, oh, let me think about that. And then it's going to be a meme like, oh, here's a 5-second GIF or whatever those things are called. And it's going to be Andy Baldwin got caught, you know, not
Low key expected him to call it a GIF.
he got caught. Tom caught him. And I know you don't operate that way.
Yeah, I don't do any selective editing. Don't worry about that.
I know that you won't do that.
Really?
Others might.
Really? Then why do we see it in this video, Tom?
Hey, how about I come back at 11:30? Hey, like the direct cut.
Jeez.
Like, oh my God, come on.
I mean, whatever, it's fine. But I think Rick, if it were Rick, he could have walked by there and said, okay, there. In fact, I think he said, I walked by there and I did or didn't see cars. I don't remember what his.
He did say he walked past there. And this is one of my issues where I think he's guilty, frankly, is because he said he saw a sedan and an SUV at Mears. But either.
When did he say he saw a sedan and an SUV?
Wait, we saw cars
Hold
in a
on
place where
second,
cars
please.
park?
This can't be.
Crazy.
Now I have to rethink everything now. Well, now I'm in a pickle.
Either timeline from noon.
Wait a minute. I don't even remember him saying he saw cars specifically. Did he?
Tom was probably shown a doctored screenshot from a fake FBI agent, and he just is like,
right.
that checks out. I have no further questions.
Yeah.
It's the implication of it. It's like when when you make a snowman and it melts. It's kind of like that.
On spring break.
Yeah.
Testified she was the only person parked at that Mears lot, and she.
Wait, yeah, he said he saw cars, like, but there's like houses and stuff. He didn't. Whatever.
Walked by there, like I said, about 7 times. So she was only that. She has an SUV.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Tom's quoting me for once. Please specify what he's talking about here, just so that we have some clarification on what he's referencing.
Tell us,
You know who
Paula.
else? You know who else saw cars parked there? Sarah Carbaugh. So she's probably the killer for me.
Well, she killed one pedestrian,
She did.
allegedly, in some are saying many such cases.
My girl said he was muddy until I made him bloody.
I know for a fact he's bloody because he's in my trunk.
But she never saw a sedan. And one thing that I think is huge that that the prosecution said Rick mentioned a van. So to me, the fact that he described at Mears a sedan and an SUV, however he used the term van.
Oh, he said he could not park at Mears because he saw cars there.
Gross.
Okay.
Which Brad Weber owned. To me, I know you think that there's some other like things going on with Dr. Walla.
Sure.
But to me, just the specificity of saying a van during the crime is something that I find to be suspicious.
I swear I'll stop, but I just want to give him credit for not saying white van.
About Rick.
And I think you're saying two different things. One is on the day that Rick is saying that he saw both a sedan and a vehicle, and that doesn't seem in your mind to be the case.
Yeah.
I mean, again, it doesn't, even if, okay, let's say that we're going with a timeline that you believe in. And so I just think that we're off on two different worlds there. I'm in the world where the timeline is earlier, and you're in the timeline where you believe the state's case, and that's fine. But then you also have this kind of added thing, which I think, and I'm not saying this in a bad way, but where you're saying Betsy if Betsy were there, she was there at 12:02 or whatever the time was. Well, Betsy's not next to her car the entire time. For one thing, I would say is like, if she's out on the thing, she doesn't know who parked there and then left before she did. Maybe they parked there for a second, if that's even Rick. And we're not, even if that's what Rick really saw. And then the other thing is, I don't remember when did he say that? Was that in the October 13th interview?
It was October 13th. He said to Mullen and Liggett, there may have been a sedan and SUV at the Mears lot.
Yeah. And I understand that. This is why people should not talk to the police. This is what I tell people all the time, because they can take out of context. You could go in and say, I wasn't there that day. I actually was somewhere else. And then you're just mistaken. But now all of a sudden you're a liar. And when you're trying to give police help, I could see a scenario where you're like, okay, I think in my mind, maybe I did see something there. And if this helps them, then I'll say it. I might be inaccurate. And what you should be saying is, listen, guys, I could be totally off on this. I don't remember what time. I don't remember the exact what I saw, but I'm going to go from my memory, and my memory's flawed. And if you say it that way, then you don't have to worry about what happened here, which is taking his words and using them against him, which is why nobody should ever talk to the police ever without a lawyer present. And even then, in our firm, we really don't let you talk to the police even then, because they slice and dice what you say and do exactly what we try to do in deposition work, by the way. We're going to pounce on you when you say something that's inaccurate, or something that you're just, I love when there's diarrhea of the mouth,
Oh yeah, we know, Andy, we know. We know. Here we are, bearing witness. Andy's doing a demonstrate to us.
In a deposition, believe it or not, I actually sit there and just, okay, and then what happened? And let them talk, because
Do we have a naysayer? How many excuses does Richard Allen get? What do you mean, excuses? I'd love to answer this. I don't know why I'm British.
When they're talking, somewhere in there, I'll be able to pick out 2 or 3 words or a sentence that we can build a whole case around, because we take it, I don't want to say we take it out of context, but they might have been mistaken, but it doesn't matter to me. We're going to use that against you, just like the police do.
Okay, I know we're here for a reason, so I can't spend a bunch of time debating you on this topic. But there's not a bunch of coincidences. Give me an example. The fact that he was there that day with dozens of other people.
A man wore jeans and a jacket. Coincidence?
Is it a coincidence that he wore jeans and a blue or black jacket?
Is this sleuth intuition? Is this like a sleuth intuition alt account? Because he's in Tom's chat too, going, "Oh, he searched the most fucked up thing on Netflix on his search history." Let's see yours, Pat. Let's see yours. I would love to see your search history.
Let's see it, Patty.
Poetic Justice is a great movie, though. Great movie.
I'm a fan of Patty. Let's see it.
McFaddy.
So I understand what you're saying about the concerns you have, and as it relates to the white van, yes, I am all about, this whole white van thing happened with Dr. Walla, who is a admitted.
I'm shouting him out over here at the same time. Hey, look, where are you? Where are you, little buddy? Where are you, little buddy? Poetic. And don't tell lies to your wife without a lawyer present. Oh, yeah, that's it. I have a video for that, baby. You should check my shorts. Wink, wink.
She's a Delphi fanatic. And when,
you should check my shorts.
What's the...
Oh, just one thing. I know some of you have never been with a woman before, but not telling your wife every single thing you did a day 5 years ago does not mean you're lying. So when you actually feel the warm embrace of a woman for the first time in your life, you might understand that that's how things work. Until then, just take it from other people who have relationships where they don't tell people, I went. I'm sure Betsy Blair didn't tell her husband that she took a shit in the library that day.
He was like, I took a shit in the library. Check my shorts. She did take a shit in the library.
Check my shorts and not the ones I'm wearing. I don't wear shorts. Thank you.
The detective that
Hi,
got
Priya.
up there and said that he knows Rick's
Harshman?
voice. Harshman, yeah. Harshman basically, I don't want to say he lied under oath, but when Harshman got up there, he's very, very loose with the facts. And it was important for the prosecution, I think, to convince the jury that the white van or conversations about a white van were never out there on the internet. And so Harshman, and again, everything that I'm saying is going from memory of a trial, that I'm in the middle of trial. So I'm going to tell you that you can go back and look at the record. Always look at the record over what anybody says, including me. But my memory is that Harshman said something along the lines of, there was never any discussion in any chat groups or anything on the internet about a van or a white van.
Well, no, he said in the discovery that Rick was given.
Well, okay. Well, I mean, I'd have to go back and hear that, but my memory is not that there was nothing in the out there on the internet or whatever. And if he said discovery, it still doesn't stop me from saying this. If you are Walla and you are on these chat groups and you're paying attention and you're all into it and you're getting on the bridge and all of a sudden Rick is your client, that's troubling to me. Like, you should have the integrity to say, this is not the case for me. I don't want to get involved one way or the other when I have a fascination with this case. Having said that, she did get on. And then once you're on, then try to have integrity. The notes are missing. She shredded the notes. And all it takes is her to sit there. We don't know what
Can I say
happened.
something?
Hey, Rick, I've heard that there was a van.
Please, babe.
So I just dropped a link for it's like riding a bike. I just dropped a link. It is the Reddit van spreadsheet that several hardworking cranks compiled. It's every single mention of a van or white van just on Reddit from like 2017 to like 2020 something, before trial, before Rick's arrest, or before the quote confession about the van. This shit was everywhere on the internet. And if you were a obsessive Delphi sleuth, like a self-proclaimed sleuth like Walla, like this, it was out there. So for people to say that only the killer, it was never mentioned before, like, it's just not true. We know that for a fact because you can look at it with your own fucking eyes too. That's the first thing I'm gonna say. The second thing I have to say, and I'm not going to defend Walla, but I am going to just say that shredding your notes after you enter your notes into the like electronic health record system that you use, that's not like a red flag. It's actually very normal. It's actually like safe HIPAA practice. After you enter your notes, like if you're walking around with a notepad or pen and paper because you don't want to type your notes and have your laptop with you and you're writing them down on paper, and then you get to your office at the end of your rounds and you transfer your handwritten notes that are on your pen and on your pad into your computer, like, that to me is not a red flag. I don't know why they got so hung up on like, oh, she shredded her notes. Like, okay, but did anybody bother looking at like the timestamps and dates and edit history and whatever of, because all of that's going to be in the electronic record. So if she's going and backdating notes and back entering notes and like, that's more telling and more important in my opinion. Like, they're all hung up on these, she shredded her paper notes. Yeah, do I'm sure that people shred confidential information in law firms too. Like, it's not an insane practice. They get hung up on the dumbest shit and then they ignore the actual exculpatory shit, or in Wallace's case, the inculpatory shit that is actually meaningful. That's my tangent. Thank you very much.
Wasn't there like early on helicopter footage and there was a van
100%.
like just, again, I hate going back to it, but parked very deep back in the cemetery, and everyone went crazy trying to figure out who that van belonged to?
Yes, they did that with the white van. They did that with a white pickup truck. Like, they did that with several cars, and there are
Right.
vans. It's It's the Midwest. It's a rural town in the Midwest. You don't, there's going to be fucking white vans everywhere. Like, I don't understand this, something only the killer would know. Like, what? It doesn't make any sense, first of all. And second of all, it's not true that this information was nowhere and only the killer. It's just not true. And nobody at any point decides to actually refute what the state spews with any evidence, even though they have evidence to refute it. Instead, they're just like, oh my God, okay. I don't know, man. I don't
Right.
fucking know. What do I know?
And no one thought how flawed the logic is that a man who was, you know, again, according to the state's theory, attacking these girls because he wanted to get his rocks off in the middle of the day in February outside. He got spooked by a van, so then he completely undressed one, killed them both very intimately, redressed the other. And the entire time he was doing that, he was so scared he was going to be seen. He's like, I got to get the fuck out of here. He walks all the way up and walks just out in the open on 300 North to be seen by whoever. None of that makes sense at all. I'm done.
And just referencing this thing that Ange linked. Yeah, it goes back as far as 4/8/2019. A lot of these references, oddly enough, are from my favorite subreddit, Delphi Murders. Sarcasm. All right, let's go.
Out there, is that what happened? Did you get like freaked out because you saw a van? There was a white van, and yeah, that's what happened. If he even said that, she could make it up out of whole cloth. I don't know, because there's a lot of stuff that was videotaped, including and audio taped, including my own visits with Richard Allen, our client. Something else that nobody seems to care about, that our attorney meetings were tape recorded. I would presume that upsets a lot of people, but yet nothing's being done about it. Nobody's talking to the Department of Corrections, but that was videotaped. Whereas Walla's videotaped discussions, you know, there's videos around there. They had handheld video cameras, I know, because that's what they used to videotape my interactions with my own client and Brad's client. So yeah, I understand the van is a big deal to a lot of people, but that's my answer is there's some bad people out there, and we don't know. Even if Walla was not trying to do bad things, she might have been trying to solve the crime, you know, and saying that. So, and I understand why you could be like skeptical of that, but.
Well, just to clear up in Rick's defense, people got this messed up online. He supposedly said van,
Yes.
not specified white.
Thank you for saying that. Brad always got mad at me because I'd say white van. He was like, it's a van, not white van, Andy. So yeah, thank you.
But did you flat out ask Rick, did Dr. Walla ever tell you anything about a van?
I don't know if we ever
He
said
doesn't
that. We tried to stray
remember,
away.
Tom.
Jesus Christ.
His brain is scrambled eggs from 13 months of being scrambled. He doesn't fucking remember. My
And-
God.
On the 80 years of untreated ADHD.
And he also, we once again have evidence that the state wasn't going to ever play nice with him. And he still is just, after being recorded, which he's very appalled that happened, is still giving people the benefit of the doubt. And, or just, you know, they didn't say thank you to me. It was devastating to my case.
From asking questions that I don't, when he's in that state that he was in, for example, you know, I wanted to say something about the.
Oh, by the way, I put this quote up because, oh my God, Fiend, your little Betty homemaker. That's so cute.
What kind, Fiend?
Betty homemaker, Susie homemaker. What was it?
Odinism stuff. But what I was concerned about when he has Odin guards there that are, as you know, guarding him, and that's not up for debate. That is a fact. That I thought, is something going on here? Is his life in danger? And if he's out there, if we tell him that information and then he's lost his mind and he starts talking about it, is he in danger? So we hid that from our client, the Odin stuff, and we hid it from the DOC until I believe until the Franks memo came out. That's when it was revealed that we knew that there were Odinist guards, and we were worried about Rick then. But I believe, and I could be wrong, and I think it might be in a Max Baker affidavit that was filed in the Franks, but Rick did bring up something about Odinism on his own without us talking about it. Like those guards that wear those patches said something. And I don't know if it was really bad or anything, but it was like, we didn't bring that up. I didn't bring that up. And, one of my concerns with along the whole, what was going on at the prison was, especially on April 3rd. April the 3rd is the day that the so-called confessions came out, and it's talked about in the appeal that was just filed. And in it, by the way, as a side note, Judge Gall would not let us bring in, for context, there's a doctrine of completeness. It's a legal concept, and it's so that the jury doesn't hear only the bad thing, but can hear something that puts it into context.
Actually, this might not be a bad idea. Maybe they would let Max talk to us. Maybe we'd be, maybe I'll ask Andy, hey, can we talk to Max? The one that like was pounding and doing all the gruddy work behind the scenes? That'd be cool.
And we weren't able to hear the first, maybe at least the first, if not the first two phone calls that Rick made to his stepfather that really would cause you to know that he wasn't right. He wasn't thinking correctly. They just played the one that went right into the confession. And that, that was something that's the Court of Appeals is going to have to deal with, because we should have been able to.
Question, Ange, if it's all snow, do they even have snowstorms there? If it's all ice?
No, it's
That's what I
just,
thought.
yeah,
That's so cool.
the baseline is snow.
To do that. But once again, the defense was not allowed to bring something in to tell their side of the story, and the prosecution was able to bring in something to put on their side of the story. You're going to hear me whine about that, because it's not whining, it's actual truth. I mean, we just weren't able to put our case out there. Now, why was I talking about I was talking about the April 3rd. Rick continually was like, where's my wife? I mean, I'm telling you, firsthand account of this. Brad and I are in the room. Where's Kathy? Where's Kathy? Is she okay? I don't believe you. I don't believe you.
This is fucking heartbreaking. Ugh.
I want to hear her voice. And then I called the captain, or there was a guard outside, and he went and got the captain. The captain came by, and I said, I have a phone here. Can I just put Kathy on so he can hear her voice? Because we were telling Rick, she's fine. We just talked to her, Rick. Well, Captain Beck came back and said, no, you can't. Which.
Wait a minute. What is this? Cryptex, are you in the chat? Come forward, answer for your sins. What do you mean, Wallace, a saint?
It's hard for me to understand. But there's rules and regulations and all that kind of thing. Seems like an easy way to solve a problem, but they wouldn't let us.
Please tell me you're kidding. Wait, really?
What?
Do it.
Wait, really?
But Rick kept saying, is she okay? Is she safe? That kind of stuff. And so the image that you get was, and then you can hear it. And I think there's one audio, Tom, I don't know if you've heard this, was that okay? There's the very end of one of these so-called confessions, Rick says something to somebody off, like, and it's something like, was that okay? And so what that could amount to is a theory out there that, hey, Rick, if you don't just say that you did this, your wife's going to be hurt. That's what you could take all those pieces and come up with that. That's conjecture, but it's based upon, things that I actually witnessed firsthand.
Well, in Dr. Wall's defense, she this might be what you're talking about. On May 10th, Rick
no.
called his wife, and apparently
Eh.
he told Dr. Walla what you're talking about. Well, in Dr. Walla's defense, this might be what you're talking about. On May 10th, Rick called his wife, and apparently he told Dr. Walla, I want you to hear what I'm going to tell my wife. I compared the audio of Rick telling his wife to Dr. Walla's notes, and her notes were accurate. So I have to stick up for her that I have not seen anything where.
Pause. He compared what to Dr. Walla's notes? The recording of Rick.
So to Dr. Walla's notes and heard the audio of Rick telling his wife
further.
To Dr. Wallace. I compared the audio of Rick telling his wife to Dr. Walla's notes, and her notes were accurate.
We don't have audio of Rick, quote, confessing to his wife. What is he talking about?
He
What
is
fucking
saying
audio?
He is saying that Walla's notes are the same as one of the phone conversations Rick had with his wife.
Well, that would imply that Rick's confession, quote, confession, was recorded on audio. And it wasn't, or else we would have heard it, which is why people think Walla made that shit up. There's no audio of Rick confessing with any details. That Walla's notes about these, quote, confession, this detailed confession that she wrote in narrative form, because a psychotic guy is going to give you a clear, structured, linear narrative. Okay, Monica. There is no recording of that confession. So what the fuck is Tom talking about? And how much do you want to bet that Andy doesn't even know that there's no audio of that? He's not even going to be like, what the fuck are you talking about?
But also, it's so to play devil's advocate, the way he's trying to make it seem like, did she ever take notes of his phone conversations that we actually did hear?
No.
And if she did, we certainly don't have them.
They don't exist. If they existed, if there was a recording of Rick, quote, confessing
to the victim,
in general, confessing in any detail whatsoever, because we don't have a single confession of Rick that's recorded. None. All we have is, I think I did it. They're saying I did it. Maybe I did it. I did it. Well, maybe I did do it. That's all we have. We don't have any confessions that Rick ever made, because they're allegedly, presumably, supposedly coming from inmate companion notes that there's no recording of that, even though they're recording him 24/7. Apparently they never caught these detailed confessions. So there's no recordings of any confessions from the inmate companions. There's no recordings of any confessions to the warden. There's no recordings of any confessions that Rick made in front of Dr. Walla, because they specifically say that quote confession he made to Kathy allegedly when he's in Walla's office was on a not on a recorded line. She had to go retrieve a phone for him, allegedly. So there is no recording. And Tom just said, I listened to the recording and compared it to Walla's notes. No, the fuck you didn't, Tom. And if you did, that recording is not public and it was never admitted into trial. So what the fuck are you accessing? What is going like?
Yeah. How do you have Walla's notes too?
It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. He's lying. He's lying, or he's so deluded and demented and confused that he's just making shit up. And if Andy doesn't correct that and absolutely refute that, then I'm not going to do anything, because what's there to do? Nothing.
But he did the first part, he did this shit with the platform. He kept saying that Rick saw someone from platform 1, and we're like, no, the fuck he didn't. He's never fucking said that. And lo and behold, we got to this part of one of the interrogations. He goes, I guess when I was coming back through, I may have seen someone, so he totally flipped what Rick was saying, twisted it into a pretzel to try to make it seem like Rick suddenly saw someone from platform 1. And I have a very large feeling that is what he is doing here.
Yeah, it's the same thing. He was very heavily suggested that Rick was standing on the platform and saw Betsy Blair, which is not true.
Yeah.
And he's doing the same thing here. I also find it just, a little odd that even if what Walla is saying is true, that Rick was adamant that he wanted her in the room and he was talking to Kathy, she just went, okay, yeah, I'll sit in here while you're having a private conversation with your wife. Like, I don't buy it at all that she was invited to to be a part of that conversation that may or may not have happened because we only know according to her. It's just ridiculous. The whole thing. He's a liar defending a liar.
But he's saying that there's a recording of it.
Right.
Am I fucked up? Is there a recording of it?
No, there's not, but it's almost like he's saying that the recorded conversations that we have heard, it's almost like he's saying he saw Walla's notes saying the same thing that's recorded in those calls.
But that's not true either.
That's not true either. So I'm trying to like make sense of that. But that doesn't, you can't make sense of that because none of us have any access to all those notes whatsoever.
And Andy glossed over all that and said, well, you should hear the conversations with his dad. I think it'll change your mind.
Oh, God. Here we go.
So I have to.
Oh, wait. And also I wanted to say that poetic justice person, they're allowed to like be in here and have a different opinion and stuff. Don't just ban people for being guilters until they get disrespectful. Then they can fuck off.
Like, stick up for her that I have not seen anything where she's like trying to be out to get Rick to be found guilty.
I have.
That's one example of something. I mean, I'm not familiar with what you're talking about, but.
Okay, fair. I will give him this. He's not familiar with what he's talking about. And I feel like Andy, because he's not familiar, he's not going to say that's not true because he doesn't have it in front of him. You know what I mean? So I think this is the best we're going to get out of Andy is him saying, I don't recall what you're talking about.
The notes from the van, the van that's not recorded. And,
but there were
what happened.
phone calls where he's describing to his mom and his wife saying, I'm guilty.
Okay.
Tim,
so Andy
he did do it. He did do his job, and Tom just caught himself. Like he's definitely lying. I can tell. Because listen to this part.
So it's not. There were
what happened.
Phone calls where he's.
Listen to his reaction when he's like.
But there were
what happened.
Phone calls where he's describing to his mom and his wife saying, I'm guilty. So it's not really that hard for me to believe that he also told Dr. Walla.
Why does he sound like?
No, I'm fucking. Wait a minute. Wait.
Here she goes.
I'm going. I'm fucking going.
Call it off. Why does he sound like he's weeping?
Really
because he hasn't been around a slot machine in 20 minutes.
Saying I'm guilty, so it's not really that hard.
And
because he can't throw 30 on red right now.
Where he's describing to his mom and his wife saying I'm guilty, so it's not really that hard for me to.
He's describing to his mom and his wife that he's guilty, so it's not that hard for me to believe that he did this with Walla. Even though I just said it actually definitely happened, and I definitely listened to that recording, and I definitely read her notes, and this definitely happened. But, it just wouldn't be hard for me to believe it happened.
I believe that he also told Dr. Walla. I felt like one of the most powerful days at the trial is one after another, one guard saying, I felt like Rick was faking it, and here is what he told me about being guilty. That was very powerful to me. So
if you believe those guys, I don't believe.
That's because that was very powerful to Tom, because Tom is a nincompoop. That's why it was powerful to Tom. Of course it was powerful to you, Tom. Of course. If a DOC guard told me that the sky was blue, I would go outside and check, and then I would do a misdemeanor assault onto him. Like, this is not, they're not capable of being honest. And this is the problem. You've got people like Tom who just believe law enforcement, and they shouldn't.
You mean the same guards that likely know who exactly killed those girls? Those guards?
Correct.
I'm actually shaking because I'm so amped up about that. What do you mean? What do you mean that you're presenting to your entire fucking audience right now that you fucking listened to the recording of that confession and that it matched Walla's notes because you read them? And now it wouldn't be hard for me to believe. Where is poetic justice? honey, sweetie, baby, you just witnessed that. What are you talking about? You just witnessed what he did. Right? Right?
Yeah. I wonder if it was powerful to the jurors because they weren't allowed to literally hear anything else.
This is why I don't know what happened to Ange. Hopefully she comes back. But this is why this was a really bad idea on Tom too, because I'm catching all this little shit. We're catching all this shit.
You're saying like 8 different security officers?
Yes.
Oh, baby, don't call me sweetie. I call you sweetie, honey.
They're lying.
Yes. I'm saying they're if they're not lying, they're they are on show. They are in a trial. They are now the Department of Corrections has been.
Okay, but like, do you have an answer though, for real? Like, Tom literally just said to you guys, Andrew, you coming back? Tom literally just said to you guys that he listened to Rick's confession, the white van confession, yada yada, and he compared it with Walla's notes, and they were the same. But now, when he gets called out for the fact that that confession wasn't actually recorded, and he doesn't know what he's referencing, and the fact that we all know no one has access to Walla's notes, and now Tom's like, well, it's just that, I mean, he told his mom and his wife that he was guilty, so it's not hard for me to believe that he would tell Dr. So are you going to be intellectually honest right now or not? I'm waiting.
By the way, I hope if there's a trial number 2, that Walla is pressed a little bit more about the van, because the only question she was really asked about the van was if she was aware that Rick was being transported in a van, at least from what I remember. And the objection to leading was sustained for that. They didn't ask her if Rick told her who he saw in a van, what they looked like, what the van itself looked like. No, nothing like that. Just Dr. Walla, did you know that Rick was being transported in a van? And that was it. And then we just kind of moved on.
Read the chat. Tom said he compared the May 10th phone call to Walla's testimony. Exactly. So he's comparing the testimony of what she said he said to what she said he said. It's unreal.
Assailed by us. These guys work for the Department of Corrections, and they, am I saying they're lying? Okay, lying is a charged word. I think you can remember things a certain way, and they should never have been able to give their opinion about whether or not he's faking it or not. That's ridiculous. But yeah, am I saying that that those guys came in and gilded the lily in the favor of the Department of Corrections? I think it's a natural thing to do. I think it's a very natural thing to do.
I see it too.
I mean, there's no denying there's 8 phone.
Bitch, it is corruption. What do you mean? Yeah, thank you.
They can't like rack their brains around how marching orders are given in those kinds of realms of the world.
Phone calls where he's telling his wife and mom the same thing.
Yeah, I mean,
they're just
it is what it is. There's also tape recordings early on of him saying, again, it's whatever the tape recording says. I'm just telling you what I remember about it is, hey, I don't want Kathy to have to go through all this. Maybe I ought to just plead guilty.
No, literally. He's saying what she said about what she said he said. Like, literally. It's like that episode of Friends. Like, they don't know that we know they know we know. But that's literally what it is.
guilty and or admit to this or whatever, something along those lines, just to be done with this. He said that to I don't know if it was his stepfather. I don't remember. I think it was his stepfather, and we weren't able to play that, of course. And so, you know, what was he? Why was he saying that stuff? You know, why did he say that?
I also notice our dear friend Poetic Justice has no response to that. So, moving right along.
Shot the girls in the back. Why did he say that I molested my daughter? You know, I don't know why he's saying those things.
But it was over 10 months to a variety of people, and even at Cass County Jail, after he left Westville, he said that he killed Abby and Libby. Yeah,
he's permanently messed up, man. You know, Rick Allen is permanently messed up because of a safe, so-called safekeeping order, where they threw this innocent until proven guilty man into a cell and away from his wife of 30 years. And people were yelling, child rapist, kill yourself, Rick Allen, all that kind of stuff. So I take with a very big grain of salt anything about those so-called confessions. I just do.
Yeah, I wanted to talk to you about that. Obviously, him going to Westville is an issue. Somebody who's arrested, they go to a county jail. Not until after you're convicted are you supposed to go to a prison. But this is a huge case. He's accused of killing 2 kids. And he, as you have said, he's short. So do you think it was wise to put him in a cell with anybody else, or to allow him out into general population where he might be physically assaulted?
Let me tell you something, Tom. There are many ways.
Yeah, tell him something, Andy.
Yeah, and this is, again, it's like just the guilt or push. Solitary is not a big deal. We were doing it for his safety. He had a tablet. He was of completely normal mind, despite eating his shit, because we got him a tablet. And I love that, like, people don't like, they don't get to the fact that Walla probably actually gave him that diagnosis because she fucking had to. Like, they probably waited as long as they could to even have that on any kind of record. So when these people are saying, like, he's totally fine, he's in and out of psychosis, he was faking it. First of all, to Andy's point, most of those people weren't professionals. And second of all, it seems very, very odd that someone would just, a licensed doctor would say, oh yeah, he was fine this time, but then he was in a state of psychosis. Then we medicated him and he was better. But then when he confessed, he was better. But then all the other stuff, he's just a crazy man. And that's why. It just sounds like such made up bullshit. And I'm not a doctor. I'm not a licensed prison psychologist. Maybe one of them can weigh in.
To solve problems. Okay. In today's world, one of my major concerns with my own children and with anybody, people, lawyers, is they have no problem solving.
Oh yeah, Poetic Justice. I have never argued that Richard Allen had a normal mind. I think it's clear he's a very sick man. Yes. Was that clear by his absolute 0 criminal history? Is that why it was very clear?
Yeah, he's a very sick man. That's why his Google search history is the same as my grandmother's, dude.
Right. You think he's a sick man? Look at my Google searches.
Right.
Skills. Okay.
Bye.
Was this 2 options? Option 1 is we put Rick in keep him in the county jail in Carroll County and expose him to people where that could possibly be a problem. Or option 2 is we take him to Westville and throw him in a cell and solitary confinement and violate a bunch of rules and all that. Those aren't the only options. You know, Brad Rosie, he was very passionate about Rick's circumstances, more so than I was. I was like focused on other stuff, and Brad's like, he's deteriorating there. We got to get him out of there. Brad Rosie had the Cass County sheriffs, the elected, I think it was the elected sheriff, or at least the jail, I can't remember, I think it was the sheriff who's in charge of the jail, say, it's not my preference, but yeah, we have a new jail where we can put him in and there's not going to be any problem at all, and we can handle it. That was, I think, after Rick had made statements, yet can we solve that problem? Okay, we all agree that Rick was, it wasn't the ideal of circumstances for anybody. So now we have a way to solve the problem. Let's send him to Cass County. What's beneficial about that? Well, he's going to be a 30-second walk, literally, from Brad's office. He's going to be apart from everybody. That's the way it was going to go down. It was a kind of a newer area with mental health concerns, but he had a day room that he could.
Oh, are you talking about when he, the one that your side kept saying was domestic violence call, and it turned out that Rick actually just suffers from anxiety and depression his entire life, and actually was a call because he was threatening to kill himself?
My favorite thing about this rage bait that is on your screen right now, my favorite thing about this rage bait argument that they do is any recorded history of Rick ever being violent has been primarily to himself.
Always to himself.
To no one else.
Correct.
There's a huge difference between being suicidal and being homicidal.
Correct. He has always had depression, lifelong. So have I.
Correct.
Doesn't mean I'm going to go kill people.
Go into, and he's not going to be in a completely solitary confinement situation, is the way that I understood it. That he's going to have interaction with other people.
I gotta stop. But yes, independent personality disorder. Correct. Depression, anxiety, independent personality disorder.
All right. Well, here's what Judge Gall said. After she did not allow Robert Bastin, well, it depends on who you believe. Here we go again, right? You've heard me complain about this, I'm sure. But hey, I complain about it and nobody does a daggone thing about it. Somebody lied or somebody reported something that is inaccurate. I try to be as gracious as I can. But Judge Gall knew in June of 2024, no, three. Yeah, thank you. That her claim is that when let me set this up for everybody who doesn't know, okay? We were having a hearing, a safekeeping hearing to get Rick out of Westville and into Cass County for a much better situation. We had written that Rick was in a bad place, and we believed bad things were happening to him, and we wanted him out of there. So we're having a hearing on that. One of our witnesses was a guy named Robert Bastin. Now, Robert is in there for child molesting. So,
why do I not know about this? Do you know, Keith?
I did not know that.
That's awesome. Stevie, this was last weekend, and the link to actually watch the entire debate from Tom's channel, because I want to give Tom credit, is below in my bio. Don't we all?
So he's got innate, anybody that's a prisoner has innate credibility issues if you're a prosecutor. Yet these are the people that we have to work with, because these are the people that are there watching Rick Allen in the same.
Andy and I actually are quite alike. So I know the key is just being really, really kind.
Area. And Robert Bastin had written a letter, I believe, to the court and maybe to us, I don't remember which. And he said, Rick Allen's being mistreated in there. And here's some specific things that have happened to Rick Allen while I've been in there here watching this. So we subpoenaed Robert Bastin to come to this hearing, right? And the purpose of this
Oh, yeah?
hearing again.
Oh, yeah? Where are those in the evidence? Where's that in the evidence? Are we waking up baseless rumors now? Yes? Is that what we're doing? I mean, at least Tom follows the trial transcript. Like, come on.
Again, was to get Rick out of there. So we had to prove, at least, I don't think, a lot of judges would have just solved the problem without the need of a hearing, okay? But this judge wanted to have a hearing. So we're going to have a hearing. We're going to bring in Robert Bastin. He's going to be one of our witnesses. Subject to cross-exam by Nick McClelland, subject to direct exam by us, and then the judge can gauge whether she believes what he's saying or not. There could also be some, perhaps, video that we didn't have at that time that could back up what Robert was saying or not back it up. Regardless, we subpoenaed him in the proper way. We get to the hearing, we're told, oh, Robert Bastin.
Oh, I have the source for you guys. Here's his source. See what I clicked? Uncloaked with Turbo. Yeah, that's his source. Right there. There you go.
Is not going to come there. He was acting up and he didn't want to come and to the hearing and
I don't want to have like a full debate with this person because like that's not what we're doing here. And
Yeah, it's a troll.
And he's trolling, and he is not being hella disrespectful, so that's cool. And he can keep like saying his opinions because it's better for us, because then I can give them attention and show him why he's so fucking wrong. So
what we were told was that Judge Gall said that he didn't need to come. How did that happen? Well, Tobe Lesenby, the sheriff, he was the sheriff at the time the girls were murdered, but by this time he's a second or third in command or something, the chief deputy sheriff or whatever. And Tobe Lesenby wrote a report. I think the hearing was supposed to be did happen on June 15th. We get a report that's, I think, prepared the 19th, and it's Tobe Lesenby saying something along the lines of, we tried to pick Robert Bastin up. This is the way they do it. They go to the DOC, they bring their county police, they get him, they bring him, put him in the car, take him, bring him back, and bring him back to Westville. We were there. The Carroll County Sheriff's Department people there learned that Bastin, they claim at least, Bastin was not wanting.
hey, you're all good. And like I said, I appreciate you saying your opinions and like your idea of the facts, I guess. That's fair. You're more than willing to ask questions, and then I can always clarify why I think you're wrong.
Yeah, I'm not trolling, but a man killed 2 girls because he has depression and anxiety. Not trolling at all.
Oh gosh. I'm always like the good cop and you're always like the bad cop.
Wouldn't have it any other way.
Right.
To leave, and he was acting up. So we called Judge Gall's office, and eventually we were told that if Robert Bastin doesn't want to leave, then keep him there. You don't need to take him. Okay, that's what the report of Lesenby said. All right. Well, about a year later, they're close to. I filed a motion to get Judge Gall kicked off the case for 1,000 different reasons. One of those was that Judge Gall had told our own witness that Carroll County sheriffs did not have to pick him up. All right. Judge Gall's response to that was, I never said that. Tobe Lesenby made that decision. That's a mind blower. I mean, that's a big deal, because later on, Judge Gall then said, you guys didn't produce any evidence that Richard Allen is being treated poorly. In fact, the only evidence I have is
Judge Gull is retiring. Francis Gull is retiring. However, the bad news we heard the very next day after we celebrated, which I believe they did intentionally, was announced that her daughter, Christina Gull, who works for the Allen County Prosecutor's Office with her mother, is now going to be running for judge in her mother's position. However, she does have to run for this position. So I don't know how, but cranks need to find a way to look into who can run against her. And also, while actively campaigning, I think it's important that everyone lets everyone know that she was removed from her prior prosecutor's office before going to work with Mama because she fucked up a bunch of discovery on a child sexual abuse case. So, yeah.
Yep.
Is that Richard Allen is being treated better at Westville than he was would have been in the county jail. And for this, I say, shame on you, Judge Gull. Shame on you. Did you go home when you saw the actual videos of the way Richard Allen was being treated and the circumstances that, how he was living? Did you go?
Did y'all see Delphi was offering money to move there? It's like, I might.
The coffee shop in town's nice. That's about it.
It's so pretty. Don't you think? Like the main downtown area, those houses are really cute.
Yeah, it's a little hallmarky, little too much for me.
I like hallmarky, homey feeling. I don't know. And they want to pay you like, what was it, $5,000, $10,000? But yeah.
Think, oh my gosh.
But I don't want to go to prison forever. So there's that.
Yeah, the vehicular manslaughter rates are a little too high out there for me. So.
And they were better, living conditions. I was way off on that. And I feel really awful about that. And plus, Brad Rosie was called a liar by Nick McClelland, and judge supported that, it looked like. And it is sad. And then and kind of wrapped around all that is this whole Baston thing where Judge Gull, I'm not going to tell you what I believe happened, but once somebody is not telling the truth, who has the motive to lie in that scenario? Tobe Lesenby, who's taken a report and going to blame the judge, and that's going to come, or Judge Gull. If I were Judge Gull, I would be so irate at Tobe Lesenby for putting out a report that mischaracterizes or flat out lies about what the judge, said, and I would have a hearing on that. I can guarantee you if the defense had done something like that, she would have had a hearing on that. But that's not what happened. Instead, a year later, we learn about it. And so according to Judge Gull, Tobe Lesenby lied to her. Well, guess what the Franks memos and the motions to dismiss need? We need to show that the police officers lied, that they are up to no good, that there are shenanigans going on. And this would be an example of that. So Judge Gull had a requirement to let us know that back in June of 2023 that, hey.
Shout out to Gibbo, because this is fucking true. Ugh, I sure hope I'm never accused. My Google history would sink me. Me fucking too.
I got this report. Andy, this report is not right. Tobe Lesenby is not telling the truth. We need to have a hearing on that. But that's not what happened, and nobody cares. But I think I can't remember why we got started on that topic. I'm terrible at going on tangents.
We know, Andy.
Here, Tom.
I don't even remember.
Oh my God, I love him. Bless his ADHD little heart. Oh my God. He's just like, I had no clue, guys, that I had ADHD until like I was trying to like ask about it, and like all of the cranks apparently also suffer this affliction, and you guys were all like really helped me out with like understanding it and stuff. And I really feel like Andy suffers from the inattentive type, and I really feel he's just gone his entire life not fucking knowing it.
Yeah, Andy would be like cool to have a beer on a patio with, or like he'd be a really fun uncle at the family Christmas party, but I don't think I'd pick him to defend me from getting a 130-year sentence. I don't know.
And it's like, and it's because, and he's very intelligent. I'm not saying I imagine he is a good lawyer sometimes, but there are parts of ADHD that make it like impossible to do your job well sometimes, like the forgetfulness. And that's obviously what's going on here. And it's like, for people his age though, they really didn't diagnose that shit back then. I don't know. I guess I'm just riding too hard for Andy right now, but I just wish he would actually go get diagnosed because maybe he'd be fucking unstoppable. You never know.
Yeah, that I mean, he's a good lawyer. Look at the Allison Davis case, right? But I
Right.
think like I don't think he understood the magnitude of this case, and that, which is crazy to me, right? Because it was all over the news. I mean, you know, we saw like 30 like Doug Carter shit posting press conferences where he's just to the killer talking a bunch of shit like this is an old James Bond movie or something. And it's like he just felt like he didn't understand how big this really was. I don't know if anyone else gets that vibe. If that takes off, you know.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people agree with that. And I think he did not expect the state to be so viciously corrupt. I don't think he's ever experienced anything like this. I don't think most of us have, you know?
Yeah. I mean, and I guess when you're pressed for time like that, you're not getting discovery. You know, you probably didn't do a thorough background check on your investigative team. You know, that kind of stacks. So I'm not trying to dunk on him, but Jesus, dude, like turn up the heat. Quit expecting people to be nice. How many hints do you need?
Yeah. I think that's the problem I have when it's hard for me to be super critical of him, is because he's such a good person. Like, he's a really good human, and like he really does care about Rick. I really do believe that, and I think he is a really good man.
100%.
He's just like Street says right here. That's why Gull picked him. She knew he would be overwhelmed. Correct, and he's entirely overwhelmed even to this day, judged by this debate.
Right.
So I don't know. I mean, but I want to see Andy do well, because if I could see anyone save Rick Allen, it'd be cool if it was Andy. But he's got to do something. Andy, if you're watching this, dude, you got to go get ADHD looked at.
Was talking about just the situation, and just to finish it, just Rick was in a terrible situation, and it's just awful. And I know you couldn't see necessarily the videos that were playing, and that was also a weird thing. Like, people were complaining that Libby, we the defense asked for that to give Rick some, you know, he's naked in some of those, eating feces and stuff. The Abby and Libby crime scene photos were available for everybody to see because the screen was pushed farther back. And had Nick come over to us and said, hey, we'd like this to be unavailable really for the public to see because it's embarrassing. I'm mixed on that. Partly, I believe that transparency should require that in a court of law. But the other part of me would have had a heart to say, you know what, I'm not going to object to that. I'll let the judge make the call on that. But that was a whole.
And this is a good point too, right? I'm scared a new person won't do as well. I know we're scared that Andy, if he highly will take on a retrial. Like, I know we're worried because he screwed it up the first time, but imagine putting a new public defender in there. Right?
Yeah. Get Labredo's purple face up there.
Like, that would be.
By the way, you were totally right about the ADHD thing. The original topic of conversation was Walla in the van, and he's been going on for like 20 minutes now.
Right, he can't help it, and he really can't help it. Poor baby.
Whole thing I remember.
By the way, I heard his wife watches our like streams, and not us, but like crank streams and stuff. And I think that's really cool. And if she's around, say hi, because
she watching Snay for the drama.
Oh God, no. I would love to meet Mrs. Baldwin.
People complaining about Rick's videos not being able to be seen. Part of me wishes those were seen also, just so that people could see how horrible the scene was.
Now, you wrote in the emergency safekeeping order that you met with Rick March 24th, 2023,
Mhm.
and that he seemed to be fine according to your
Mhm.
report. So
Yep.
why was he fine for the first 4 months? And then what happened between March 24th and April 3rd?
Yeah, I would say fine is this is again one of those moments where if you're trying to be completely accurate, what I would have said is Rick was not nearly as bad as he was on April the 3rd.
Okay, so this is an interesting. Okay, so RA needs new lawyers so he can have 5 in total helping. BNR should help the new counsel as much as possible. Okay, so is that a scenario where Rick could get like a team of 5 of all public defenders helping him? Like it's Brad and Mozzie, and then they bring on more public defenders? Is that an option? Is that a thing?
I also think he needs an investigative team that isn't historically victims advocates that are pro prosecution in every case that they've investigated. And I think that might be a little helpful, but
No, you're right. Sorry. I forgot what I was going to share. I don't think Erica would be the investigator again. And I don't think that I have a feeling Kathy Allen isn't talking to her like constantly anymore.
yeah, you want to know where all that video is, Andy? It's in a thumb drive in a trap house full of dead cats in Lafayette. That's where it is.
No, we should go back to that though. They have all this fucking city video shit that
100%.
no one watched.
I
They
know
had
Osbrook has it.
investigators. You had
I mean-
investigators that are fucking telling me and telling everyone we deserve to get paid all this money. You didn't even look at the fucking street cams.
Yeah, I wonder if you didn't get paid because you didn't work. Send me the
Right.
video, Osbrook. Send it.
Yeah, if there's video footage of the street, please God, send them to me. I will spend every free minute I have watching that shit. All right?
3rd, he was fine, but comparing him to November, whatever, 22nd or whenever the first day I met him, he was not as good as at November 22nd. But I can tell you, because I was there on that day, March 27th, or was it the 4th? 24th. We were having what I would label a very normal conversation. He had lost weight. He did not look good. He was not as impressive in terms of his way of speaking and so forth. It was less normal than it was back in November, but I'd say for the most part, it was a pretty normal conversation. In other words, I was asking him questions and he was answering, or I was telling him what's going on and he was answering or asking questions. And he wasn't completely like out of it, like on April 3rd. He was a completely different guy on April 3rd. So, yeah.
Now, the guard said after he got his legal discovery,
I do believe you have the Innocence Project can only come in after appeals have been exhausted, if I'm not mistaken. I do believe that if it gets to that point, they would definitely take it on. I mean, without a doubt. I've seen much weaker cases being taken on by the Innocence Project.
I think a couple people were working on getting some money put together for that, but some things happened back in March last year. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Ange will be back. She had to do a shower and a clean and decompress.
that is when he changed. Can you describe exactly what he was given? And one of the things I was not looking forward to at the trial, but anticipating, I thought the prosecution would maybe sync his prison cell video with his confession calls to show how he acted before, during, and after those calls. I think it's important for the jury to see.
Yeah.
Can you describe like how active he was in reading his own discovery?
I have no idea other than what the video showed. The video showed him, I think, ripping it up and stuffing it down a toilet. But I don't, that again, the video speaks for however the video speaks. There was, I don't know, hundreds of thousands of pages of discovery that we could have given him. I remember that the discovery we gave him was maybe 1,000 pages. And what was it? I don't know. I just, it was like we went through it, and a lot of it I remember telling him, Rick, you're going to read a lot of this, you're not even going to understand. Like it's like CAD reports or something. I'm sure there were some narrative reports. What were they?
Fuck, dude. Imagine Keith had to step away. I don't know if he's back yet or not.
I'm back. I'm back.
Oh, okay. But imagine that. Like we get that CAD report and we were able to, pick through it and pick really interesting little details. Now, poor Rick going through what he's going through in the mental state, he could be of zero help to them.
Yeah. Also, is Tom suggesting that like the prosecution should have played videos showing Rick's state at the time of the confessions, because that would legitimize his confessions because he wasn't acting like flamboyant or like acting like out extra, and that means that his confessions are legit? Like, is that really where we're going?
Right, but what Tom doesn't realize is if they had done that, they would have had to submit that first call with his daddy, and that would kind of blow prosecution's little narrative up. But Tom only goes by trial transcript, so
I don't know. And then it was that the way that the Department of Corrections handled that was very weird to me, because they had said they were going to make a copy for us. They had a copy machine there, and I
Tom, he was frustrated. His wife didn't believe him, and you can hear him sigh and hit the bed or something when she wouldn't listen to him say he was guilty. Oh yeah, did you hear that? Could you hear that?
Oh my God, dude.
Dude, that's amazing.
I was like, we'll just sit here. It's not going to take that long. I mean, I don't know. It's like that high of stuff. I don't know. And they're like, no, we're not. We'll make a copy and you can pick it.
Now, what Bob is saying to him, it seemed kind of wild, and like, I don't know how you would even make something like that happen, but I do believe that if it were to come to it's Andy and Brad again and all that, and they actually do utilize some cranks, that they can, maybe some that are like more easily accessible in that area. I mean, that could help the situation as far as like the fine details go. That could help.
And he absolutely needs it just from viewing this video alone.
Right. Fly me out. Get me in a hotel. I'll help you out, buddy.
It up. And my memory is we asked and they never turned it over to us. So when people have asked, like, what was the discovery you gave him, I have to say, honestly, I don't remember.
Oh God, he would. Andy Baldwin is like, listen, I don't know about what all these people are saying about ICE agents, but they're just good guys and they're trying to do the rest. I don't think they mean to hurt anybody.
DB, he's doing a better. He's like, guys, it's unfortunate, but it's the law. Dude, what are you gonna do?
Dude, but I was reading Bettero earlier. I was like, wait a minute. Okay, this is good. I was like, wait a minute. But he just had to throw in there the without
what a tragedy. What a legal tragedy.
Yeah, what a legal tragedy. Exactly.
I just don't know what was in there. And that could matter to people because they might, it could help either side out depending on what's on there, and you can make arguments about, well, if it was if there was a van in there, then that would help the defense out. Well, I can't say that there was a van in any of that discovery. I think there was a van mentioned in discovery, by the way. I think there was in some of the stuff off of the hard drives. Okay. But I can't say, and I would say it's unlikely that what I gave him had any van stuff in there. Okay. But did it have stuff about sticks on the girls? I'm pretty sure it did. I'm at a minimum. I'm sure that I talked to Rick about that as soon as I looked at it and saw what is that? That is weird and eerie. And I'm sure that the next time I saw Rick after I got those crime scene photos, I was like, there's this weird thing going on with these girls where these sticks are arranged in a certain pattern. And it just.
He is a cop, but thank God for the Second Amendment, y'all.
Looks weird. And that's before I knew anything about Odin or Norse paganism. It was plainly obvious to me that it was a bizarre crime scene. And then I heard later on that the prior prosecutor, Robert Ives, he had done a podcast or something after he'd left and said, yeah, there were signatures left behind. That's what Ives said. And because it's very obvious. And when I asked Jerry Holman in his deposition, hey, Robert Ives said this, what do you think about that? He's like basically disrespecting Robert Ives, like Robert Ives doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. And it's just, again, it's intellectual dishonesty. Like what you should say is, yeah, that was weird. It did look strange. I can understand why Robert Ives thought that, but in the end, we don't think that is what you think that it is, Andy. There's never a conversation. It was like gaslighting me. That you're the crazy one, Andy.
Hey,
what
Bugs.
you see with your eyes, you're not really seeing. So.
You remember when we were talking to Robert Ives on Twitter about the Flora fires, and he went, "Oh, come on, the house wasn't locked."
Did he?
Yeah.
Where did he reply that?
What's that?
Where did he reply that to?
I'll link you.
Was it under mine? When I
No, it was me. It was me. It was me.
Oh.
But yeah, he
Did
was like,
he
"Come on, they were free to go."
I never got a reply from him from the whistleblower statement.
Oh, geez.
Mister, I reply to everything, but when I ask him, is there any veracity to the whistleblower statement, we're quiet. Okay. Fucking Robert Ives, man. Shout out, by the way, I am going to be doing a Flora 4 live. I need to pick a date, probably this week.
Nice.
We're gonna touch back on everything. Everyone's already touched back, but I want to go through that whistleblower thing again. It's very important. It's very detailed, and I think it's very truly what happened.
So, Robert Ives saw it, and then we weren't able. We tried to depose Robert Ives, and we were shut down. And ultimately, we just gave up on that. It was one of the battles it wasn't worth waging.
So my next section is about the sticks and the formation. And I think if you put any two sticks on top of each other, anybody could say they can kind of see any kind of symbol or pattern.
Yep.
This just pissed me off. I'm sorry, I had to read it. Talking about intellectual dishonesty when their main theory is a headphone killer. Please tell me. Said who? A headphone killer?
What the hell?
A headphone killer? Did we ever say that? A headphone killer. That's kind of a cool serial killer name, though.
What is? I mean, how is that intellectually dishonest? It's in a report.
It's actually intellectually honest, and it's actually intellectually dishonest to not present.
Correct.
That you show this phone data.
To miss it, quote unquote.
Right. Selectively leave it out.
I mean, I think that's agreeable, correct?
Yeah, I agree.
And I agree that if he was trying to cover the bodies, why did he not use any leaves as opposed to just
Hi, Derek. Why was the boy that said he had spit on one of the girls ever be questioned on video? I'm only asking as I have never heard they had, as I live in Scotland. Well, welcome. Scotland is fucking gorgeous, and I'm super jealous. I wish I could go there. But also, so the individual you're talking about, his name was Elvis Fields. They do have a video interview with him that none of us have been able to have access to. And there was a deposition with Elvis from Rick's lawyers that we do have access to and we were able to read. So did they even question him about the spitting in that deposition?
No.
They didn't?
Not that I'm aware of, not that I remember.
Yeah, 'cause I don't remember that either. And now that I'm thinking about it, I'm like, why wouldn't they? Maybe they did. I'm really bad at remembering like fine details of some stuff.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah. Oh, and he was a grown man. Yeah. So Elvis was like in his 40s, 50s. Yeah.
3 and 4 sticks. So I'm kind of confused about why he didn't use leaves, but he did say that in one of his confessions that he did cover them with branches.
Yeah, I mean, he was aware of that for sure. There's no question Rick was aware of that fact. Now, we didn't really understand. I'm trying to think about the gun. I don't know when Rick learned about that the girls' necks were sliced up until trial. It was likely to be, or at least possibly to be, a serrated edged knife number 1 and an unserrated edged knife number 2. And then all of a sudden that changed with Dr. Core getting on the stand, which is just shameless and an outrage that he came up and did what he did.
That's right. He was just super dismissive, and he said they're wrong, and he never said that. Yeah. His whole deposition is just like never happened.
Okay, so he was questioned.
Yeah.
All of them lied through it.
Shuck and jive.
Rod Abrams said he didn't have a criminal history. He absolutely does.
Oh, by the way, is he on more than that one arrest you found?
No, I'm still working on him. I'm still working on Ned too.
Ooh, love it. By the way, Keith is working on great details. And he found like police reports from Rod Abrams. Go to his Twitter account. Shout out. So you can take a look, see.
Yeah, where is Poetic Justice talking about history, behavioral history? Because Rod Abrams tried to stab someone in a wooded area with a knife. So if we're talking about history.
Show that he did was, oh shucks, I was in my garage and I looked over there in my wood shop and I saw this.
I agree. I am actually inclined to believe more than one person was cutting Libby's neck. And I think that's why it was the way it was. I think more than one person took a knife to her throat at the same time, like doing it together. I'm sorry to be graphic, but
yeah, it's a little morbid, but I think the wounds on Libby are runes as well.
Oh, wow!
Like Core talks about. Well, Core talks about like X patterns, and then like on the other side of her, I can't even fucking.
Well,
talk
yeah,
about
because
this.
they say her wound was so. It was like they just like kept going. Like it was almost. I think that's why they thought it was a box cutter, maybe because it's almost like it took them. It was almost like they couldn't get it, so they kept going. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it was like 4 or 5.
Right. It's almost like, maybe it's a dull box cutter. That makes sense. Or,
Maybe it's a message.
But
I love how Andy agrees that like, yeah, I could throw 2 sticks on someone and anyone can make a rune out of it. It's like, no, that's not the case.
Right. This is, like agreed, Keith, because that's what people were saying locally week 1. I never even thought about that. That would make a total fuck ton of sense for them to do a rune on her wound.
Yeah, there isn't a cold spoon in that whole county.
Come on. I mean, he knows that they claim that Rick had said, and maybe, I don't know if it's in a note or in a video, I can't remember which, something about a
box cutter.
A box cutter. And that's, what Core never said, never issued a supplemental report and said, hey, I was wrong on that or anything. It's just so convenient. It's laughable and embarrassing. But anyway, we were talking about what Rick.
We're trying the sticks.
The sticks. Yeah, Rick definitely knew that there were sticks on the girls, and that they were arranged in a weird way. So there's, I'm not at all surprised that in one of his confessions, to give it some validity, he said that. But yeah, to me, the sticks, I don't want to be this like guy that says this, but because you may not agree with me, and there are the others that don't, and I respect
Jesus.
you big time because you're a truth seeker.
He's a truth seeker.
Is Tom Webster secretly truth seeker?
Andy Baldwin, no one who tells you they're only using trial transcripts is a fucking truth seeker. Ugh.
What a weird thing to call someone who's been fucking lying for 6 hours.
Oh, he's so nice.
To be intellectually honest and to say that those sticks are a covering trying to hide the girls that's a step too far for me. I don't see how anybody could think that. You know, the arrangement on Abby is one stick upon another stick upon another stick, and they're all like fulcrumed, almost like in a way that you had to intentionally arrange it that way. I just don't. Even Nikki Robertson, the FBI, I think agreed with that. She's out at Ron Logan's place looking for Odin or Norse paganism stuff. Because of that, she admitted that in a deposition. What's interesting about Libby, and I've said this before, and it's a little awkward to talk about because I don't want it stinks to have to talk about it. But you know, the way that the sticks were arranged, or the branches, if you want to call them that, or the whatever you want to call those, there's two that run across right where her genitalia is this way, like they meet here and then they go out that way. They meet and then they go out that way. Come on. I mean, that's intentional there. You know, you don't throw sticks on somebody and they happen to land in that pattern. Okay. And
What happened to the guy that set up the fake model account? Is that not who they were supposed to meet that day? I still can't get my head around how they got to the account. Yeah, so that guy, his name is Keegan Klein, and I don't know if you recall, but the story about the model account and Keegan Klein came out in 2019, 2020? 2019, 2020?
Around that time, I think.
Yeah, so prior to that, no one really had any idea about this account or him or whatever, but come to find out that they had performed a search warrant on his phones and went into his home at the end of February 2017, that same month that the girls were murdered. So they had known about Anthony Schatz and Keegan Klein and all this shit the same month the girls were murdered. Now, right after they do the search warrant and they get Keegan Klein's devices, they see all this child porn, or excuse me, CSAM. God, I am not a streamer, guys. My bad.
You're good. We'll cut it out.
So CSAM, they find all the CSAM and nothing happens. They do not arrest him again until we all find out about him in 2019 or 2020. So they serve the search warrant, find all this CSAM, and just let him roam the world, continuing to assault children. Yeah.
And he lied his ass off and sent these cops on a wild goose chase, literally searching an entire river and finding nothing. Meanwhile, having a suspicious couple of podcasters do a 3-part hit piece on his dad, despite being a scumbag, making it seem like it was leading up to him being arrested. And then Rick just kind of appeared out of nowhere right after that search led them to absolutely nothing.
Right. Exactly. So they spent $1 million plus on this Wabash River search that Keegan Klein probably led them to. So they spent all this money going through this river trying to find something to prove that Tony Klein, Keegan's dad, he was involved in the murders. Come up with jack shit. All right. And this is right before the sheriff election. They come up with jack shit. And they are in a pickle because they just spent all this money and still found nothing and still don't have Abby and Libby's killers. Then, miraculously, they find a tip. Rick Allen's tip. Except it's not a tip. Rick Allen called himself in. And because he put himself there and because he said he was wearing the same clothes, they turned that into, that's good enough for us. Let's win this election, baby.
Because they said he was wearing the same clothes.
Right.
And so then the question is, if you think that it's Rick Allen, why is he, because you said it a second ago, again, it's so interesting to listen to a guy that actually believes that Rick is guilty, and it's refreshing in a way, because
This is true, and I'm really sorry I used that word. Yeah, I'm sorry. It just like flew out of my mouth.
It happens.
I get to peer into your brain a little bit. But you said, well, Rick, why didn't Rick, put leaves on her? You were kind of posing that in your brain, and I'm sitting here like, well, Rick didn't have anything to do with this. So when you were saying that, it's just interesting to me how that works. Rick, can somebody explain to me why he would take the time, this guy that's freaked out, that the state said is completely freaked out? Why did Rick Allen take the time to arrange these sticks in the way that he did? Why did he do that? And the answer is because he didn't do it, and somebody else did. And it looks like Norse paganism. That's what they all thought at the beginning, and that's the most likely answer. And Rick does not have any relationship with Norse paganism, Odinism, any weird cult, nothing like that. And so that's why the crime scene should have been allowed to be talked about. And I will tell you, I
want to say something here because I think it's really not stated enough how important the crime scene, at least in my opinion, is to who did this. I think there are sometimes a lot of people that when they're like developing theories and stuff, they try to find ways to like excuse the Norse paganism shit. Like, oh, they were just trying to like make it look witchy, or they were just trying to make it look like it was like Brad Holder. I do not believe that you can develop a reliable suspect for these murders that has no involvement with Norse paganism, Asatru, yada yada. It's too significant. The crime scene was too well done. It was too meticulous. It was too on purpose. It was all about that final message, right? It was all about their ritual, whatever their ritual was. It was all about leaving all those symbols and sending a message. Like that was the whole point of it.
Yep. Andy is so close to a good argument here. He's so close, right?
Mm.
The problem with the argument that he made, he said, like, why would Rick, if he was freaked out and trying to, if he was so freaked out, why'd he take the time to put the sticks on them? The typical guilt argument is that I could just throw sticks on a body and they land the way that they do, which is ridiculous, right? But that's just the argument that they stick to. And unfortunately, some people believe that. Andy was so close, and he should have said, why then, if the state honestly thinks it's Rick and he got freaked out by the van, why is he taking time to undress one girl, dress the other one in the other girl's clothes? Why is he taking the time to move Libby's body? Why is he taking the time to throw clothes in the creek? Why is he taking all the time to do all this other stuff? Like, if he was really freaked out, why did Abby have very, very clean shoes on her feet?
And she was devoid of blood.
Right. Like, why were her hands completely clean then? That should be the argument. If one guy did this and he did this because he got if he was freaked out, killing them is the solution. Like why did he take time to leave 5 wounds or 4, whatever, on Libby's neck?
Right. I mean, there's so many reasons why the rushed theory, like, they would be more genuine if they just tried to lie about Rick secretly having some involvement, because the whole rushed theory is just, it makes no sense. It's not possible. But so, I mean, take a look at Abby on her own, right? If they had drained her of blood, she had that one clean wound, and they had pretty significantly drained her of blood, and you don't show a pool of that blood of Abby's underneath her, Like, okay, so where did it go? Right.
Right.
It didn't
Yeah.
magically disappear. So then you have to incorporate that Rick also did something with that. And that's time consuming. You
And this
know?
is like, yeah, and this is super fucked up, but he went out there to assault them. Why didn't he attack the other girls that he apparently saw? Right?
Right.
How did he even know that two girls would be walking across the bridge that day? I mean, I could go on with like at what he couldn't take a couple seconds to kick some dirt and leaves up over them, but because he was going to assault them, he put a bra over top of a brassiere. Like he took the time for that.
Right.
Like that's where we're going with that. It just doesn't. None of that makes sense.
And Fian says, I can think of some suspects that have no association with Odinism. Correct. So for one in particular, I would think of Ron Logan, right? And I think Ron Logan is the only guy that you could, if he was alive, secure a conviction against, because there's more actual evidence to him being the killer than anyone else, right? And Ron Logan is not like a Norse paganist. I mean, as far as we know, he might be like a Mason or into some of that stuff, because he did have books on like weird things, just not necessarily like Odinism, right? So my theory with that is the fact that there was obviously more than one person involved, and knowing Ron Logan was almost certainly involved, I would say Ron Logan's property was his value more so than anything else. And I think like the person or persons that put all this together are the people that were into the Odinism, and Ron just came along for the ride.
Yeah, I mean, the same guy who said he spit on the girls was newly added to a gang. We don't have any evidence that he was like partaking in Odinism before, but I still think it's very odd that there are people posting pictures on Facebook that like very, very, very similarly mirror the crime scene. Also, are those girls in that picture real? Who are they? Has anyone like tried to figure out who that is?
No. No. I was under the impression those girls weren't real. I had no idea they could be.
Maybe, yeah, I don't know,
Yeah.
but I mean,
Jeremy says Rob Logan said that they staged the Odin stuff to throw off the investigation. Here's the problem I have with that. You don't randomly know how to put together runes, especially bind runes. Bind runes especially. Like, I can believe that someone Googled runes and then, put a bunch of sticks and rune formations on them or whatever. But what you're not going to make me believe is that someone knew how to do bind runes randomly and then took the time to do bind runes and leave them on the bodies. Yeah, Ron Logan.
yeah, I mean, when I was in high school, there were these group of kids that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, you're okay. I said when I was in high school, there were these group of kids that had like, I forget, they were in like a little group, and it was like 2 letters and like 2 numbers, and I forgot like what the exact letters and numbers were, but we TP'd one of my teacher's houses and like left a bag of shit on the front porch and everything, and then we took the TP and like spelled out their little like gang thing in the yard and like framed them for it. That was really fun. So I could vibe with that. The problem is that like, I think the bind runes that were left there, all suggest that either someone was shown by someone what they want it to look like. I don't think it was like someone else did this and said, "Hey, we want cops to think that this is an Odinist group."
You wouldn't know to go to runes.
Right.
It's just like that guy Josh was telling Sleuthy in their stream the other night. It's like, it's hard for him to believe someone saw that crime scene and automatically said this is also true, right?
Right.
It's the same thing. Ron Logan not knowing a goddamn thing with Keegan Kline. I don't believe they just showed up and said, let's do some anarchy symbols, and just magically created bind runes that also just magically happen to exist and show something else entirely.
Yeah, I just think it's a little bit, I don't know. I think it's a little bit far-fetched that we're like framing a very peculiar group instead of like, I think it's more believable that that group wanted someone, whether they were an Odinist or not, to like leave that message behind. That's what like, and that's why I don't think the reason that leaves and dirt were put on the girls because and the phone was left there is because they wanted them to be found.
Right. All I know is that this had to involve more than one person.
For sure.
And so I don't necessarily so there could be one person that felt very strongly about the Odin shit, and then the two other people might not and say, fuck it, go for it. I don't give a fuck. You know? Who knows?
Well, and you know, Rick didn't go to like the Delphi library and walk by, you know, the stinky bathroom left behind by Betsy Blair and like pull an Odinist book and go, all right, I'm going to do this to like throw him off. You know, he has like no ties to any of that kind of stuff. That's another problem.
You are obsessed with Betsy Blair's poop.
I'm not. Tom Webster is.
That's true.
Would be really surprised if the jury would have come back guilty and not found reasonable doubt if we were able to talk about that.
Well, I did read every word of all of your 4 Franks memos. And my issue is, you did say that with the F tree that you said Libby's blood was painted on, you said that represents Anzu's, which represents.
One more thing, though, I want to say that the theory that Ron Logan said they staged the Odin stuff to throw it off. I'm not saying that Richie lied. I want to make this very clear. I believe Richie, whatever. I do believe him, but I believe that he may have been getting half truths, half lies, right? I think when anyone is confessing to a crime, they're going to leave some shit out, right? So I think that might be what the issue was. And then Keegan himself, I don't think Keegan was even there. I'm more inclined to believe that Ron Logan told Keegan, and then Keegan was just shooting the shit.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that the take is impossible. I don't like that's not what I'm intending. I'm just saying I don't buy it. Just doesn't. Yeah.
Right.
Personally.
So all things can be true. Richie could be absolutely 100% telling the truth.
Right.
It's just things got manipulated.
Odin. And you said there was I think it's pronounced Hegel rune on Abby.
Oh, yeah.
So you said, Hail Odin. But then after Cicero said that was not an F, that was an L, and Libby's handprint, you changed that into another filing saying that's the Laguz rune. And it changed, like the Laguz rune is the rune of water, intuition, evolution, and unconsciousness or unconscious. So did your symbolism change from Hail Odin to Hail War?
Oh, you got him there, Tom. Just like all the rest of us, we don't know what the fuck any of this means. Got him.
Yeah, how about
or what? I mean,
go ahead.
How about if you spell out Odin in runes from top to bottom, like ODIN vertically? That's how Abby's body was posed.
Say that again.
Like if you take like if you Google like Odin in runes and you look at it like in a vertical format where it's like ODIN like descending, it's very similar to the shape that Abby's body was in.
Really?
Yep.
Link me that. You know you can present on here too, right?
Oh.
I have it so you can do whatever. But yeah, try to find that and send a link or something.
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Okay.
You've never really said or had an expert say what those runes are supposed to represent.
Yeah, nobody knows. The Purdue professor, Jeffrey Turco, didn't know what those runes mean, but he does agree that there is, and I don't remember the verbiage. I wish I had it in front of me, but look at his statement to Holman. This is, likely to be, or words to that effect, a Germanic runic script. Don Perlmutter would tell you, yeah, it's like guys that are new, trying to write Chinese. They're into Chinese. My son was a Mandarin major or minor in college, and you have to know how to do all these things. But if you're not good at it, if you're kind of a rookie, and you think in your mind you know what you're writing down, it doesn't really matter whether or not it's Legouze or Hegel or Ansus. I could be wrong on any of that. Okay, I was making a guess just like anybody, just like Turco did, and he's an expert. But you don't. The point gets lost when you're trying to interpret. The bigger point is, was somebody who is into Norse.
Well, speaking of the devil, look at Tom Webster saying here, Reese's facts don't add up. Well, that's true. And there's a very good reason for that, because he wasn't getting all the facts.
Paganism, trying to
neither do unified commands, buddy.
Create a rune script. We don't need to know what they're trying to convey. That doesn't matter. And I wish I wish I wouldn't have put my own thoughts on that, because I think it took away ultimately from just the bigger picture, which is they all thought it was Norse paganism at the beginning, or at least it was a good likelihood that it was. They were investigating it. And the reason is because these look like either bind runes or specific runes. And that's all that you need to know.
Keith, I've never seen this picture before, and I'm a little stunned.
Did you say you're a little stoned?
Stunned.
Oh.
Stunned. Stunned. Although I do have some gummies with me, so uno momento. But no, like, let me show this right now, because okay, what I'm about to show you is what Keith linked me. It's it looks like he's saying it looks like the way Abby's body was laying down, and it's like Odin descending. Now, when I look at this, Keith, it looks like Abby and Libby's positions put together. Did you notice that?
Ooh, I gotta think.
Show.
Okay, yeah.
Libby's arms. Look at the bottom. Remember how Libby's arms were?
Yeah. Huh.
See what I mean?
Uh-huh.
Weird, right?
My goddamn profile caption.
Oh, let's go. Let's go.
No.
Let's just give Keith attention. Everyone go follow Keith.
No.
If you criticize me or make fun of me, I will call you a bully and copyright strike you, and you will be hearing from my lawyers about a totally doable lawsuit.
Someone took that seriously, and it was very funny. All right, sorry. I was explaining why I was laughing. I wasn't trying to get us. Thanks for the plug, though. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, you're welcome. Anytime. Wait, let's go back. Window. Tab.
I think Andy is into anime, by the way.
Do you think he's into anime?
I think he's an anime Andy.
No.
Oh, you don't need to try to. It'd be nice if you could interpret it. Maybe it'll give you clues as to who the killer is. But as Don Perlmutter said in her testimony, words to the effect of, that's in the mind of the actual killer, the actual people that were involved in the killing. Whatever they wrote, whatever runic script they were making, that was personal to them, and it's not like the alphabet. It's different. And so,
can we pause real quick?
No, and the same goes.
Sorry, not trying to hold this up. I do also think that what he just said about, like, in the mind of who's actually doing the runes, I think that's the exact reason why Stacy put in the appellate brief that it was a rogue Odinist.
Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, you're right.
Like,
right.
we talk about like the whole ritual thing a lot, and everyone, like, I think a lot of people expect like pentagrams and candles to be around. It doesn't necessarily have to be a big deal to be ritualistic in nature.
Mm-hmm.
That's just my argument. So sorry.
No, absolutely. The people that think we're crazy for saying onanism and stuff, they hear that and they think, what do you mean, like witches in a circle chanting and shit? That's like fucking crazy, right?
Yeah.
They don't, but what it really is, and you're right, I didn't even notice they used that language, because rogue odinist, it's true. It's just some guy who has a fascination with this Odinist shit, this Asatru shit, and he's fucking crazy, and he wants to kill people, and he said, it'd be fun. Let me incorporate this shit.
And what if it's very possible that this wasn't done by an Odinist, but a group of people affiliated with that group hired someone who is really down and out on their luck, maybe needed a dental procedure, or was just living in a trailer, and they shared exactly how they wanted the runes to look, and to confirm that that person understood the runes, they mimicked the same Facebook pictures to confirm that they got the order. And then they went out and did it. And after they got done, they spit on the girls. I wonder if that's possible.
Dude, yeah. Honestly, the only way you're going to convince me that Brad Holder wasn't involved is that Elvis just did all this to fuck with Brad Holder.
Right.
Literally, that's the only. Yeah, that's the world where Brad Holder is not involved in my eyes. Is Elvis was like, this motherfucker, I'm gonna get you. You don't want to be my friend.
Yeah, I gotta check out that Josh video, Sleuthy. My girlfriend wanted to go out to dinner, be annoying, so
God,
I had to miss it. I know. I'm like, that's so fucking annoying.
God, can't wait till they're all gone.
I know.
Bro, Josh the other night explained it perfectly. Well, read the ritualistic. I watched the whole. So good, such a good stream. Everyone go watch that. If anyone has the link, drop it. Sleuthy was on with Nerdy Addict and Joshua something, but and Ava, and they had this amazing discussion, because Joshua actually has quite the education on all this kind of thing, so he actually knows what the fuck he's talking about. And hearing him speak was just like constant validation.
Yeah, it helps that he's hot.
It helps that he was hot. Yeah, I didn't mind that.
Good looking guy, not as good looking as Fiend, but close.
He was very good, close. No one's as good looking as me. But yeah, but I know I believe I said I'd fuck him but not date him. Like, he's very attractive. He's very attractive, but like, we have nothing in common.
I'm sure he'd be bummed to hear that.
I'm sure. I'm sure, yeah. He was just dying to be with me. All right, let's go.
Too, by the way, with Reese Davis, it's the same kind of logic here. People are like, well, now are you saying that?
Let me go link it, actually. Let me find it. Hey, Veronica! Because, yeah, it's such a good stream, you guys.
I'll be right back.
Okay. And if you check out my Twitter, I clipped it a couple times. But listening to his accent, called Brad Holder a cunt, best thing I ever heard. Best thing I ever heard. Nerdy. There you are. Boom. No, not no. 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 Joshua, well, you look at that link. Oh, hush, Jeremy.
Reese Davis and Ron Logan are involved after, and it sounds like you were going to touch on that. And the answer is, I don't know what happened. I wasn't there. But if Reese Davis heard from Ron Logan and from Kegan Kline that they were sharing burner phones, and that they were both involved, That's information that the defense absolutely had a right to hear.
Sorry, it took me way too long to pin that. Lobster rolls are the double rainbows of food. We can fucking agree on that. Look. Finding agreement. Lobster rolls are fucking fantastic. I actually almost saw like a food truck, like a Maine lobster roll food truck driving down the street, and I was like in line at McDonald's, and I wanted to like bust my shit out of there and follow that thing.
Period. Now, did they have anything to do with it? I have no idea. Is it mutually exclusive from Norse paganism? No. Is it mutually exclusive from the other third-party suspects? No. I mean, we weren't there. We don't know exactly what happened or what these. Is it Elvis Fields? Is he no longer viable? It's not my burden to prove, but I do know for a fact, and I know you will agree with me. We had a right to any exculpatory evidence where Keegan Kline is telling Reese Davis whether he did or didn't. But if Reese Davis writes it out, then we had a right to see that stuff so that we could do an investigation.
Wait, oh my God, Caroline, that's so funny. I didn't even read this. I want to try a lobster roll. It sounds delicious. We have a cousin's Maine lobster truck. Yes, I swear to God, that's the same one I saw. I swear to God. What state are you in? I'm in California. I swear to God, that's the shit I just saw driving down the street.
And Nick clearly lied to me in February of this year when he said that we gave you everything that we had. And so that's a similar concept as what you're saying. Are you changing your mind about what rune was on the F tree? To me, also the F tree, by the way, that was not a handprint. I mean, it's out. I don't know what this person was trying to say. Was it
Look at Tom's face, but dead ass. I'm so with Andy. That is not a fucking handprint.
Yeah.
Come on.
F? Was it an upside down L? I saw somebody sent me one recently where it's you can kind of see it, and they overlaid something on it, and it looks like another type of rune. Somebody took time and energy to put that on the tree. And, we know from the Fort Wayne video that, I don't know if that's out.
Also in that link, let me try to link it again. Here we go.
Was that the All Eyes swipe back and forth Futhark rune on the tree? Is that what he's talking about?
I think so.
Shout out All Eyes.
All Eyes. And he's watching yo shit, baby. Hell yeah, he is.
Fucking finally.
You better be. Oh yeah, so what I was going to say, this link to Sleuthy and Nerdy and this gentleman Joshua who were talking about Asa True and all this shit. Fuck, what was I going to say?
Out there on the internet, we know from the Fort Wayne video tree.
Oh yeah.
And
sorry, sometimes I lose track of my thoughts, so I have to go back to what I was looking at to remember.
You good.
Anyway, the tree was a very important thing that Joshua pointed out. It was that typically in Asatru, Odinism, whatever, they don't put runes on trees, right? Not in a bloat type deal. They don't typically put the runes on the trees like that. So he pointed out that in a picture or something of Brad's, he had clearly put a rune on a tree. And then at our crime scene, suddenly there's a rune on a tree. Well, that's not a common thing in these kinds of bloats, rituals, whatever, but it is a common thing to Brad Holder, right? So when we're talking about signatures, one might call it a Brad Holder signature.
We know from the Fort Wayne video that, I don't know if that's out there on the internet. It is that you can see Patrick Westfall, and I'm not saying he did this or whatever, but you do see Patrick Westfall, and he doesn't deny it. He's at the tree and he's doing something with his hands. Okay.
Well, you said in the Frank's memo that he was doing that around the same height as the F tree. And you said that the F tree was around 4 feet off the ground, but he's 6'5", reaching as high as he can, which is like 8 feet.
Yeah, I was wrong on that.
Right.
I realized that later.
Look how
And he said he wasn't
validated
painting.
Tom
He said
feels.
it's doing an offering, like a
I missed what he validated. Hold on.
coin
That later.
as high as he can, which is like 8 feet.
Yeah, I was wrong on that. Come back guilty and not. I will tell you, I would be really surprised if the jury would have come back guilty and not found reasonable doubt if we were able to talk about that.
Well, I did read every word of all of your 4 Franks memos. And my issue is, you did say that with the F tree that you said Libby's blood was painted on, you said that represents Anzu's, which represents Odin. And you said there was I think it's pronounced Hegel rune on Abby.
Oh, yeah.
So you said that was an L in Libby's hand. And it changed, like the Lagu's rune is the rune of conscious. So did your symbolism change from him?
What know what those runes mean, but he does. Son know how to do all these things. But if you're not good at it, if you're kind of a rookie, and you think in your mind you know what you're writing down, it doesn't really matter whether or not it's Lagu's or Hegel or Ansu's. You know, I could be wrong on any of that. Okay, I was making a guess, just like anybody, just like Turco did, and he's an expert. But you don't that.
Tom Webster. Ricci said Rick was part of group of murderers. That's intellectually dishonest because he clarified in his last letter that he had found out from Keegan Kline that Rick was not involved. So, yes, Ricci said that in his beginning letters when he was under the impression that from Keegan that Rick was, one of their little buddies. Partners.
Right.
Towards, I don't know if it was after Rick got convicted or just before, Richie said that Keegan said, "Oh yeah, I just didn't want to get busted" or some shit like that. But he was saying that Rick wasn't involved. And then Reese wrote that to Nick McClellan, and that is the last letter that Nick McClellan miraculously lost and did not include in his response to the existence of those letters.
Yep. I love this argument by Andy too, where he's just like, yeah, I could have gotten the wrong rune. And it's like, dude, how about instead you're methed out and you just killed 2 teenage girls. It's kind of hard to maybe spell out exactly what you want to on a tree in blood. Right. It's not going to be crystal clear.
Right.
That the point gets lost when you're trying to interpret. The bigger point is, was somebody who is into Norse paganism trying to create a runic script? We don't need to know what they were trying to convey. That doesn't matter. And I wish I wish I wouldn't have put my own thoughts on that, because I think it took away ultimately from just the bigger picture, which is they all thought it was Norse paganism at the beginning, or at least it was a good likelihood that it was. They were investigating it specifically. You could interpret it. Maybe it'll give you clues in words to the effect of, that's in the mind of the actual killer, the actual people that were involved in the killing. Whatever they wrote, whatever runic script they were making, that was personal to them. And it's not like the alphabet. It's different. And so, no, and the same goes too, by the way, with Reese Davis. It's the same kind of logic here. People are like, well, now are you saying that Reese Davis and Ron Logan are involved after? And it sounds like you were going to touch on that. And the answer is, I don't know what happened. I wasn't there. But if Reese Davis heard from Ron Logan and from Keegan Kline that they were sharing burner phones and that they were both involved, that's information that the defense absolutely had a right to hear, period. Now, did they have anything to do with it? I have no idea. Is it mutually exclusive from Norse paganism? No. Is it mutually exclusive from the other third-party suspects? No. I mean, we weren't there. We don't know exactly what happened or is it Elvis Fields? Is he no longer viable? It's not my burden to prove, but I do know for a fact, and I know you will agree with me, we had a right to any exculpatory evidence where Keegan Kline is telling Reese Davis, whether he did or didn't, but if Reese Davis writes it out, then we had a right to see that stuff so that we could do an investigation. And Nick clearly lied to me in February of this year when he said that we gave you everything that we had. And so that's a similar concept as what you're saying. Are you changing your mind about what rune was on the F tree? To me, also the F tree, by the way, that was not a handprint. I mean, it's out. I don't know what they sent me one type of rune. Somebody took that. I don't know if you know. And
Said that. And he said he wasn't painting. He said he was doing an offering, like a coin or something like that.
That's fine. He's touching a tree, and we're saying that somebody touched the tree over there with blood. Okay, and they're doing an offering, and it's stuff that a jury should have heard. Okay? And they're touching a tree.
Like a
realize that later.
And he said he wasn't painting. He said he was doing an offering, like a coin or something like that.
That's fine. He's touching a tree, and we're saying that somebody.
Thanks for that, Tom.
He's offering a coin or something. Well, that's fine. He was touching a fucking tree.
Yeah, thanks for kind of helping the argument,
with
Tom.
blood, okay. And they're doing an offering, and it's stuff that a jury should have heard. That's what I'm saying. And let the jury, if it's nothing there, what is the state worried about? Why are they worried about it? If they have such a rock solid case, this should all be laughed at. Like, the jury should literally be laughing at us and saying, Rick Allen, beyond a reasonable doubt, was guilty of this crime. That's what a jury should be thinking. And all this other stuff is hocus pocus.
But the jury did vote him guilty.
But they did not hear about all the evidence that we had. Yes, I understand that they did. My point is, if the prosecution.
What was that?
That was another rager talking point where when they lose an argument, they go, it doesn't matter because a jury found him guilty.
He just cut.
Oh, he cut? Oh, I didn't see that.
Watch.
I was focused on him saying, but a jury voted him guilty.
My point is, if the prosecution had such a rock solid case against Rick Allen that there's no reasonable doubt that he's such a rock kid. My point is, all the evidence
did vote him guilty.
A jury should be thinking, and all this other stuff is all the evidence that we had. Yes, I understand that they did.
Right here.
My point is, if the prosecution had
such a rock that's the worst edit in history.
What
the prosecution has, that they did not hear about all the evidence that we had. Yes, I understand that they did. My point is, if the prosecution had such a
Okay, I don't know what he's going to say. So.
A rock solid case against Rick Allen that there's no reasonable doubt that he's guilty, none at all, then why do they care about us bringing in an expert that Nick would probably say is a joke or whatever? Why did he hire his own expert? He had his own Norse pagan expert from Minnesota that he used taxpayer money to pay for. Why did he not let us bring that in? Because he knew that it's obvious. He knew that it would hurt his case because it wasn't a rock solid case. It wasn't even close to that. But without anybody else to point the finger at, I mean, I've seen this in 31 years of doing this. You're up against it. When you don't have a person to point the finger at, you're in trouble.
But officers Click and Murphy testified at the.
How do you know? How exactly do you know that? I've never seen Ellis's full confession.
Yep. He also said. Look at the above comment. No evidence Westfall was near the bridge at 2:13. He was 6'5". Obviously not bridge guy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, he's not, but
he doesn't have to be.
He doesn't have to be, right? Have to be. Jesus.
In the summer of 2024, they could not place any of those odinists at the crime scene. So how would the jury think that it was odinists at the crime scene if these two officers are saying we can't place any of them here?
Yeah, I mean, I think Judge Gold.
It's the stupidest fucking argument.
Yep.
Because they can't place them there.
Well, they didn't even try. They didn't review video of Brad Holder at his job. They just said, hey, these punch cards sitting out in the open that anyone can punch someone in and out for, that checks out. We're good with that.
Keith, do you know how many murderers are charged and convicted of murder where you can't actually pin down GPS data that they were actually there committing murder? It's a lot.
Yeah, I can think of one.
It's a lot.
Yeah. Amazing. Well, wrap it up, folks. They weren't there.
They weren't there.
They didn't come forward and say they were there.
And we're not talking about, like you were saying, we're not talking about, well, they turned in their phones and ruled out that they weren't there that way. No. They were never able to deny that they were there. They just can't confirm that they were there. Right? So.
Yep.
A lot of other people expect a videotape to exist that shows everybody at the scene. They don't have that of Rick Allen. What we do know is that one of the third-party suspects, Brad Holder, had a rune on his hand that resembled that of Abby. Okay. What we do know is that Brad Holder lied about how many times he.
Isn't Brad Holder's tattoo the same shape on a blood pool?
Yeah.
The tattoo is the same that they arranged sticks over one of the blood pools.
I don't know, like
to hold the blood there.
Yeah.
The blood there.
And 3 sticks.
Right.
Met Abby. That's enough for us to get in there. Okay.
Inside joke, guys. Sorry. He didn't really. That wasn't really to hold the blood.
And yes, nobody. Typically, you don't have. Well, I just shouldn't say typically. There's no DNA of anybody there, so nobody knows who was there and who wasn't there.
True, but not true. There is DNA. We just don't know whose DNA it is. But we know it's not Rick's, so there's that.
No, it's just got caught up in the laundry,
that there's no DNA there.
That argument it triggers the fuck out of me because it reminds me exactly of the JonBenet Ramsey case with the DNA on the underwear. How they said it's unknown male DNA, and then ever since then, all the Ramsey guilters are like, "Oh, that's DNA from the fucking underwear manufacturer in China." Please suck my non-existent.
Yeah, and then they then somehow fabricate a story that Patsy just made a Garrett and did that to her daughter and did all the other.
Oh, that's my favorite. I need to do a stream on JonBenet because that's my favorite one. Is the argument that they accidentally, whether it be the son or Patsy, they accidentally hit her too hard and she died. So when she died, and they were on top of her and they had a groat on her and they were strangling her, she was actually not dead, right? So she would have actually reacted to that. And so when she reacted and they saw, oh wait, she's breathing, they said, fuck it, finish the job.
Yep. I just, this might be a terrible take, but that poor woman, after her daughter was brutally unalived, went her entire life being without evidence blamed for it and died thinking that everyone thought she was a monster. And it's just, it's so sad that and I mean, the investigation was terrible. They were having like a freaking party in the house while it was a crime scene that should have been blocked off. There's so much to that case that's just so messed up.
Yeah.
And Mar's right too, like Kelsey's hair. And it's because they were so focused on finding Bridge Guy that they didn't think that a woman was capable of doing this. It's very clear when you have a full hair from the root, if I remember correctly, wrapped around her hair or wrapped around her hand. We didn't even think to, leading up to trial, test that.
It's almost like they were told it was Kelsey's hair. Almost like they knew to expect it would be.
Yeah, they just assumed.
Or like someone told them, "Hey, that's gonna be my hair." Like, but I swear it was like.
Or like,
I'm not
Kelsey
team
had the
fam.
sweatshirts.
I'm not team family did it. By the way, I'm just like shoot the shit. But
No, I know. I'm not. Again, I mean, you know, if it's a bad take, it's a bad take. It's just how I feel about the whole thing with John Bonet, and that everything about that case is freaking weird. But you know, I'm big on like if you got actual evidence, then that would make sense. But if you don't, then I don't know if pointing fingers is the best thing to do.
no, absolutely.
Yeah,
I mean,
right,
yeah.
Mar. They crossed the creek, but the hair stayed. Sure.
Right. No, that's right. It's an amazing point for Team Rick Allen didn't do this shit. They didn't fucking cross the creek. That's why it's still there. Like, it was in the fucking hoodie.
Yeah, there were 2 women on the near the trails that day that claimed to see Bridge Guy, and we still didn't think it was necessary to test that hair at all.
Or how about the fact that there was women DNA on them?
Yeah, like they were last seen with a woman, and I'm not suggesting that.
It's not that Kelsey did it or had any involvement. It's that they didn't even try to see if it was possible. That's
Yes.
the problem.
That's the actual problem.
Yeah.
Same problem that they didn't even secure the sticks that were placed on 2 dead girls. That's a problem.
There it seems to be, I could speculate that that's because there was gloves and forethought of whoever was involved in that.
Gloves?
They didn't leave anything behind because they took their time to do it the way that there wouldn't be anything left behind. But Murphy and Click, I don't agree with Click on everything that he even said. He had his own opinions about what happened, and I thought they were, I don't want to say, I just think they were out there.
I totally agree. That does not, what he said was that Abby and Libby saw this ritual in the woods, laughed, and the Odinists were upset that they laughed at them, and then they killed them for that. To me, that makes no sense.
It's
No
pure,
offense.
and it's pure
Can you pause for a
speculation.
second?
And I loved Todd Click because
Yes.
Okay, real quick. He just said that it doesn't make sense that they got angry that they were being mocked, right? Is that what I heard?
Right.
Okay. Hold on just a second. I then spoke with Mr. Abrams, who stated he was angry at Mr. Draper for calling him names. He admitted that he pulled a knife on Mr. Draper and kicked the windshield in his vehicle. That's all.
Oh, Rod Abrams got mad that someone was calling him names.
Yep.
Yeah, no, being embarrassed is enough to fuel that kind of killer rage in my ass. So if there's one emotion I hate more than anything, it's being embarrassed. Good God.
I think he's an honorable guy. Again, had Todd not reached out to the prosecutor, McClelland, we would never have had, the videos of Elvis and Messer and all that. So, and this is what I love on I'm not in lockstep with anybody. I didn't agree necessarily with what Click had to say, but Click did do some really unbelievably great investigation that he doesn't get credit for either. You asked Tom, well, how do they put Elvis Fields at the scene? Well, there was some cattle trucks that went through Delphi that alleged, that Todd Click found somebody that said, yeah, Elvis used to come over here and get extra work, and we used to pay him to clean up the trucks. And I think on occasion he would go up with the truck. And that truck, there was a truck that happened to go up in that area that at that point in time, that weekend.
Whoa.
Hmm.
I never knew this, so please, someone who knows better, if you knew this, correct me. I never knew that they had confirmed that one of those trucks that Elvis helps with had been up in that area that weekend.
Yeah, I didn't know that either.
Let's listen to that again.
And I can't, that in that truck, there was a truck that happened to go up. And I think on Elvis used to come over here and get by that alleged, that Todd Click found somebody that said, yeah, Elvis used to come over here and get extra work, and we used to pay him to clean up the trucks. And I think on occasion he would go up with the truck. And that truck, there was a truck that happened to go up in that area that at that point in time, that weekend.
That's new information.
Why wasn't that in the Franks?
Oh, because he has ADHD. That's wild. Oh, probably because Elvis would help out. He probably wasn't like a full-fledged employee. Probably not solid records. So you wouldn't want to submit that because you can't really confirm it. Right? You can confirm a truck went there, but not necessarily that he helped.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Right. That's
Okay.
crazy. And it was late in its hog delivery. And I know that Josh Chrisman was a hog delivery driver, and he was supposed to work on the 14th, and he didn't go to work. Okay. This is everything just adds up to the same group of
and
people.
I can't think of the name of the company, but
Clip that.
Clip that right. that.
That chat.
Also, all eyes. Yep. Chrisman was late. Exactly what I was just saying. And Chrisman is who Elvis worked with. Oh, and furthermore, I'd just like to point out, Joshua Chrisman is the individual who has like no internet presence except for his fucking Indeed.
that was a viable theory, about what happened. And he just did a really good job of kind of putting out information, gathering facts, gathering information, like the Johnny Messer, like the people that said, yeah, Johnny Messer tried to recruit me into Vinlanders. And then Messer, in a deposition says, that never happened. Well, why are these guys not telling the truth? That's all Todd Click's work. So as much as I disagree with him on his analysis of what happened, that could have been what happened. I mean, I wasn't there, but it seems a little far-fetched. And certainly there's nothing to support some of what he said about his opinion that they were laughed at or whatever.
Well, if you were able
about his little far-fetched, and certainly there's nothing to, I mean, I wasn't there, but it seems a little far-fetched, and certainly there's nothing to support some of what he said about his opinion that they were laughed at or whatever.
Well, if you were able to talk about the onus at the trial, the prosecution likely would have had Holder's human resources manager testify.
Please, God.
Yeah, what
Please. I fucking wish, Tom. We would fucking love to have his human resources testify to that shit. Are you kidding me?
Ma'am, is it true that you offered to show them video?
Is it
true, ma'am, that you were then told that you didn't need to show them video or anything like that?
Ma'am, is it true that you notified the law enforcement that the video would not be able to see whether anyone else took Brad Holder's tag that day?
Ma'am, have you ever seen Brad Holder in a blue jacket and blue jeans?
Ma'am, is it true when you asked them if they'd like to verify with the video, they said no? All right.
He did not clock out until 2:45 p.m., which is a half hour after the Bridge Guy video. And he worked like a half hour away. So
hi. Hey, this is this is Brad Holder, buddy, that's on the second shift there. I forgot to.
I'm sorry.
Yep. Ma'am, is it true that all the time cards are out in the open for anyone to punch anyone in at any time?
This is how I know he's ADHD, because he's like, we're doing the same shit. Hold on, let me throw up my fake phone call.
To clock out.
Hey,
man, I don't want to get in trouble. Can you clock me out, man? Can you clock me out? That's all that it takes. And we know people that do that. Now you could say, well, that's speculation. Well, let me tell you about another
And it's speculation that he was actually at work that day because they didn't verify it. With the
Very
video.
rare moment of Andy putting up a fight, by the way.
I'm so tired of hearing about the mistakes that the police made and nothing gets done about it. Here's another example. And I think you know this one because it's in the Frank's memo. Hey, we're here to check out Brad Holder's alibi.
Here we go.
Well, he clocked out at 2:45 or whatever. Oh, okay. Thank you. That's all we need to know. Well, hold on a second. You can watch a video because there's only one way in and one way out.
Oh my God.
And he drives a red truck. So if you want to see what time he actually left and what time he came in, you can do that. Now we're good. We're totally good. That's it. That's the way that, you know,
Cranks are.
I am sorry. My wife is a human resources director. We know of stories where people clock in and out for people to get extra hours or whatever. It does happen. To say that it doesn't happen is being disingenuous.
100%.
You know, if you're thinking this through and you have other people.
That was the first thing my mom said to me when I was telling her about this. She was like, before I even told her that you couldn't see his tag, she was like, I had friends do that for me all the time. My mom's old as fuck.
I wonder if we were able to review that traffic footage, if we'd see a red truck go by at all.
I know you wouldn't see it a week later because he got rid of it.
Yeah, because he sold it. Yeah.
Involved at the south end of the bridge that abduct those girls, and you're Brad Holder. You could also come that you have if you're presupposing the timeline that you think works and that you think is true. Brad Holder didn't even need to be there, but I'm telling you, he could have been there. He could have been there by clocking out. He's supposed to be off at 1:30.
Yeah, literally doesn't even need to be there right at the bridge. Doesn't need to be the kidnapper.
Or do you know why him not needing to be there at 2:13 even matters? Because the girls weren't found until the next day.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's true.
So like to humor that argument is also to humor that they were killed and left there.
Right.
That day.
We don't know what fucking happened after
Right.
2:13. Right. That's a good point.
Right. And that would give him time to be there by 2:15 for sure. But he didn't clock out for an hour. And guess where they do a swipe system there. Where's his card that gets swiped? It's right next to the machine that you swipe. Is it locked? No, it's not. Is your name on it? Yes. So when somebody calls and says, hey, can you clock me out? Well, okay, well then let's see if Brad Holder made a call to the
Oh, no phone records.
Well, I don't know what's the name of the business. I can't even remember.
Garbage disposal.
The
place.
garbage. It's the garbage. The landfill.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that we should be able to figure that out because we got Brad Holder's phone dump, right?
Nope.
And we should be able to figure out who he was talking to beforehand, afterwards, or whatever. Right? You know the answer to that story. They took 102 cell extractions from every Tom, Dick, and Harry except Brad Holder, who was a prime suspect on day 3. And you explain that one to me, Tom, and why I shouldn't be upset about that.
Period.
I know that you referenced that there were AT&T drafts for the phone's search warrants for Holder and Westfall that were never executed. And I agree that if they're doing 100 other people, why not do those too?
Well, Brad Holder.
I don't know, maybe the same reason that Pat Westfall was able to walk out of a prison with DV felonies after being caught with an AK-47 with no bond. Walked right out of there.
The same reason the FBI, who says that white supremacist groups are the most threatening terrorist group in the United States, that FBI that was kicked off the case, same reason they were kicked off the case.
You know where these white supremacist groups are finding Odin and Norse paganism? In jail.
And then we got same reason we called a medical examiner from 3 or 4 counties over, very suspiciously. I don't know.
Yeah.
Claims that he did give him the phone. Brad Holder in his deposition said, yeah, I was there with my son. They took his phone. We do have his phone dump, and they took mine.
Whoa! 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 We have Logan's phone dump. Hi. I would
Huh.
love that.
Yeah.
Holy
Yep.
shit.
Uh-huh.
Andy, please release Logan's phone information. Please.
Send me that traffic footage.
Dude, Logan's phone information could roll out Brad Holder so fucking quick.
Yeah. At least Logan.
If you know what you're looking for. Well, I know what I'm looking for. Like, just give me that shit.
Fine. I just think I say it's a lie. I say that there is no way in hell that they didn't get Brad Holder's phone dump, or that they intentionally avoided getting Brad Holder's phone dump, or you are the worst detectives on the planet Earth.
They fucking have his phone dump. They have it somewhere.
Did you notice how Tom slipped in like the burden of work that they had as an excuse? Did you notice that?
No, what did you say?
How he was like, yeah, I don't know why they didn't search them on top of the thousands of other people. And it's like, dude, for real?
Yeah. Oh, Laura, good point. They lost it. Defense doesn't have it. It sounded like Andy was saying they had Logan's dump, but what you're saying is state had it and then they lost it. I believe you're right. That makes sense.
In fact, in February, 17th, email exchanges between Doug Carter and the FBI and people on the Unified Command, and there's a bunch of people on there, and I believe this is admitted into evidence. I don't know if it's available to everybody, but I've talked about it. But in the February,
Correcto mundo. I don't know how that works, though, because I don't know if that was submitted ever into evidence, if that's like something that they can release. I don't know.
Wasn't it like Frank's 3?
Geofence data?
I think so, yeah.
Oh, you're right. So it would be in with the Franks. You're right. Huh. Okay.
February 17th, so we're talking 3 days after the girls are found. Whoever is the author of the email is sending Doug Carter kind of an update. Here's what's going on. And they talk about Brad Holder. And that's the same day that he was interviewed. And in it, they're like, he says something along the lines of, we're going to get the intelligence from him. And to me, what that means is his phone and information. And yet they say they didn't get his phone. It's just, but they got some guy in Iowa. They got some guy in Kentucky. I mean, it's outrageous.
Where in Iowa?
It's outrageous. And I would be, I mean, you struggle with that, don't you? I would hope.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many mistakes in this whole investigation. It's actually crazy.
I mean, that's in Libby's or Kelsey's phone, also not dumped, and that's again, you're treading waters there because you're trying to.
That's fucking weird. The Kelsey
One more
phone.
time with that. What was it?
They don't have Kelsey's phone dump.
Oh.
Interesting.
No, I'm not blaming her. I'm not pointing the finger at her.
No, it's just fucking information that helps put all the pieces together. If you leave any data out, it makes it harder to fucking do anything.
Yeah. And it also doesn't help that Dr. Core said the girls died sometime between the last time they were seen alive and the time they were discovered dead. So everyone's on the table.
Right.
Here's what I'm doing. People are wrong in what time they say things happened and what happened.
Oh, I got scared for a second. Yeah. They got his phone data like years later after he wiped it.
And so forth. And so if you want to make sure that the Hoosier Harvest store is got the right time, let's compare it to what Kelsey German's phone said, and let's see if there's a discrepancy there. Oh no, it wasn't.
Just to put the fucking pieces together. Hello.
Yeah, to establish a timeline.
At that time,
Right.
they dropped them off
You
at
would think the timeline is important.
a different time. Kelsey, we don't think you had anything to do with this. The police could tell her, but will you give us your phone? We just got to make sure. That was standard operating procedure. And they didn't do that either. So there's a whole treasure trove of information there that we could look at, that, would help us out. Kagan Klein stuff. I think she later talked about how she reached out to the person, Anthony Schatz or whatever, and we could put a timeline together through her phone that helps find the truth for both this.
I've always, my personal thought has always been that Kelsey knew that the Anthony Schatz meetup was happening, and that she knew he was a catfish, and she was like hoping to prank her sister. I've always thought that because she knew of that, and she knew that they were about to get catfished and shit, that's always been kind of why she was a little dishonest, maybe.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit unpopular, but I think that the second the girls were found the way that they were and the news got out about it, I think Derek and Carrie knew exactly what happened and why. But
what's interesting, Poetic Justice, is they actually have Rick Allen's phone data. Yeah. The first time Doolin ever met with him, he took down his IMEI info, which you're very well aware of. But also, furthermore, we've now got new documents that clarify that the IMEI data was sent to ISP, and that ISP was fully in possession of Rick's phone data in 2017 February.
Yep. And Stacey Uliana received a tip via email about Rick's IMEI and immediately filed an appearance. So we have it.
Oh, God. Now, IMEI, the police, can't just look at that and pull up his data, but they could have called the phone company, who would have then given them the access to all the data from the IMEI, which is, probably how they cleared his tip. Maybe.
Stayed in the defense. So the Brad Holder thing is obviously irritating to me. And I've never heard anybody apologize about that or explain it.
Oh my God.
And it just drives me absolutely crazy.
So speaking of Brad Holder, you referenced in two of your filings, there is significant evidence that both Westfall and Holder were involved in the murders. And so your theory is that they worked together, correct?
Well, I'm saying the evidence supports that as a possibility. Yeah.
Well, I understand that you think that, but I have a screenshot of his Facebook.
I'm about to get so pissed.
Also, that's not Andy's theory. That's the police's theory. That's the investigator's theory. It was an investigation that we did, Nick Cleland.
That fucking smile on his face, I could punch him.
I know.
I understand that you think that, but I have a screenshot of
I
his
understand you think that, but I have a screenshot, and I solved this entire case.
I guess you could say he hit the jackpot.
Right, with that screenshot. But wait a minute. It's a screenshot. Did he actually see it? The real screenshot? Because he didn't see the real post on Brad Holder's Facebook, like actually on the Facebook. Therefore, he couldn't believe any of them were real.
Are we about to see another picture that comes from a Motorola Razr phone that has Vaseline over the camera lens?
Right. So let's look at how only this kind of screenshot is verifiable for Tom Webster.
Real quick, that might give you some perspective that you don't know about. So this is a screenshot. It says Brad Holder, February 5th.
Oh, shit.
Oh.
Wait a minute.
Oh, let bro cook.
Let bro cook.
Let bro cook.
Wait a minute. I don't see the Facebook header. I don't know if I can believe this.
2017, Logan.
Actually, let me read this. Okay, today is a milestone in my life, February 5th, prior to the murders. I feel excited and upset at the same time. I will be stepping down as the Gothi and tribe of Gungnir's path. The gods are pushing me to be a traveling Gothi because I'm about to murder 2 girls and I need to get the fuck out of here. To help people set up kindreds in Indiana. I feel this is lacking. Patrick Westfall will take over my responsibility as Gothi for tribe of Gungnir's path. I'm going to be having lots of meets and greets. It's time for Indiana for you to quit being a virtual heathen and start meeting people and starting kindreds and study groups.
Hold on a second.
Williamsport, Indiana, which is
The gods are pushing him to be a traveling Gothi to help people set up kindreds in Indiana. So he's finding people who are newly initiated to a gang and are now part of a brotherhood. Is that what I'm reading?
He wants a group of people to get together and what?
obviously 8 days
That's weird.
before the murders. He says, "Today is a milestone in my life. I feel excited and upset at the same time. I will be stepping down as," you might know these words better than me, a Gothi, and pushing me to be a traveling Gothi to help people set up kindreds in Indiana. I feel this is lacking. Patrick Westfall will take over my responsibility as Gothi for Tribe of Gugnir's Path. I'm going to be having lots of meet and greets. It's time, Indiana, for you to quit being a virtual heathen and start meeting people and starting kindreds and study groups." So Westfall did an interview on a YouTube channel called Sleuth Intuition. He said that Holder came to his house and they had an argument in their living room about Holder was going to church with his family and also doing this Asatru stuff. And Westfall said to Holder, "You have to make a decision, either Asatru or church." And Holder could not make that decision. So at that point,
Wait, what? Hold on.
Westfall drew stuff, and Westfall said to Holder, "You have to make a decision, either Asatru or church." And Holder could.
I'm not even sure Patrick said that because that makes no sense. Choose between Asatru or the church. They're the same thing. They were doing Asatru in the church. What are you talking about? Right? Am I going crazy?
I think there was a discussion about like you've got to pick Odin or the Christian god or whatever. Very trivial in nature, and this isn't the flex that Tom thinks it is. It's actually, yeah, I think it's good.
Oh, so wait a minute. Okay, but in their church they were practicing Asatru.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Someone else might know.
Christian versus Asatru. I saw that interview, but because Brad wanted to be Christian, is that what he's saying?
Yeah, I think that.
But in their church, they were doing Asatru, and so Pat wanted him to decide between keeping that Asatru church or going back to Christianity. Is that what he's saying?
I think what Streets is saying probably checks out a little bit more.
Brad Holder lived with his pastor father, whose house was the church. That pissed. Okay.
The church also forbids worshiping other gods, so I'm sure there's probably a lot of conflict.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Well, anyway, that's okay. Whatever.
A decision. So at that point, Westfall said he kicked Holder out of his living room, and they never spoke again. So to me, this February 5th, 8 days before the murders, points to that was maybe that day that happened. And so February 13th, Westfall and Holder are not planning a ritual in the woods to kill white kids as white supremacists.
I don't know what happened between the 5th and, I got clients that one day their girlfriend hates their guts and calls the police on them, and then the next day they say, "Baby, come back." These again, we're talking about human beings here, and Brad Holder coming back and saying, anything. There's all kinds of possibilities out there of what happened, and what that tells me, by the way, is that Brad Holder was very actively involved in that. He was not quitting Odinism and Norse paganism. He was into it, and I don't know why he would say that. And
that's true. That quote directly contradicts Patrick saying that they were having an issue with Christianity because he was still going to do it.
Yep.
He was still going to have meets and greets. So
he was still going to go around recruiting.
So obviously Pat wasn't that bad.
Also, did you notice what Tom snuck in there? Like white supremacists killing white girls? Because again, that's just completely unheard of, right? That's never happened before. Like the ends don't justify the means. Johnny
Right.
Messer didn't have a stomp on site order out for him for impregnating a black woman. Am I right in saying that never happened?
Right. Right.
You know what I mean? Like, what a stupid argument.
Right.
And Westfall.
Ooh, wait. Okay, fair. But that logic also applies to Richard Allen. Can you specify what part you're referring to and what logic also applies to Rick? So just so I respond to that.
And while you're at it, Poetic, can you ever tell me if Rick Allen ever tried to stab his mom's boyfriend in a wooded area behind a Longhorn Steakhouse in 1998?
I mean, but that is a good point too, going back to, Rick Allen's like history, when you said like he had some history with mental health stuff. Have you looked at Pat's history?
Yeah, all of them.
All of them. But both Brad and Patrick have domestic violence charges. Patrick Westfall actually also beat his children, his white children.
Don't we have texts from like Logan, or when he got arrested, he was like literally threatening his girlfriend too? Was that Logan?
Oh, his son, Patrick Westfall.
Oh, yeah, Pat's son.
No,
Sorry,
Patrick
not
Westfall
Logan. Yeah, Pat's son. Yeah.
Patrick Westfall's son was recently arrested for domestic violence type shit. Yes. I mean, his arrest was actually intimidation, but it was stemming from a domestic violence incident. He's actually very lucky he didn't get any kind of domestic violence charge at all from that.
Dude. Yeah, that was crazy.
Right. I'm actually in fear for his girlfriend's life, hopefully ex-girlfriend at this point.
Said what he said. I mean, I don't think there's any other than Pat Westfall saying that, and I've heard that he has said that. There's no other evidence of that other than Pat Westfall's own words. Okay, and so that's not anything really of value to show what did or did not happen. You talk about Amber Holder. What does she say? She says Brad Holder had other photos of girls, not that one, but different ones of girls on the forest floor. And what Brad told me is that he and Patrick Westfall had a falling out in the woods by a river over stuff related to a ritual. Okay.
I don't normally want to be petty, but that guy really fucking gets me.
Yep. Keep in mind, he was really big on it being a satanic ritual until the Frank's memo dropped, or until Rick was arrested. And then he said Odinism was ridiculous.
Okay, this is fair. That's fair. Correct. We're dealing with human beings, and human beings change and do unexpected things. That is true. But you won't find, I don't think, in the history of time that we have any records on this, a 50-something-year-old male with zero violent history in his 50s then committing a double murder. And I say that because there are plenty of instances of people not committing crimes in their 20s and then, doing something in their 30s, maybe, but not 50-something.
Yeah. And then on the same token, like the likelihood that all these pieces of shit just started to like respect women out of nowhere and have an epiphany is equally as far-fetched.
All I was going to get mad at me. That's not fair. Bugs, stop being an Andy Baldwin, bitch.
Okay.
Holder told you that in his deposition?
No, Amber Holder did.
I think
Amber Holder did. And again, Tom, I know it gets repetitive. When you see that on August the 10th and you're Jerry Holman, and I ask you, please go out and investigate this. Here's the 12-page report where Amber Holder has said, think about what I just said.
Correct. There's always so a lot of violent criminals will commit murder. Say someone in their 30s commits murder for the first time, right? But there's like bank robberies in their past. There's usually some kind of escalation to some degree. And a lot of the time I'll see like petty theft or home invasion or, you know, robbery of a liquor store type shit, right? There's nothing like that.
Or whoever was behind the Anthony Shots account, like peeping into a girl's window.
Right.
Like, yeah, it's escalating.
Said Amber Holder, who doesn't know.
Right. To focus on what you just said. Was that girl prior to or after the Delphi murders? The Keegan Klein with the mask.
I think it was. Oh man, I don't remember.
But yeah, like something like that, like showing, like being caught luring outside of a girl's window or something.
They came forward after that girl, I think, came forward after they put out if you've talked to the Anthony Shots account, like, we want to talk to you, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong with that.
Yeah, and she said someone with, but they couldn't prove it was Keegan, right?
Yeah, from what I remember, they have no idea who it was.
About any.
Correct. So some of us might even argue maybe whoever that was isn't Keegan, but is this guy, the killer, right? Because whoever had access then had access then.
Anything is interviewed by police, and here's what she says: they had a falling out, Valentine's Day time frame, over a ritual kind of gone bad in a woods. Okay, that's a major big deal. Did Jerry Holman, when I gave him that 12-page report on August 10th, 2023, did he say do this? Oh my gosh, that's a big deal. I mean, we need to go to interview Amber Holder. Thank you for giving this to me. This is what common, decent cops do, law enforcement officers. When I've encountered them, they appreciate, they're on a quest for the truth. But that was not, you read that deposition, the last 10, 20 pages of that deposition on August 10th with Jerry. That's not what's going on there. And did they ever go talk to Amber Holder? To this day, the answer is no. They are not interested.
Another fucking excellent point. Why do you know that Amber Holder, literally in a deposition, is telling these people that Brad Holder, one of their early suspects, told her that Patrick Westfall did this, and they never, ever even care to go ask her anything about it?
Yeah, especially when you and your prosecutor are parading around that you think there are others involved.
And that's the Patsy theory in itself. That's what goes to show why we believe they just had to pick someone and stick with it, because then after the fact, they're getting incoming evidence to other possibilities of who the killer is, and they're not going with it. They're not
following up,
because they have what they want.
Interested in the truth. Now, Amber Holder, they might be able to like show that she's a complete nut job. I don't think she is. She's a very brave person. But that's what Amber Holder told Kevin Murphy. Yet nobody like has explained. At some point in time, Tom, all these coincidences have to add up to something, you know? And if a jury hears all of these coincidences, it adds up to reasonable doubt. And it would have been not
considered hearsay, and Judge Gull said hearsay is not allowed for the nexus.
She doesn't know what hearsay is, Judge Gull. Come on. She doesn't know what hearsay is.
Period.
I mean, and by the way, many judges don't, and many lawyers don't, because it's hearsay changes from
Actually, one might argue she does know what hearsay is, but she's purposely using it when it's not applicable.
Courtroom to courtroom. And this is where you, as a non-lawyer,
I was just going to say, could hearsay possibly be someone saying that someone said they were at a trail at a time when on, direct video, we have a different time? Could that be
yes,
hearsay?
It's hearsay to say 1-3 when the person in question is on video saying it was 12-1. No, that's actually 100% true, Keith.
But any lawyer that's watching this, they will understand what I'm saying. You go into one courtroom and something is hearsay, and you go into another courtroom, it is not hearsay. And you think, oh, there's rules out there. Plus there's so there's that. And we trial lawyers know how to get hearsay, what might be labeled hearsay, into evidence. There are hearsay exceptions. I'm not offering it for the truth of the matter asserted, Judge. I'm offering it to impeach, because I asked Brad Holder on the stand, did you tell Amber Holder this? I never said that. Okay. Now I am not offering it to prove the truth of the matter asserted about what he said. I'm offering to prove whether he said it at all. And there's, no, Judge Gull, I wish she would have written what
Yeah, it's not hearsay, period.
normal judges do on a big case or even a small case, is when you have such a big situation, a big issue as...
Actually, it is hearsay come trial, because you wouldn't let it fucking come in pre-trial.
Could hearsay be, I was out in my garage trying to figure out how people amazingly open PDFs, and then the epiphany hit me that it was a fucking box cutter.
Hearsay! Wait a minute. What about a Google search?
Right.
Is a Google search hearsay?
Need a Google?
Google.
Whether you're going to let third-party suspect evidence in, you write down in a very detailed format each piece of evidence that the defense wants in, and why it is admissible or why it is not admissible. This piece of evidence is not admissible because of hearsay. That way, then we can react. But what judges do, judges like Judge Gull, they won't put anything in writing, because then the Court of Appeals doesn't have anything to look at. And it's just it's lazy, but it's also...
It's a game. It's a deliberate fucking game to make sure that even if she purposely fucks up and makes wrong calls, the appeal court can't fucking judgment on it. It's like premeditated corruption is exactly what it is. It's premeditated unfairness.
Strategic in my mind, and for a judge to do that, because they don't want to get overturned, and it helps them not get overturned. So yeah, that stuff would have come. It's relevant. That's the first rule to getting something into evidence. It's relevant. Does it tend to make something true or not true? It's everything that I'm talking about is definitively relevant. Then is it admissible? And until, okay, you got me going here. So
okay.
Finally,
unless you have an actual hearing, like Judge Gold, she did in one of her rulings say admissible evidence. Okay. Nobody's objected to this evidence. You are, Judge, you are just guessing as to whether it's admissible or not, because it's not even in front of you. Because the normal way that it goes down in most courts is, Judge, I moved it this time to admit Exhibit B.
I'm muted, Bob. Can't get past Rick describing Riley for me. Well, see through. What if I told you I have a picture of a girl that also would match that description? Say you. Because I do. Because that description applies, once again, to many people.
Objection or no objection, and then you argue it. Or what happened next, Trooper Murphy or Detective Murphy? What happened next? Well, he told me this. Objection, hearsay. And then you have an argument over it. But what you don't do is say, well, I believe it's going to be inadmissible, so I'm not going to let it in. It's lazy judging, and it's inappropriate, and it does not allow, again, the defense to get its case in front of a jury. Can we just start by getting in front of a judge? I asked multiple times for hearings over the conflicts that we were having over discovery. Nothing. And then you just tell me, I think this stuff's inadmissible. I'm not going to let it in. Oh, I'm glad you think that. That's terrific. Or you can follow the rules, have a hearing, and we can do it the old-fashioned way.
Well, she did give you those 3 days of hearings in the summer of 2024. You felt those weren't sufficient?
Fuck you. Really? No, motherfucker, they weren't.
It's not the way that it should have happened.
3 days
First
of
of all,
hearings.
Tom, let's go back. I'm sure you've heard me complain about this.
You've read all the information in there?
Let's go back to April the 28th, Sunday morning, about 11:30 a.m., 2024. We're about 2 weeks from trial at that time. I believe the trial was May 15th. And I'd asked, and Brad had asked questions about that trial lawyers ask, you know, how do you want us to deal with peremptory challenges? Or where's Rick going to be housed? I don't remember everything. She answered that question. And then at the bottom of that email, and I'm sitting here on a Sunday morning at this very spot where I'm sitting right now, and I'm reading this, and I just shake my head. I couldn't believe what I was reading. She basically said, I don't know what the defense is going to do, but if you're going to try to introduce third-party suspect evidence, I know what the law is on that. And, you know, basically, Nick, she didn't say it this way, but it was basically telegraphing to Nick, hey, if you're going to file a motion in limine, which he was never going to do, then, you know, I think she actually said something, I'm inclined to grant it, or I'm not inclined to let the evidence in. Totally, Tom, I can't tell you how inappropriate that is. It's totally inappropriate for a judge to do that. Totally. You should not be, you know, if you want to try the case next to McClelland, then resign from the bench and go try the case with Nick McClelland. But don't tell him how to try.
Period. That's exactly. It's like she literally was another prosecutor.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Like.
She made Bev look impartial.
That's his job.
I think one thing that the guilters really need to let go of is that this woman was not unfair. Just let it go. Okay.
Yeah, and they were like, they're just gonna say it doesn't matter because Rick's the guy, blah blah blah.
And they can, but let's all just be fucking honest and say this bitch was rigging this shit. All right.
Yeah, I'm shocked even Tom kind of acknowledged that they did a shit investigation.
Right.
If he hadn't thought to file a motion in limine, and you know why, and he hadn't, and the reason he hadn't is because it's inappropriate. That evidence was coming in or should come in, but don't give him the headline of file a motion in limine. And that in and of itself was what led to the continuance, at least in part. And so then you asked, at least she gave you the 3 days. I think I said this earlier, and I'll repeat it. A judge that I very much respect, and as do many, many others, told me this. Those hearings should have lasted as long as they needed to last, and they should have gone through the proper process like any hearing, not that insane free-for-all that we were going through the last, especially 2 or 3 hours. I've never been involved. It's so wrong what was going on there. And, you know, on top of that, that's just wrong. Like normally it's, hi, Judge, this is going to take about a month.
Turbo, I've never had the pleasure of meeting you, but at Sleuth Intuition. Right, LOL. But do defense attorneys really go on like this after they've lost and are no longer representing the defendant? As a matter of fact, that's a good point. No, they don't. They move on because it's a job and they lost and yada yada. So thank you for pointing out the fact that this is rare because he 100% believes his client is factually innocent. That is why he continues to go on and speak.
Yeah, and he's also saying everything about the way this case was treated is weird and not normal, which would, I don't know,
legal.
And not legal. And also, yeah, why are YouTubers still going on about it, Turbo? Thought you were done.
Too. Like, why are we having a whole 4-hour debate when you think you got your guy?
Why are they asking him not to appeal?
Yeah,
Why are
and you think you got your guy? Why do you need him to not even file an appeal?
Why are they telling us if we don't like the way things went to move to a new country? What the fuck is that?
I love it when they tell me that because I'm like, please fund it. Send it to me.
I'm moving to Zimbabwe.
Dude, I'll fucking be right there with you. We will actually move to Zimbabwe and make all your rumors come true.
The Zims, baby.
Just fund it, baby.
Because we have lots of witnesses. Okay, Mr. Baldwin, are you sure it's going to take that long? I mean, maybe I can fit it in 2 weeks. I'll tell you what I'll do, Judge. This is how normally it could operate. Let me write down every witness that I have and every piece of evidence I'm going to try to introduce on this third-party suspect motion in limine that Nick filed. And then I will have a better sense of how long it's going to take. But I'm going to tell you, to do it the right way, the proper way, it's going to take a week or two. And then if
another good point, that that is what they should have done. They should have done what the Supreme Court in Arkansas did for Aaron Spencer. That was the right move, and it would have been the right move for Rick. And you wouldn't even be probably dealing with us going on and on and on and on and on about this years later if it had been a different judge.
Are you seeing these all eyes receipts, man?
All of them. Which ones specifically, though?
I just think they're great. I think there's a lot of good context, and
she links and she knows her shit.
We're there with it.
Typically, when I'm do a stream, I'm like, "All eyes, are you there? Oh, Dan, can you find this?"
Yeah. You're getting paid no matter what. Okay. But I heard Judge Goss all the time say, I've got a busy calendar. I got all these murder cases and this and that. Okay, that's fine. But this is Rick Allen's case. This is his case. And in his case, it may take a week or two to go through this motion in limine. But let's not go through this ridiculous, I don't know, it's not a farce, but it's just ineffective means of trying to give the judge information about who these third parties are, why they
please leave in the state's geofence data, sir, please. Maybe, perhaps.
Please allow us to discuss the investigation that the state conducted before they looked at my client. And
yeah, could we look at the data they investigated? That should show my client that they say is the suspect and is guilty of this crime.
Can we maybe mention that a law enforcement officer felt so passionate about his investigation, he hired a lawyer to send the prosecutor a letter, and it was conveniently almost completely hidden from us had we not known about it from the officer himself.
But they're hacks, right?
Right.
Why the evidence is admissible, because that's another proper time to have that, because the judge could be on the bench during the objection and say, well, Mr. Baldwin, why is this not hearsay? And then you make your arguments. But instead, we get it was a very short few sentences, motion to exclude Norse paganism granted. Not an explanation, not a detailed laundry list of what we wanted in and why it wasn't allowed in. Just a very generic, sad order, consistent with the sad orders that we received over the course of the time that we were on that case.
Yeah, I don't think it's talked about enough how all of her orders and rulings and all lack any sort of reasoning at all. And I don't think it's discussed enough that Nick McClelland's responses were the exact same way. Almost like she told him to file this way.
Mm-hmm.
Where he just says things and offers no record of proof, no affidavit, nothing.
Yeah, and the only time she allowed cameras in the courtroom was to pants the defense, and then everything else was just, we had to wait for HTC to get in a car and lie.
Yeah. I think it's funny that she's like, oh, y'all want to see this shit? You want to see a show? Y'all want to see that we're being fair? Oh, I'll give it to you. Just to be a cunt. Because I'm totally a great judge.
All right. How much more time do I get with you?
Keep going.
All right.
I'm good.
I'll try and make it quick. The unspent round and the gun evidence, I've like looked into so many
2 hours later.
areas of this case. That is one thing that I really have not looked into a lot, because I feel like if you can take 1 million Sig Sauer guns and the science is only 80% reliable, that's 200,000 men who you might convict wrongly. So I really have not paid that much attention to the unspent round. However, I do find it kind of suspicious that Rick's ammunition at his home.
Now try that statistic with using unfired versus fired,
Right.
Were all Blazer except for one Winchester unspent round in his keepsake box, which the round at the crime scene next to Libby's foot was a Winchester. Did you ever ask Rick why he kept that Winchester in his keepsake box?
You have to first believe that Winchester was in that keepsake box in order to you need to ask that question.
What?
Again, here we go with when if I were a detective, I'd be videotaping everything and there'd be a big hoo-ha about that. And, I have.
Yeah, just another thing. It's like, oh, well, it's so stupid to assume that they planted that bullet. Great. So instead of pictures, can you show me recording of walking into there and filming everything and finding it that way? No?
Yep.
Okay.
And then the way Tom implied that he said, like, why did he keep that exact round in his keepsake box? It's like, okay, that's a story on top of something like that's being created. That's not. It was a junk drawer. Did you see everything that was in that?
Yep.
And again, assuming it's there.
All kinds of straw.
Right. And why would you not own that type of bullet anywhere except there?
Struggles with the way that the police memorialized their work. And to me, that keepsake box is very suspicious. And I didn't ask Rick because there's no way okay, wait, let me see. Do I have one here? I have a keepsake box here.
It's almost like they were in that house around the keepsake box before the search warrant was signed.
Yep. And also he kept around in a keepsake box and he kept the same gun he used, but he threw the box cutter in a dumpster behind a fucking CVS and
but had 1 million others in his house.
Right. So out of all the things he chose to keep as a keepsake, it was that. And like, sorry, but I believe there's a sock and underwear missing still.
Right.
And we didn't find that anywhere.
Yeah, I'm gonna ditch the fucking box cutter, but I'm gonna keep the bullet. Oh God.
In my office, it's somewhere over here. I have no idea what's in there. There could be a bullet in there. There really could be. But I start with the premise that the bullet was not in there, and you got to do a better job of proving it to me. So, for me, Tom, I have a very simple way of explaining why that bullet in the gun did not match. And I don't even have to go through ballistics. I don't have to bring in, our expert witnesses. I don't have to do any of that. Here's the answer. Here's the way to explain it. So the bullet that they claim was between the girl's feet, that they introduced into evidence, they say had markings on them, and there's grooves and lands, and you look at it up close and you can see these little lines. All right. They also say that very bullet was cycled through and ejected from a gun. So when it was rifled through, I'm not a gun guy, so I don't know all the correct terminology. Brad handled all that. But when it is ejected through that gun, that particular bullet, whatever gun ejected it, created marks on that bullet. All right. So then they go to Rick's house with this warrant that, based upon what I would say is a very problematic probable cause affidavit, but they still get in there.
Hey, I had to pee. Did you want to say anything while I was gone?
No, this whole I don't know. These are the questions Tom had. Like 6 hours with Andy and what a couple with Jennifer, and these are his questions.
Well, I'm gonna give him
I know.
what question did he just ask?
Oh, we're still on the bullet
Oh God.
in the unspent round.
Yeah, I guess it's just Andy's not. Andy just goes on and on.
Yep.
And they're excited to see this Sig Sauer gun that Rick has. And so the first thing they did was, okay, we know these are ejector marks on this bullet. So we're going to do the same thing that we think Rick did with his gun with a pristine bullet. The bullet falls out, and much to their chagrin and unhappiness, they look at that bullet and they compare it to the bullet found at the scene, and they don't match. This bullet did not put any markings from Rick's gun. That, my friend, should be the end of the story. That should be it. If you want to compare what they say happened, that should be the end of the story.
I wouldn't say it's unprofessional. It's unusual, right? Because like someone was saying, they walk away after they lose a case. This is such a different situation because right now Rick Allen is suffering, and he's never going to be the same man again because of what they did to him at Westville. He's never going to be at the mental capacity he was before he was arrested. He's always going to be forever changed because of what they did to his brain. We want him out. We want him out. We want him out of there because he did not commit this crime. Not only that, but there are multiple people who did, and they're still out there. So yeah, Andy is doing this for good reasons because he wants Rick out.
Hey, Poetic, go ahead and send us a screenshot of you saying that Nick McClelland's interview with Hidden True Crime was unprofessional.
Oh.
Because I'm pretty sure I didn't see that anywhere.
Oh God, you're gonna get a lot of smack.
By the way, they did the ejections on a on the floor of a conference room in a hotel. By the way, I don't know if everyone forgot about that.
There is an appeal pending, but it's all based on trial records. Nothing can really, fact is fact, record is record. Him talking about it really has nothing to do with trial record and what's going on.
I think it's vastly more unprofessional to stand in front of a podium and tell people if they don't like the way this was investigated to go to another country, and also to have a public campaign to not exercise your right to an appeal. I think that's a little bit more unprofessional, but apples, oranges,
I think it's also really unprofessional to show up on a stage looking like the devil's eating your soul from the inside out and saying it wasn't solitary.
Yeah, it might be a little unprofessional to have a VIP $1,500 meet and greet with the mother of a victim of a brutal murder.
Yet it wasn't, because they needed to get a conviction.
Also might not be professional to be feeding all of your information and data to podcasters before you had even found the killer. But what do I know?
Yeah,
It
also might be a little unprofessional to be the father of a daughter who was brutally murdered and not have any public presence for 5 years. I don't know.
What else can we say? It's also really
I'm done.
Through this process of putting pressure on the bullet, and now they say, well, even though there's a lot of things that don't match, there's enough things that do match that we buy it, and we think it's good. It's a good match for the bullet, and it really isn't any more. I shouldn't have to go on to anything more than it didn't add up. It didn't work.
And they had to fire it to get it to match compared to the unfired, which, as I said, to me, it's just not reliable enough. However, it doesn't change my final opinion.
I appreciate your honesty there. I mean, I think.
And it doesn't change my final opinion because Betsy Blair. Even though I don't believe her sketch or the car she saw.
A lot of
you see the streets comment.
Which one? The first one I see, or the one above?
The Abby pregnant one.
Oh God, here we go.
It might be a little unprofessional when two girls go missing to go, they probably just ran off with friends. They're fine.
Oh, I actually never knew this. The Abby is pregnant rumor came from Mullins bad-mouthing Abby and her family during interrogations. Wow. Wait, Mullins was bad-mouthing them while interrogating them, or... What? That's crazy. I thought Holman created the pregnant rumor.
No, he just had that viral Facebook post of what happens next to a pregnant teen.
Oh, yeah.
Because I think that's a kink.
Ugh.
You know, they're just not able to be intellectually honest about that. Like, it's like, can't you just say that it's apples and oranges and say, I hope you have something better than that. Yeah.
Next topic is
It's weird to me that Tom doesn't believe the reliability of physical evidence, but is basing everything on the word of mouth of cops. So.
And an 80-year-old woman.
Right.
confessions, which he obviously made, whether you want to believe them or not, to many people over about 10 months. So what was your reaction as his attorney when you heard your client is telling people, including his wife and mom, that he committed this crime that you're trying to defend him for?
Yeah, when you hear your client is confessing to anything, it's horrific, but especially on this case, because Rick had all the way up until April the 3rd, maintained his innocence. And so when you hear this and you know that, and when you see Rick on April the 3rd, meaning me and Brad Rosie, when we observe Rick on April the 3rd, something is desperately wrong with him. And so you're, as a human being, the thought is, gosh, we got to take care of this guy. We'll figure out what to do about these so-called confessions later on. But what can we do to get Rick and his life improved? Because something really wrong is going on here. Let me juxtapose that way of thinking. So that's why we asked for the, we're trying to get him out. We probably had already filed the motion, the safekeeping hearing motion, but now we're even more energized to get that on the slate and get Rick out of there. We were worried about our client. We were worried about a fellow human being named Rick Allen. Let me compare that or juxtapose that with Harshman. Harshman knows that Rick is not doing well. Harshman is listening to every phone call, everything. And instead of doing what I think he should have done, which is, this guy's got a mental breakdown going on. Can we get him some help? We'll figure out as police officers, if he's confessing to this stuff, I want it to be done on the up and up. I don't want it to be done while he's on Halidin. I don't want it to be done. Halidol. Yeah. That was Brad's thing. I should know that word, but I don't want, oh my God, I don't want these confessions to be done while Rick is in a bad way, while he's on Halidol, while he's in a psych.
I think Tom would have confessed with the read technique from fucking Jerry Holman, who wouldn't know a read technique if it bit him in the ass.
Mm-hmm.
I think Tom would have folded after hours of interrogation and lies from manipulative, lying cops like hundreds and hundreds of people do all the time. I don't think it would have taken Tom 6 months in solitary confinement being tortured to actually confess like it did Rick Allen.
Put me in a room and put on the Taylor Swift Era Tour documentary. I'll tell you whatever you want to hear. Get me the fuck out of there. It's so irrelevant. And that's the whole thing, is like the guilters are like, doesn't matter, he confessed, doesn't matter, he confessed. And it's like, there's so much importance to context. Like saying I did it. Yeah, he confessed. He also confessed to shooting him in the back of the head. He also confessed to cheating on a cigarette. He also confessed, they pulled his poor daughter up there. She had to testify that he's never molested her before. That was also a false confession.
Dude.
And yet, here's the other thing too. Like he's talking about Harshman. Monica Walla was contracted and could have requested transfer out of that DOC after seeing the shit that she saw, and she stuck to it because she was so obsessed with this case. And that is where one of the most important quote unquote confessions came from, her mouth. And the fact that a juror even saw a glimpse of her testimony and thought that she was a legitimate fucking witness in this trial is beyond me.
Right. God.
Like a state of psychosis.
Question, is she out of the field now completely? Or is she still working in that occupation?
Dude,
If anyone
I
knows.
have no idea.
God, I'd love to interview her, but if not, wow, she's still in the same field.
I don't want to see this human being suffering either. I'm an officer. Can we get him help first? But that's not what happened. And I know people will laugh at that and say, that's not a job of an officer. It's a job of a human being. It's a job. If he's aware of that, then he should have made people aware of that, and so that something could be done. But they used it as an opportunity to get incriminating statements by a guy who's out of his mind.
Correct. They should have sent him to the mental health facility to get checked out, where he likely would have been put somewhere else for treatment.
Yep.
And then they would have never gotten those confessions. So why would they do that?
And they'll literally say,
getting him the help that he.
And this is why, like the Andy, like, you know, we all need to be good human beings argument falls on deaf ears, especially with guilters, is because they already think Rick's guilty. They already think Rick killed these two girls, and they can't. They don't look at that type of person as a human being, like as a normal human being. So to them, the ends justify the means. Okay, cool. Yeah, he was put in all these conditions, which, you know, arguably in their mind weren't really all that bad. And then now they're turning around and going, yeah, but he confessed to it. Like, and then I haven't watched ahead of this. I think before on a few videos, Tom goes off about how he would like never confess if he didn't truly do it. And it's just such a fucking annoying take. Like, it's just flat out false.
That's how you know you're intellectually dishonest. That's the most intellectually dishonest thing I've ever heard. You don't fucking know.
Yep.
You don't know that. You don't. And I mean, if you're into true crime, which I assume he is, it's intellectually dishonest, because how many times have we seen that exact thing happen and proven that they were false confessions? So I don't believe that for a second. It happens all the fucking time.
And even Rick's, again, we talked about this before, so I'm sorry, but like even Rick's confession that the primary one that they use in court, where he racked the gun and then the casing or the bullet, the unspent round, magically made its way across the creek. But his confession doesn't make sense, that he gets scared by a van and then took all the time to do all this other stuff that we talked about. That in and of itself doesn't make sense.
Right. Poetic Justice, I would like to know why you believe those confessions. Given, let me not say it that way. Given the obvious mental health state that he was in, why do you believe those confessions are legitimate? And follow up, do you believe other people in the past who have said they had false confessions and got out of prison and all that stuff? Do you believe those people? Because I also find it interesting that a lot of true crime people have all seen these false confession stories come out, Amanda Knox and blah, 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 and we all agree that happens. Yeah, but when we want to believe someone is guilty, suddenly that's just not a thing.
Also, I'd be really interested to hear Poetic Justice's take on why these confessions, in the condition that Rick was in, are legit, yet Elvis Field's confessions are not.
Correct. That's another good point. That is another good point.
Needed, they used it as an opportunity.
Well, Dr. Martin said Rick was out of psychosis, I think, by May 2nd. And I have a just quick excerpt here. May 10th, Rick's wife, Kathy, said on the phone after he's like confessing to her, she says, "You're not well." And Rick replies, "I'm well." Kathy says, "No, you're not." Rick replies, "Yes, I am, honey." And his mom, Janice, at some point said, "I think they're just messing with you." Rick replied, "No, Mom, they're not." And Rick
Hey, Tom. Hey, Tom. What did he say in the phone conversation to his dad before that? Did he say did he say that they were messing with him, or that they might be?
Yep. And then by Tom's logic, Nick Reiner could walk right up to his doctor and go, "Hey, I'm good," and just walk out.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because when psych patients tell us that they're fine, we're taking their word for it.
Okay, here we go. False confessions absolutely happen. Cool. Rick Allen confessed dozens of times to dozens of people over the course of time, and he was under no pressures to do so. Okay, so let's break that down. He did dozens of times, whatever. I mean, there's supposedly 61. We've only heard so many. All right, so that's whatever. Confessed dozens of times to dozens of people. Let's just go by the confessions we have record of, just to be on the fair side, all right? So he confessed to his mom and his wife, right? I mean, maybe guards that we don't know of, whatever, but let's just go off the record. Okay. So not necessarily to dozens of people, but when he was, it would be whoever he was speaking to at that moment, all right? So sure, multiple people. Over the course of time, it was after 5.5 months of being in solitary confinement after being moved to Westville. So none of these confessions, dozens of times, ever happened until 5.5 months in solitary confinement in Westville maximum security prison.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, not under pressure is crazy.
So
That's
no, he
wild.
wasn't under pressure in the way that, not necessarily, I mean, we don't know, but not necessarily someone was like, do it, do it, do it. But he was certainly under the pressure of the way he was being treated, his living conditions, under pressure of his mental health failing at that time. I mean, no, not necessarily someone saying do this right now, but you could be under a pressure by millions of ways.
My favorite thing too is that Rick, despite, the guilters make a big deal about how he was totally fine because he had a tablet. Why did he not use that tablet to say, "I would like to talk to Jerry Holman alone without my lawyers"?
Also, right. Wait, no, never mind. I'm not going to say that because I think Michael said something about that. Never mind. But okay, so Rick Allen confessed dozens of times. Okay, so how about the fact, poetic justice, that these confessions are always kind of different, and he's always confessing to other things that aren't true? Where do you reconcile the fact that he's saying stuff like, I started World War III and I molested my sister, things that are verifiably untrue, and we know that, but when he's confessing to the murder, it must be true? How do you reconcile that? Okay, but do you understand how stupid, sorry, I don't mean to be rude, but do you understand how ridiculous that argument is? Because that's actually the complete opposite. That's an argument from my point of view, which is that people confess after hours of police interrogation of lies and, the pressure of police questioning you, blah, blah, blah. Rick didn't do that. He was being lied to, and Jerry Holman was doing the read technique and all that stuff, and he didn't fall for that pressure. It was not until 5.5 months of solitary confinement that this started going down, when he was obviously having a mental health crisis, right? So why do you think someone should be granted, oh yeah, I totally believe that's a false confession after mere hours of police interrogation, but not someone who's put in solitary confinement for 5.5 months?
Correct.
Okay, well, that doesn't make sense.
Confessed to 9 people over 11 days, even before taking Haldol, and at least 9 times after he was determined not to be psychotic anymore. So are there any kind of studies that you saw that like Haldol would make somebody to like confess to murders they didn't commit?
Yeah.
I know it's not supposed to, it's not funny. It's not funny, but like you have to fucking make some of this be funny just to keep your sanity. That part, oh my god. Mamas. Don't
Tom
let your babies
pisses
run
me
through
off.
this. Why?
He's
What
just-
now?
He's like, oh, Rick, like, how do you explain how he confessed after he was fine? Like he magically woke up okay. Like, you know, if Poetic wants to say that, like that typically, you know, false confessions are given in what long form police interrogations. It's like, what do you think this whole thing was for months? You don't think there were people saying you did it? Just say you did it. Did you do it? You don't think Walla was saying that? Come on.
I wish I'm not trying to be coy here. That was more Brad's bailiwick, but I do remember that
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't mind this Gilter so much. He's being kind of chill. I don't mind you.
our expert,
Even if you're wrong.
I believe it was Gracian, or I can't think of her name. She's awesome. Who was we had 2 experts, Gracian and
Thinking it's not Betty, but something Polly Westcott.
Polly Westcott. So it was either Polly Westcott, Dr. Westcott, or Gracian, Dr. Gracian. I believe they testified that once you have had a psychotic event like that you move in and out of that over time. It's not like, you know, you're I'm out of it, I snapped out of it, and I'm good now. You go in.
See, when people don't have a rebuttal to my argument, I just take it as I won. So it's fine.
Well, I think it's just the same thought process that a lot of these people have. Like you don't, I think they just expect like someone to be in a poorly lit room with like one light over a table and they're being waterboarded or a cigarette's being burnt in their arm, and that's how they get a false confession. It's like, no, these come in all different shapes and sizes and forms. It's just the way it is.
Poetic, you never have to shut up. But we won't shut up either. Just be aware.
And out of that. And
thank you.
You know, and on top of that, I don't know, when you're Rick Allen, what are you, if you're out of your mind, and are you just saying things just to be saying things and you're not thinking clearly? These are things that I don't know. But our experts that were really terrific, and they, you know, they would disagree.
Literally, can I keep you? Can I keep you?
With the contention that when Rick was confessing multiple times to multiple people, that many of those, he was a totally fine person, and he was
I suffer from Andy Baldwin disease. I suffer from the Andy Baldwin disease.
totally fine mentally. That was not the case.
Well, when listening to those 8 phone calls to his wife and mom, do you think he's sounding incoherent? Because to me, he's not. They're talking about church and all these other things, and he's specifically saying, I did it, and they're saying, no, you didn't. He says, yes, I did. I
don't think incoherency that's a bad, if I use that phrase or word. It's not that you're incoherent. You're not thinking clearly. I mean, we have seen people in other situations as lawyers, and also on television and in where a person is talking very plainly, and you would think, okay, that person's not under the influence of drugs or alcohol, or that person's thinking very clearly. I've had clients, definitely before, that sat in my office. I mean, this is not just once or twice. This is in a career. You see this. You would never know by just sitting there talking to her. It was the most normal conversation, then out of left field, you hear something bizarre like that. And so when Rick's talking to his parents or his mom and his wife, appear to be talking in a very normal way.
No, I mean, these are the kind of people we're dealing with, right? It's like everything is black and white to them. They expect, oh, if he's crazy, it must sound like, oh, wolf, rawr, woof, woof, right? They don't think it sounds like somebody who sounds perfectly normal, but with disjointed speech, which it often can be.
Yeah, and then they default to like, well, I would never do that.
Yet also be completely out of it.
And admittedly, I don't know much about this, like psychotic breaks and what the symptoms are, but I can just say, based on what I heard in the courtroom and the files released later, to me, he doesn't sound like he's saying anything. Like you said, he's wearing a tinfoil hat. He sounds okay to me, other than he did say a few times he's having a lack of sleep. He feels like he's losing his mind. But from what I hear, his words are not really reflecting that he's out of his mind.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I understand why.
I understand why you wouldn't understand that, Tom, because you have no education on this matter.
You say that, and I can just tell you that, again, my own experience as a lawyer, and I think you'd have to talk to Westcott, you'd have to talk to Gracian, but I think
you'd have to, I don't know, open a book, research.
That the studies and so forth show that you can have a what appears to be a normal conversation and still not be telling accurate information or admitting to things that you didn't do.
And still be disjointed and still be completely out of your fucking mind.
At the summer 2024 hearing, Rick made a statement to Dr. Walla in June 2023 that his attorneys are not listening and he just wants to plead guilty. This led to a closed hearing where Judge Gull asked Rick if he wanted to plead guilty, and Rick said no. So did Rick ever ask you about any options to plead guilty?
No. I think, as I said earlier, when we were very first meeting Rick and he was worried about Kathy, I think he was like, she's going to suffer here. Maybe I ought to just plead guilty to get her out of it. And I'm like, come on, that's ridiculous. And he's like, did you do it? That would be something I would say. I don't have it looking. No. Well, then no, Rick. Did he ever say, I want to plead guilty. I'm ready to plead guilty. I did do this, Andy. I'm guilty. No. And it was super irritating that at that August 1st hearing, we had been there all day long. At the very end of the day, Judge Gull brought us up in front of her and said, in one of it was what you're talking about, Tom. It was, Rick said that you weren't listening to him and he wanted to plead guilty. And so you can't do that, counsel. That's something that it's like, time out, Judge. You're presupposing that that's what happened. And that is not what happened. Okay. That never happened. And it was very angering to me because that's basically calling me out as
I missed it. Can someone update me? Wait, so that Andy's saying right now that never happened.
Correct.
Who reported to them that did happen? How did they believe that?
That Rick wanted a plea.
Yeah, that he was like complaining that he.
Well, there's a lot of jury out on that one. There were a lot of YouTubers at the time guaranteeing that Rick was going to plea.
I know, right? So they knew, and then Murder Sheet even was contacting him. So where the fuck was that coming from?
By the way, for whoever's watching this, you guys should look up the Philip Zimbardo Stanford prison experiment. Gives you a little bit of context to.
It's almost like I wonder if they were overhearing Rick contemplating whether he should just do what Kathy needs, and that turned into, well, we overheard him saying this, so.
And I wonder, didn't Mata make this argument that like Rick could have stood up any time during any hearing and said, "Judge, I want to plea," and he didn't.
Oh yeah, that too. I did it.
Yep, the Ruckus Rocks used car salesman plea guarantee. There you go, Streets.
Ethical or whatever, and forcing forcing our client to go to trial when he was guilty and he had told us.
Okay, I believe. Wallace straight up cobbled together log sheets from the weeks prior to May 3rd and wrote a whole ass fanfic. Right. That's when so like she's listening to these fucking calls and shit, and she hears him say, well, maybe I should, just so Kathy. And so she takes the liberty to go to Judge Gull and say, oh, he's trying to, but they won't let him. That's exactly what happened.
He was guilty.
That's
and that
exactly
never
what
happened. And we actually went into the back area there and we told Rick what was going on. And he was like, no, that's never happened, Andy. That never happened. And I said, I know it never happened, but this is what they're saying. And so I don't remember if I was in a triple murder trial in August, a couple months before the Delphi trial.
Now, the fact that it's obviously Walla who, puts this little fanfic together and then goes to Judge Gull and, guess what? Fuck, what was I going to say? Never mind.
I just love how you slipped in fanfic.
Yeah, just fanfic.
And I think that's when they went in. There's a closed hearing. And I don't know if there's a transcript of that or not. I
need a much higher dose of ADHD medication, by the way, because I am medicated right now. And I still lose my place.
Need some Carroll County Crystal.
For real.
But I know that the purpose of the hearing was for what you were saying, to have Rick say definitively yes or no. Do you want to plead guilty? And maybe even, did these guys ever ask you, or did you ever tell these guys you want to plead guilty? The answer is no. And, the easiest thing in the world, if Rick Allen committed these crimes and Rick Allen told.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, okay, so if Walla's the one who created that in fanfic and went to the judge, how does that turn their mom knowing?
Great use.
It's almost like she told Gray Hughes and he told everyone.
He committed these crimes, and I believed Rick Allen did commit these crimes, and Rick Allen wanted to plead guilty. Guess what? There would have been a guilty plea, because one thing I did not need was the circus that was going on in this case. I did not need that. I did not want that. With everything that had happened back the prior October, it was hard enough for me to come back onto this case. And sometimes we lawyers, even if we have a great case or we think we can win the case, if your client tells you it's time, I want to plead guilty because I am guilty, then that's what you do. And that did not happen here.
Did he ever ask?
Oh my God. I got caught up in the chat. What is Turbo hitting the nail on the head? She said, Baldwin has yet to apologize to the families of Libby and Abby for what he has done, just like the coward Richard Allen. That's because he didn't do anything and Rick Allen didn't do anything, so why would he apologize?
Yeah, Turbo also said earlier that Andy is deflecting from the very obvious evidence in this case.
The very obvious evidence that even the one juror, I'll say it was maybe a juror themselves, actually said, the evidence sucked. But who else would it be?
To be transferred to a mental health facility?
I don't know if he did. I don't know if Brad, again, that's more Brad Rosie's bailiwick.
Hi, Andy. Oh, Sleuthy, you don't even want to know. It was Turbo. Who do you think?
I don't know if Brad was asking in any of his pleadings or to Nick privately, hey, can we send him to a mental health facility? I don't know that Rick ever asked for that, but he might have. It's possible. I just don't. I don't know about that.
There were obviously these confessions to his wife and mom, these phone calls. Did he ever talk on the phone to his daughter or no?
I don't think so. I don't think he. I think he.
Whoa. Kathy Shank's daughter writes books, and in one of her books, a character was named Abby. For real? I didn't even know she wrote books. What was it about? God, I love how All Eyes be throwing in just like random little shit I never knew.
Yeah.
Give me more.
just didn't. Rick is a very unselfish guy. Rick does not. He'd always feel badly about us driving all the way up to Westville to see him. He'd always feel badly, talk about how bad.
Oh my God. Hi, 833.
Badly he felt for Kathy
The Godfather.
having to move out of Delphi. And
I said it's the Godfather.
The Godfather.
Himself.
I was trying to think of something funny to say, and I couldn't. So thank you.
you know, I don't think we ever had a conversation with him about this, but my guess.
Please tell me you're fucking kidding me.
Is it like a romance novel?
What the fuck? She was a child. She was a child. Even if you want to honor her, you don't put her in that kind of thing. Oh, they're all fucking weird. And fucking bow-tongue fucking middle of the nowhere fucking small town fucks. You're all fucking weird. Sorry.
Based upon knowing him is, I don't want to. I want my daughter to go have a nice, normal life without being attached to me or affiliated with me because of what I'm accused of doing, and I don't want to upset her. That's probably the mentality that he had, but I'm guessing there.
Speaking of Trooper Harshman, he said Rick did not want his family to see what he had done to Abby and Libby during his trial. Do you know who Rick supposedly said that to? Because that was not on a confession phone call.
I don't know. I've heard somebody told me about that, and the same thing that
phone call during his trial. Trooper Harshman, he said Rick did not want his family to see what he had done to Abby and Libby during his trial. Do you know who Rick supposedly said that to? Because that was not on a confession phone call.
Oh, I got you. That's one of those 61 confessions that exist that we have no record of, Tom.
I guarantee you, if this were to be true, he probably said there's going to be a lot of crazy shit shown during this trial, and I don't want Kathy or Brittany to see this kind of stuff. And they immediately translated that and put words in his mouth to say he didn't want them to see what he had done. I guarantee you, if that happened the way that it did, that's the way they rephrased it for him.
Absolutely.
Because they don't have anything else.
I mean, the one thing I've noticed from the Gilchers is that they all take an actual fact, but then they twist it and like change the wording to mean something entirely different. So yeah, par for course.
I don't know. I've heard somebody told me about that, and the same thing that I'm going to go after the prosecutor. Or I'm not seeing any of that. I don't know. You know, Rick sat next to me most of the trial. I was physically, like, my leg was touching his.
Oh my God. Hi, Disco. I'm so glad you found it. Welcome.
His leg. And I could hear pretty much anything that he would say, and if not everything. And I never heard any of that. As far as the eye rolls that Judge Gull commented on at the sentencing, that was frustrating. First of all, if Rick did eye roll, he had a right to eye roll. When people are up there accusing you of something you did not do, and all the kind of the things that were going on in that trial, I think you have a right to eye roll. Having said that, I sat next to him. I can't tell.
If Hella ever stops hating me, I'll be sure to ask her for that.
I was looking at his eyeballs all the time because I wasn't. So he might have been doing it, but I didn't think so. And Judge Gull never said a word about it until the sentencing. And what I would like to say, and you know, when you're sitting there trying to be a reasonable attorney and be respectful and stuff, you don't say what you would like to say. It's like George Costanza in Seinfeld, you know, I wish I would have said this. There's a lot of that goes on. And one of the things I wish I would have said, at least in one of the sidebars, would be, Judge.
It's so fucking crazy to me that the daughter is beefing up Ron Logan that way, just because Ron Logan is literally, if he was alive, the only man who could be fairly convicted for their murders. If he was alive. Literally the only one with enough evidence to charge and convict. And she was honor bound to restore faith in him. It's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Stop rolling your eyes. You know, stop. there was things that she was doing that were inappropriate, when she wanted an objection, she's looking right over at the prosecutor. I mean, it was very plain. Maybe you didn't see that, but I had a front row seat and I was looking at it and I was just frustrated. Like she had this thing where she did this and be neutral, just be up there and call balls and strikes. And I wish I would have said that to her, just in the sidebar. Don't do that anymore. I'm doing this nicely in the sidebar. And the murder trial that I had up in Fort Wayne, Tom, just as to kind of explain this to you, the jury up there is Allison Davis. She was accused of killing her husband. She was found not guilty. And a juror reached out to us after the trial by email and said, I wanted to thank you for your good work. We reached out to her by phone. And she told, I had written in the email response, were you aware of the sideshow is what I called it during the trial? Because Judge Gold was treating us like absolute crap, doing the eye rolls, doing doing all the different things that she would do and just yelling at us and all that kind of stuff.
In this other trial for Allison Davis, you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
And it was the same type. And my law partner, Max Wiley, when I would complain about the way we were treated during Delphi by Judge Gall, he's a former prosecutor, and he's like, oh, you're probably over exaggerating it. Well, then every day of trial, at the end of the day, he's like, wow, you were not exaggerating. She is treating us terribly. Well, then, okay, well, that's two of us. Well, how about a juror calling us? And then when we would talk to her, I said, did you see the sideshow? And she said, yes, we all saw it. And then here's what she said. I don't know what the split was, if it was half or four. Let's say it was half. Half of the jurors thought, well, she's the judge, and if she's treating the defense lawyers like that, it must be because they're bad people. They're bad lawyers, and they deserve it. And then there was the other half, which this juror was a part of, who said, we thought no, and we said,
really quick detour.
Uh-huh.
This is
what the hell?
This is one of those great writings from Kathy Shank's daughter. It's titled Slick. Slick like her panties over her thigh as they ever so slowly, I don't know what the fuck.
When was this written?
I don't know, but I did search the name Abby. Wouldn't you know it? The main character. To include an image of said person named Abby after a 13-year-old murder victim. But yeah, no better way to honor Abby than put her in smut. So that's cool.
But defending an innocent man's disrespectful to the family.
Definitely. Yeah.
Said this to the other half. That's just wrong what she's doing. Okay. Well, then the same juror said when the judge went back to talk to the jury after the trial was over.
Oh, she's right. I should put up harder. That's even more interesting. Let's see this one, shall we? You ready? I really should have led with this one. Envy's right. Are you guys ready for this? Here's the cover of her next book, Harder, by Dahlia West.
Those runes? No.
No.
I was looking.
But it's interesting. It's just too similar for my comfort.
Someone should take the font and all that and superimpose it on the Brad Holder shower pic.
Oh my God, please. And title it Harder. Yes. Is there an Abby in here too? That'd be fun.
Look out for Dahlia West's next edition, Testosterone.
Oh my God. Is there a Libby? Libby. Okay. Just checking. What about a Brad? No. Ron? No, that's front. That's yeah, no. That would be funny though.
Anything about a shadow of a bridge?
That one of the jurors that did not like the way that the judge operated against the defense flat out asked the judge, "What's going on with you in the defense?" And according to this juror, the judge said, "We have a history with one another." That's why. Okay. Now, here's what the judge did not say. "Judge, what's up with the defense? The way you in the defense. What are you talking about?" I don't know. You're going to have to explain what you're talking about. I'm Judge Gall. What are you talking about? Well, it seemed like you were very mad at them. Oh, I'm sorry that you felt that way. That's not what was going on. She didn't deny it. According to this juror, she just said, "Oh, we have a history together." Now, just imagine that, Tom. Just think about that for a second, how inappropriate that is, and how it impacted. Thankfully, there were 6 jurors on that or whatever, some split of jurors.
Hey, would you look at that? I liked Tom's video. That was so nice of me. I just noticed that. I just want to say, see, I'm not a hater.
Jurors that said she should not be treating the defense lawyers this way. So for all those out there that watch your show and they think, oh, there he goes again talking about this or that. I'm not lying about that. I'm not. That's what a juror said, a juror that sat on a murder trial.
This is hearsay. Is it? Is it? Are we in a court of law, Sub Rosa? My
Annie
bad.
Baldwin is not a liar.
That we had 4 or 5 months later after Delphi in front of Judge Goals in her chambers in her courtroom in Fort Wayne. So there was something there, everybody. I mean, it's scary to think that if we had a different grouping of jurors, that perhaps they all would have thought what half of them thought. These must be bad lawyers and they deserve to be treated this way. We didn't deserve to be treated that way. And most importantly, Allison Davis, our client, and Rick Allen, our client, also did not deserve, because jurors, they look at judges as authority figures that have the most upright, that deserve the most upright respect in the entire courtroom. And I will disagree with that. We all deserve respect. The lawyers deserve respect. The judge deserves respect. All of us deserve respect. It is not a one-way street.
Good point. Just a few more topics real quick. Something that people find suspicious is Rick's phone is missing from the day of the murders. What did you as the defense team do to try and find that phone to prove his innocence?
All right. Andy has been doing such a great job of answering like we would. Well, I didn't need to find his phone because they had his phone and the IMEI was right there.
Yeah. Also, it's, again, it's not his burden, or at least it shouldn't be.
That too.
Right? Like,
right. That's a pretty blaring one. That's also not his burden. But
like
we're not Jennifer Auger, all right?
A man on a, somewhat odd phone plan probably threw his phone away. And the other ones that he kept probably weren't eligible. Have you seen those phones in the pictures? They're flip phones. They're not eligible to be turned in. He probably didn't want to throw them in a river somewhere.
Well, we don't have to prove his innocence, of course. But again, that's the lawyers talking. That just to me is nothing. I have had so many phones in my life.
Wrong answer, Andy. The answer is
I agree.
Phone. But all right.
No, some of them are in a drawer. Some of them probably got thrown away. Some of them got recycled.
it's so important. I say this all the time, like a broken record, but literally that year, 2017, was the year when they were switching to 5G networks and literally making people had to turn in their phones because they were not capable with the 5G networks or whatever. You had to upgrade your phone or whatever. So theoretically speaking, and you can look this information up. I'm not just talking out of my ass. That was the year that happened. I turned my phone in that year. So look it up yourself. But
Yeah,
for real.
and
Like
the fact, sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, he said Kathy was always on top of that shit and stuff. So it makes perfect sense that Kathy would go turn in their phones.
Correct. I'll bet you any money. Kathy knows when Rick's jacket was purchased, and Rick has no idea, because that's just like that generation Midwest marriage. But also, why if Rick didn't want anyone to see his phone, why was he offering it to Doolin?
Correct.
If Rick was guilty, he already knew he was guilty after the girls were killed. Why would he volunteer that?
Right. The question is simple. What did you do to recover that phone? He never had to recover that phone. I mean, why would he have to recover that phone? You understand? Like, that's the investigator's job. And if they weren't able to recover Rick's phone for whatever reason, and you know that Rick turned his phone over back in 2017, and you know that they have his IMEI on file, why would you?
Yeah, we tied a rope to Max Baker and threw him down the compactor at CVS to go get Rick's phone.
Right, and I don't think...
Like, what the...
Right. I don't think you understand the seriousness of the fact that Rick gave Doolin his phone. He literally gave Doolin his phone. Doolin wrote down the IMEI, and on the tip sheet, it says that IMEI was forwarded to ISP.
Yeah.
Oh, this is so you're being very intellectually dishonest. That's my favorite word today. Sorry. So the answer is nothing. Correct, but like that doesn't win your argument. That doesn't make Rick guilty. That doesn't do anything, because that's not something he should have done.
Yeah, and what did Unified Command do? And then, the other point is, maybe Rick, the phone that he had in 2017, he said, well, the police checked that, and they no longer need it, and I no longer need it, so I'm going to do away with it. But all these other phones I have, just in the essence of full transparency, I'm going to hold on to them just in case maybe the police do want to see them, just to help prove I'm innocent.
Right.
Doesn't matter.
And
they had the access. Sorry, go ahead.
No, yeah. And by the way, like, they have Rick on the geofence data.
Mm-hmm.
So they did find his phone, and they were able to identify that was his phone when they got the geofence data. So
that's
they
how they
knew they knew what it was his phone, and they had his phone data.
Yes, and they used data to track down people like Sarah Carbaugh 3 months later. So if it was that much of an issue, they would have already had it and it would have been presented in court. But instead, they tried to make it like a old 50s noir crime film. Oh, it's so weird. He got rid of his phone because that's better for the conviction they were trying to achieve than it is to say, yeah, no, he phone data shows he wasn't there.
And the true story is he got rid of his phone after giving Doolin his phone back in 2017. Not the murder happened and he got rid of his phone like Brad Holder, but the murder happened, he turned in his phone to Doolin, they wrote his data number down and gave it back, and then he lost his phone. It was a little different. Right?
Yeah, to me, it was very suspicious.
Right? What?
No, I was saying you're absolutely right. The only time that Rick did not allow the police to look into anything further is when it was made abundantly clear to him that they were trying to pin a crime he didn't commit on him.
Correct.
And
yeah,
then
that's the only thing they have is that
Yes.
he denied a polygraph.
Right.
That's it. He denied a polygraph because he understood finally that he was becoming the patsy.
They showed a picture of 14 to 16.
By the way, thank God, because if he had taken that fucking polygraph, to this day, they would still be lying and saying he failed it.
Yeah, and then they would have set the polygraph person's house on fire and locked him in it.
Right. Well, you're saying okay, but I think like that's that. Like, how do you get beyond they had his IMEI info and that on his tip sheet they had logged that they had his IMEI info and that they had sent it to ISP. So there's no getting around that they didn't have his phone. They did.
Saved phones at the Allen's house.
Mm-hmm.
To me, they saved their phones. And Rick says to Liggett and Mullen in October 2022, my wife may have recycled this. So from my perspective, what did Rick and his wife and you as the defense attorneys do to try and find this phone?
Well, there's nothing. I mean, it's 2017. There's, I don't. There's nothing that I think we can do. Maybe people will disagree and say, well, you could do this or that. But let's be mindful, Tom, of when Rick first met the police on February, whatever, 16th or 17th, whatever the date that Doolin met with him at the Shop-A-Lot or whatever it's called. Rick Allen gave Dan Doolin his phone, and he took the EIM card out of it. Does that look like a guy that's trying to hide anything? I mean, Rick's a simple guy. I mean, for all he knows, that is going to reveal all kinds of information. So it just doesn't work for me. I understand.
True. You're also making the assumption that he purposely got rid of it. It is
Right.
just, you can't make that fucking assumption just because you want to. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And why people think that that's suspicious. But again, I'm a human being that, here, let me show you what's in my, here's a golf ball.
Oh, yeah. He and I are definitely the same person.
Yeah.
Fucking noise. Fucking keyboard, mic. Oh, God.
This is in my desk drawer. Here's this thing. Look at this. This is something that's got something to do with Apple. There's nothing in it. There's some change. There's a lottery ticket. I mean, I don't know where my phones are.
Yeah, this is important too. The polygraph made shit anyway, but they would have had made it mean something correct. They would, like I said, to this day, they'd still be lying and saying he failed it, and we would never have a copy of it. They would have never, we lost it. But go ahead.
I'm just saying they would have done what they did with everything else, which is they would have leaked it out to Murder Sheet that he failed a polygraph, and then that we would have never seen the polygraph ever in the light of day until like Osbrook dropped into someone's live with it.
No, literally. Exactly. And I think it's very important to notate, and actually so important, I'm going to bring it up. Sorry, speaking of loud noises. Here
Tom's junk drawer is full of empty Jell-O shot containers.
This happened just last year. A man who passed lie detector in 1979, murder of teen, is now named as her suspected killer. The body of 17-year-old Esther Gonzalez was found off of a highway near Banning, California on February 10th, 1979. She had been raped and bludgeoned. Esther's body was found by a man named Lewis Randolph Randy Williamson. He was described as being argumentative. During the call he made to report blah, 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 blah. This man took a polygraph and he passed it. And so they dropped him and did not continue further investigating him. And it was genealogy that later identified him as her killer. So this is why polygraphs are never held up in court. And I hate when people give that shit so much credence.
Mm-hmm.
I hate it. Okay, back to this.
And also, if the guilters want to say it's sus that Rick never did a polygraph, that means that they're putting weight into it being valid, which means Elvis's sister made completely true and valid comments.
Yeah, like I don't even use that argument, even though she passed both. Didn't both sisters pass a polygraph?
I believe so.
Or maybe she passed one twice. I don't know. But like, I that's why I don't even try to bring that up, because I think polygraphs are so bullshitty. But like, she passed, so
Right.
You know, it's, to me, that's, I understand it.
she passed, and she's batshit crazy is another good point.
That's down the list of things that I would think are important.
But you don't recall doing anything or asking his wife, is Rick telling the truth that he recycled it? Because I know Kathy in her interview, she said he ran over one of his phones with a lawnmower.
I don't remember that. I don't remember asking Kathy. I think Kathy's kind of opinion is the same as mine. Like, it's not like we just have some formal log in, log out phones and they're in a certain place. There's nothing like that. You know, so if you ran over the phone with a garbage or with a mower and it happened to be that phone, then I suppose that would be a phone that you get rid of. Well,
And like, why would, and Andy's not even trying to argue this random fucking rumor that Tom just brought up that he fucking ran it over. It's stupid.
Well, then you get into, well, did he purposefully do that? Well, if you did, why are you know, I guess that's something you can all kind of, why not just throw it in the river? I mean, you know, yeah.
So Tony Liggett said there's no digital evidence that Rick's phone was on the trail. Can you explain what he meant by that? Rick obviously said he was on a stock ticker while walking on the trail.
He thinks he was on a stock ticker. There's no from my memory, there's no geofencing evidence of Rick's phone being on the trail. And I don't know if that would have extended out to his house, which isn't that far away.
Okay, we know that they have Rick on the geofence at home after 1:30. Don't we?
Mm-hmm. I believe so.
All eyes. Or Sleuthy if she's here. I know she knows.
While we're waiting on that, again, Rick kept the gun that he used and the rounds as a keepsake, but he got rid of the phone. That's where we're going with this? Like
the jacket too.
The jacket, yeah.
Jacket he wore.
Which doesn't match the bridge guy jacket. Sorry. It's completely different fabric.
Clean and has no DNA on it. Not even a fucking speck of dirt that says it was from Deer Creek, but somehow got admitted into trial. Sleuthy on the geofencing data. Andy's saying they never find Rick's phone on the trails, but we know they see him in the geofence data at home after 1:30, right? Or he was just in the tower dump. He might not even be in the geofence. That might have been it. I can't remember. Let's play this
way. But you know, to me, I just don't. It's not anything. To me, I don't view it as something that's that important. Whether he had his stock ticker on or not, whether he actually had his phone there or not, I don't know.
So you never asked him if he had his phone to try and find maybe evidence to?
I think whatever he said in his interview is what you can. He might have had it. I don't think he was like that.
All right, all eyes, you're gonna have to speak stupid to me because I have no idea what that means. It looks like information I was looking for, but I don't know what it means. If he was guilty, he would avoid the cops. Correct. Well, it could be proven I know Kathy was trying to get the tag on the back of the jacket to identify that because she knows he bought it after 2022. Or no, I'm sorry. He bought it after like 2020 or something or around then. Okay. Ting was the cell phone provider. Okay. So this is his Ting copy of phone sales. I've subpoenaed tower data on 2/17. ISP checked Rick Allen's phone. Holman said Rick Allen's phone was at his residence on 2/13 in the geofence. Thank you. Perfect.
Ironically enough, Ives was like complaining in the Down the Hill podcast about the constitutionality of the tower data. Just thought I'd add that.
Oh yeah, the phone data you got rid of, except they have it right there. Huh. They knew that was his phone back then. It's almost like they could have looked up his phone back then. It's almost like they did. Okay, bye.
Definitive because it was years before, and I don't think it had anything to do. It might have been in Doolin's report, but I don't think so. And it's like you're asking a guy to reflect back on. It'd be like me saying, "Okay, Tom, you might ask me, where were you on Valentine's Day 2022?" And I'd say, "Well, I'm not really sure where I was." "Well, do you think you had your phone with you?" I mean, probably. I mean, I like to look on my phone. I mean, Elvis Fields. Talk about Elvis Fields. This is a guy that always had his phone with him. That's what the phone records show, except curiously, between like 10 a.m. and 7 p.m. on the 13th of February. Mm-hmm. So, but that, people don't seem to care about that either. And maybe they shouldn't because it's not that big of a deal.
Just a few more. Rick said, somebody said that Rick called CVS Benefits on the day of the murders. Do you know what the approximate time of that phone call was?
Say that again.
So he worked for CVS Pharmacy.
Right.
And I think maybe at one point, Jennifer Auger said that in his phone records, he called CVS Benefits on the day of the murders. I'm wondering, do you know approximately what time that was?
I don't know anything about that. I'm sorry. There's so much information on this case.
I don't know where that CVS call rumor came from either, because I'm
with you on that one. Yep.
I've also heard that from Gilters, though. So I don't know. Wait, no, that's not true. I had heard about this before. Like he had called into his work, but no one knew why. But it was like that day, though. Right? No? Sleuthy, help. Nick's star witness said law enforcement contacted her after IDing her in the phone data. Cheyenne said the same thing. Tower data was just fine for the state's witnesses and the FBI, but not for the defendant. So you do have his phone records. So you already did rule him out way back in 2017.
I just can't know everything, and I don't know anything about that.
Next topic is Rick's October 26, 2022 interrogation when his wife came in and said, "You told me you were not on the bridge."
Oh, Jesus Christ.
We're going to fast forward through this because we've already...
Good Lord.
We've made this very simple fucking argument. Oh my God.
Trail, the first platform is part of the bridge. I mean, I didn't want, or maybe he's thinking you didn't. In his mind, he might have been, you didn't tell me you were on the bridge. And in his mind, it's like, you didn't tell me that you went across the bridge. Well, I didn't go across the bridge. It could be any number. Jerry Holman is in this room with you and he's yelling at you. I don't know, maybe I hadn't yelled at that point, but of course, Jerry told me also that when they interviewed Brad Holder and I said, why didn't you guys give him the treatment like a guy that actually might be guilty? And Holman, just to show how much he's like, oh, I don't even know what you're talking about. What are you talking about? I mean, it's just,
which is exactly what they all say when you present them with a fucking checkmate. They're like, I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah.
disingenuous. It's so bothersome to me. Like, just say, yeah, we should, you know what? We should have done that, Andy. I wish we would have done that. I wish we would have put him in a room. They never even asked him, Tom, about Elvis Fields. Like, how do you get Brad Holder in a room and not ask him about Elvis Fields, not ask him for his phone, not ask him when he said, oh, I've met Abby once.
So I believe what All Eyes is saying is that on the lead sheet, it didn't read cleared until after the date of that phone check after the tower dump. So it didn't say cleared even after they got the IMEI info. It didn't change till cleared until they were able to do the phone check. Correct? That's a big deal. Because that even further verifies that they looked into his phone.
One time, not say, well, wait a minute, that's not what you told us before. That's what happens in a normal interview. Now we're starting to be worried about you, Brad. What the heck's going on here? But when Rick was in on the 26th, they knew that they were going to arrest him. They lied to Rick, told him, we're going to give you your car back, come pick it up. They immediately take Rick into a room. They took advantage of his, like, just being a people pleaser and not wanting to, for me, maybe perhaps you too, I don't really know you, but if a law enforcement officer told me to do.
I don't know you, but I know you're a man about the truth. Okay, sorry.
Do something like that, I would just be like walking out and you lie.
What do you mean he can't be in two places at one time? When was he in two places at one time? Because if your argument is that he was on the trails from 1:30 to 3:30, I would tell you, well, you're wrong. That's because he was there from 12 to 1-ish, 1:30-ish. And I would argue that it's quite possible he told Doolin he might have left sometime between 1 and 3, 1:30, 3:30. And that would have been translated to 1:30 to 3:30 on the deck sheet. So Rick could say 1:30 to 3:30 and actually still be completely telling the truth because he left around 1:30. Yeah, no one's saying he was in two places. You are saying he was in two places at one time if you believe he was there after 1:30, which none of us do.
Lied to me. He told me I was here to pick my car up. I guess I'm not. I don't trust you. Don't bother. I'll go get a lawyer or something. But Rick went in, and then he's confronted with all this information about ballistics. And I thought just such a great, genuine answers from Rick at that during that time. And then when Kathy comes in and he realizes what's going on, and she says what she says, and maybe Kathy can explain, but my guess is Kathy will try.
Correct. Earlier in the day when he was there, 12 to 1.
Right.
Correct.
Will testify at the next trial, and she will explain it because I've actually heard it from her, and it does make sense. I don't want to be like telling they can depose Kathy.
Yeah, I unfortunately had to miss Amy's live because I had scheduled this a few days ago, and I just saw today her put her vault episode for today, so I'm bummed I missed it. What did we miss?
I think they were going through phone data.
Did we develop anything new from our investigators extraordinaire?
And find out what she would have to say about that. Okay, but it all makes sense. I'll tell you that much.
All right. So his October 26th interrogation was postponed by Rick. Do you know why he postponed that from an earlier date?
I think he did tell me. I don't know if Kathy had to work and he didn't have the car. I don't remember. There was something going on there, and then I think the opposite happened too, where they. This is what I actually remember more is that they had Kathy and Rick had reached out and said, hey, can we come out there and pick up our car? And they said yes. And then they called him back and said, no, it can't be today.
Okay.
I seem to remember that. I don't remember so much the first.
Oh, because they had already cleared him with his phone data.
thing that they had to reschedule, although it kind of rings a bell.
As somebody who talks to Richard Allen a lot, can you totally exclude his voice as matching the guy on the Bridge Guy video?
Well, because I know that he didn't do it.
Hey, Bailey.
And I don't think the evidence shows, then yes, I can exclude it.
Do you
Does
think
it
it's a different
sound
tone of voice?
What's that?
You think it's a totally different tone of voice?
No, I think a lot of people called Brad Holder and said his voice sounded like it. Ron Logan sounded like it. You know, my cousin Vinny
And
sounded like it. And maybe not my cousin.
I don't think Ron Logan sounds like it at all, to be fair. I really don't.
Yeah, I think his point though is like people thought it was.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Because
I'm
like,
just saying.
yeah, no, I hear you. I'm with you on that. But again, the way that Tom poses the question, like after you talk to Richard Allen often, after hearing his voice, can you completely exclude him? And it's like, yeah, I mean, the honest answer is going to be like, no, but also no one can be excluded who even remotely sounds like that, because it's a bullshit like theory to have.
Yeah, like it sounds a lot like Rick in that one version of the interrogations where the audio is kind of weird. It hella sounds like Rick there.
I got
to be
really
honest.
Yeah, I got
but that
really,
doesn't mean anything.
I got really close to getting one of these losers to bite on audio that was not Rick, but I told him it was.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Yeah, it sounds like Brad Holder to me too. I mean, so yeah, it sounds like it could be a lot of people.
Sounds like every Midwest boomer man.
Vinny, but a lot of people sounded like it. And so, you know, I'm not going to sit here and do what the police do and just gaslight you and say, no, that could never be Rick Allen's voice. It could be. It could be my voice if I'm whispering. It could be other people's voices, because it's you know, and the quality of the microphone and all of that kind of thing matters. You know, but it's not like this and it's not like this. So yeah, somewhere in the middle there. And yeah, it could be Rick Allen's voice. I just know it's not, because he didn't commit this crime. And I will also say, by the way, I think we've done everybody that just presupposes that whoever is on the bridge, AKA Bridge Guy, is the one that killed these girls. I think that that's a mistake, just to make that was a presumption early on made by police. Yep. Okay. And I think that was a mistake. Do I think that it's likely that person was involved? Probably. But when you hear those voices, it sounds, there's lots of people that they think that what's going on there is that the girls, it almost seems like they're not even that nervous. Like it's like a conversational to some degree. Some people think that, and that they're talking to somebody different, that it's not the guy on the bridge, and there's no way to prove that it is.
I mean, it could be the audio playing tricks on me, but to me it sounds like two different people. The guys in the down the hill. But I mean, because you have to like alter the audio to like, you know, really hear it. Who knows if that changes things? So you can't say that honestly, but
I hold the opinion that whoever said guys has a lateral lisp.
Right.
Where the air is escaping out.
Or
like
dip
this.
in his mouth, right?
Yeah. I don't know. It's just my opinion.
And there was long rumors about Bridge Guy possibly using dip or like a cigarette or something, right?
I think there were cigarettes in the area, but like people were also like spitting and like pissing and doing a bunch of other stupid stuff in the area. I mean, it's a trail, but
for sure. They should see San Francisco.
Or it isn't. My opinion is there's multiple people at that end of the bridge, and
agreed.
You know, whether the guy on the bridge and even
I'm of the opinion that Guys is Logan Holder, but that's just me.
Look at this Tom comment.
Teresa, leave.
I play a comparison at the end of the video of the voices.
Oh God, let's see. I bet he uses that interrogation video.
Yep.
Said this to me early on when I talked to her. She saw the guy that kind of looks like Elvis Fields earlier in the morning at that end of the bridge. You know, it's a few hundred yards from the bridge, and she said from the very day that I met her, I think what
It's almost like they would have met up with Logan, and maybe they would have met up with Logan's dad too, since Logan had to get a ride there. Oh.
happened is there were people at that end of the bridge that then one of them got up, walked toward the girls, then turned around and followed them, and that's why they caused them to start videotaping. And then he kind of corralled them down to where the other people were, person or people. That's what her opinion was. And that's just an opinion, of course, but I subscribe to it because it makes the most sense to me. If Rick Allen were running across that bridge to catch up to those girls, I'm presuming that they would have heard that, they would have turned around, and then there would have been, think about how that works out. In criminal defense work, we call this a psychodrama, and that's where it's a psychological way of operating to put yourself in the shoes of different people in a fact pattern to see what's the way that they would have reacted if you were that person. And imagine that Rick Allen is running across that bridge. Maybe you could argue I didn't have to run. It could be a brisk walk. Okay.
Give me a pole vault.
1 pack a day, Rick, and his super healthy
Jetpack.
lifestyle, not huffing and puffing or anything.
Yeah,
if that's
his heart stint, he was able to. Yeah, that's true. I hate that he's saying this now instead of when Tom was saying that Rick was at the end of the bridge when they stopped when they took that picture of Abby, and then by 2:13 he was already where Bridge Guy was. I wish he would have pointed that out then. But yeah, I mean, Rick had a heart attack, guys, and a stint, and so he's assuming that Rick had to have run from that end of the bridge to where they were at that video. Okay, after a heart attack.
Who that guy is on the bridge is kind of casually walking.
Sorry, in 6 minutes. That's the important part. So like really, really quickly.
I don't buy it. But if it were whoever that guy was, if he did come from across the north side and ran toward them because he's not on the 207, it's somebody that's in okay shape. If they did run across there, again, I think they came from the other side. But also on top of that, that would cause the girls at the other end of the bridge, at the end where they were abducted, presumably, to say, that's the guy that was running after us. Or that you could do a psychodrama like, what would you do if that guy's running and you see him? Now you could say then, well, maybe they didn't see the guy running or walking briskly or whatever. I get that. But these are all possibilities. What just makes the most sense is it was a guy casually.
Oh my God. Hi, babes. See, you did make it. Hi, Candy. Derek. Great question. Let's see. Where was Rick's dog in all of this? Oh, yeah. Wait, dog? Did he have a dog?
Yeah, he had a little chihuahua.
Aww. God, I only ever thought about the cat. I didn't realize there was a dog. Aww. But that's a good point because Rick and Kathy lived together. And Kathy was at home. She didn't get home till after 5:30 something.
And they drove separately, which means if Rick were to have done this, he would have gotten in the car, drove home, risked running into Kathy while he was muddy and bloody at any time.
Oh yeah, that's another. She comes home at 5:30. And he's leaving Sarah Carvasius and Muddy and Bloody at what, 4?
I think like, yeah, what, 57 or 57?
And he was able to clean up all that fucking blood in that shower.
I just, man,
Wow.
you know.
Wow.
And by the way, with his heart condition, he smoked and drank, which means he was cool. But with all that, his heart condition, smoking, being out of shape,
lifting a 200-pound body without drag marks,
carving a bunch of runes into a girl's neck, and by the way, doing it so swiftly and so strongly, 0 defensive wounds.
Right.
Well,
that's because as he was slitting Libby's throat, Abby was just kind of like sitting there and like watching.
Yeah, just in disbelief. Yep.
Yeah, just like, oh, my turn.
Walking that had turned around, and they're like, "Oh crap, I'm going to put this on him."
Well, the person at the mailbox was at 8:30, so that's 6 hours before the bridge guy video. We know that the 4 girls after 1:30 mentioned one guy enter from Freedom Bridge. About 20 minutes later, Betsy sees one man on platform 1. She turns around, sees Abby and Libby about 2 to 3 minutes later. So Abby and Libby get to the high bridge. There's only one man that could have come off the bridge. So as they're
And his
walking
name
down
is Daniel
to the end,
Pearson, you fucktard.
Libby gets there first, and she turns around. She sees this guy that they probably passed at the start of the bridge, maybe on the trail. And that's why she gets concerned. Why is that guy now following us to the end of this trail? And that's why she pushed record.
I mean,
She actually turns her phone to the other end of the trail, and there's nobody there. I paused it. I like examine all this stuff. So I'm not saying.
Yeah, I bet. I mean, what you're saying is exactly what I'm doing. It's conjecture based upon the way that you view the facts. For you to say that there's nobody else at that other end of the bridge, or however you phrased that a second ago, I just find that to be not accurate. At least,
yeah, like how would you know? How would you know?
Well, Tom also thinks that because Elvis was there 6 hours earlier, casing the area and making sure they were set up and good to go, that he could have never done this.
Oh, right.
Not accurate. Yes, it was 8:30 a.m. when Liebert saw that guy, but you're presupposing that it's like, get there early, we're going to meet.
Was Tom arguing that toothless dude was Rick?
I don't know.
Do you know what I mean? That guy that was there earlier in the morning, because they're talking about the guy that was seen earlier.
The one that Teresa Liebert saw, right?
We're going to wait. We're going to make sure things like that. It also could be this is one of those things where the internet's.
Yeah, because then Tom's kind of assuming all those earlier sightings, right, were Rick, because he's like driving all over town looking for the right spots and where not to be and where not to be seen, but be seen. Right.
Yep. And big belly bridge guy hid behind a fucking barrier. Wait, and at the perfect time where he knew they weren't going to turn around and take more pictures, hauled ass across the bridge.
Dude, I laughed my ass off the last time we were talking about. You were like, and he's like, think Finn. Think Finn.
You to look into this, man, because it seems like you're good at doing this kind of thing. There are internet sleuths out there that have sent me stuff that they're on the Brad Weber video, it's the video of the road leading up to Brad Weber's house. That there's a car that enters that at, I don't remember what time it was. It was like 2:00.
Jesus, Andy.
And
wait, is he talking about our white car right now?
He's talking about the white car video. Also, wait.
He didn't acknowledge this car before. He acted like he knew nothing about it before.
That's what I'm saying. Like that, because that's the point I'm going to make. He said that internet sleuths emailed him about it.
Yay!
And my question is, why the fuck didn't your investigators inform you of this?
They were too busy trying to talk to the possible 3 girls that Rick saw. Oh wait, no, they didn't do that either. Oh no, God, they had to go through all that town surveillance. Oh no, wait.
Oh yeah, they had to find a thumb drive.
But they better get paid for their hard work.
Right.
It could be earlier than that, but I'm sure you'll be able to find this. There's a car that is seen on this video, and then they're there for a few minutes, and then they turn around and come back out. And the theory that these people have is that it's minutes before, 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes. I don't know the people out there that the internet sleuths will know what they're talking about, and they'll be like, how does he not know this? But their theory is that somebody dropped people off and then turned around, and it was 5, 10, 15 minutes or so before the girls were abducted at that end at 2:13. So that's another example of the possibility of something that could have happened. I don't know if you know about that or not.
Whose camera?
It could be a bunch of hooey, by the way. It could be a bunch of crap. I've got a law practice, and I can't sit there and like look into all this stuff like other people can.
What camera captured that?
It's the one that I don't know what the name. I don't know what to call it. It's off of a I think it's off of a house. And it's facing, you can see, it's pretty broad. Like you can see.
Just say it's the Brad Weber van video camera.
But it's the road. It captures the road that I believe dead ends past Liebert's house. And you can see, and there's a couple ways that you can get into Weber's property, and that was one of them. And then there was another road that was less of a road and more of a dirt path or something. And I don't know if that vehicle went, I think it disappeared is what I was told, or I don't know if I saw it.
Oh, God bless you, Andy. This is why you need us.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh,
But if you could find that.
Tom has to know about that at this point. I mean, he knew about our 3-girl thing.
Out there, I am sure it's on. I'm not on. I don't know how to do Reddit or whatever. I got to stop saying that. It's just true. At some point in time,
trust me, you're better off not on those things.
So, but you might want to look into that. Maybe that'll change your mind, at least on the topic of whether anybody else could have been out there. Because if you see.
So it could have been a truck, could have been a car. Who fucking knows? Can't see. It didn't have enough time to travel all the way down to the south end of the bridge. So what it did have enough time to do was go up to the gate and possibly turn around. Maybe it was locked. I don't know. Or maybe they changed their mind about something. Who knows?
Mm-hmm.
That's actually, yeah, I think maybe they were thinking about entering that way and decided to go somewhere else. Maybe they were going to meet up with someone there. Maybe it was dropping people off to ATV or something. It's a million things. Or it could be nothing. It could be nothing.
See a car suspiciously arriving at, let's say, 1:56 and leaving at 2:00 from that end of the bridge, maybe you'd be like, okay, maybe there's something to that, and you can add it to your data bank of information.
Or actually, Kathy said Rick got his blue Carhartt jacket a couple of years ago. This was in 2022 when they went to some kind of island, Mackinac, or I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it right.
It's
one of the
Mackinac.
witnesses, Anna, said that bridge guy was wearing.
Actually, yes. Prior in part 1, Tom's acknowledging all the white. He's talking about the white, or he's acknowledging that Brad Weber got there at 2:50. He acknowledges that. It's in his data points. Like he pulled what he thought was the most important info. And he states that Brad Weber was there at 2:50, which goes against what the state said. But he lists that.
A windbreaker. Did you add?
And yet, in the prior first part, or of this second half, he's talking about, well, Rick saw the white van, yada yada. Well, you're admitting that Rick couldn't have seen the white van.
Right.
The white van didn't get there.
You can't scare someone,
if
37 minutes later?
Yeah. So he's playing bullsies.
Rick owned a blue windbreaker in 2017.
I didn't. We always thought that they were trying to claim it was a Carhartt type of jacket. So, we knew that Rick owned a Carhartt one thing that we wish that we would have done is apparently you can, there's something that you can tell by I've heard the zipper. There was a certain zipper that only came into existence after 2020 or something, and that might validate that it was Rick got that jacket afterwards. In terms of a windbreaker, you know who was wearing a windbreaker on March the 14th when he was interviewed? A blue windbreaker was Ron Logan. If you look at his interview.
So I have, and actually, if you look at it long enough, you see the reporter moves her microphone and he has a huge white logo. So that does not, I know a lot of people say, oh, look at Ron Logan on TV. He's wearing the same thing as Bridge Guy. It's not. When she moves her microphone, there's a huge white logo.
A logo.
Would you like to answer for the other logo, Lucy?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Maybe?
The Carhartt logo?
Why is that not there?
Interesting.
Funny thing to talk about logos. You know what's not on that jacket? A Carhartt logo.
Yeah. And, you know, Elvis Fields was trying to get his sister to take a blue jacket off his hands. So
Blue jacket, yep.
Logo of some type.
Yes. And also
Okay.
Ron was on the transfer station around noon wearing boots up to his knees, dark blue jeans, not faded, washed like Bridge Guy,
Yeah.
a green jacket, nothing on his hat.
Again, that would have to assume he has to be BG, and he doesn't have to be.
His gray
Mhm.
mustache and his gray hair, prescription glasses. To me, Bridge Guy does not sound like a 77-year-old grandpa like Ron Logan.
I thought he sounded a little bit like him, but you know, the whole thing about creating an alibi with your pre-creating one with your nephew and then saying, well, the reason was I didn't want to get arrested for driving while suspended or whatever. That just always struck me as odd. But, you know, and there's this conversation about the pings that Ron Logan was pinging around 10:30 down somewhat near where the girls were found.
No, like literally on top of their bodies.
yep.
Literally, like if the bodies were there, there's no way he didn't see them. Well, actually, it was dark, so that's a lie. But you know what I mean.
all kinds of reasons to think that, you know, we should have been able to talk about Ron Logan. It's his property. I mean, I've never been in a trial where you can't at least make mention of the person whose property it is on and all that kind of thing. So that was a little bit odd. And then
Wait, where was he at Liberty Landfill?
At like noon.
Ron Logan going to BH's workplace with the evidence. Is that where they said he was doing the trash? I totally missed that. Hold on.
No,
And you
he
get the
was.
refund
I'll
and-
pull it up.
you can't at least make, again, it's his property. I mean, I've never been that, you know, we should have been able to talk about Ron Logan. It's his property. I mean, I've never been property it is on and stuff that I've talked about. And I question guys like Reese. Okay. At one level, I did. Here's what happened. After I talked to kind of mention of the person whose property it is on and all that kind of thing. So that was a person I've never been in a trial where I should work around 10:30 down somewhat near where the girls were found. There's all kinds of reasons to think that, you know, we should have been able to talk about Ron Logan. It's his property. I mean, I've never been in a trial where you can't at least make mention of the person whose property it is on and all that kind of thing. So that was a little bit odd. And then you get the Reese Davis stuff that I've talked about. And I question everything related to everybody, but particularly.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. That would have been so fucking weird. I would have been like,
Yeah.
wait a minute.
I knew someone was off of that. I thought it was the aquarium.
Guys
I would have been like, yeah, I really fucking did it.
like Reese, okay? I don't just go in and buy everything that guy sells. Now, at one level, I you know, he did tell me the truth about the letters to McClelland.
Uh-oh. You hear that?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
I know that he did. Here's what happened. After the trial was over, after the sentencing, Reese had reached out in some form or another and said, McClelland has evidence that I sent him. You know, you need to come see me. And I don't remember exactly how that happened, but I went up and I saw Reese, and it was in February of 2025 this year. And he told me that when he first met me, the only time he had met me was in March of 2024. I think it was March. He didn't really trust me. He didn't tell me that Keegan Kline was at the time in his block, for example. What Keegan told me then was a lot of, you should watch the video. This is in March of 2024. Watch the video from 2017 when Ron Logan was in my cell or in my block. That explains everything. Reese was he didn't really want to talk to me that much. But the reason I was there in 2024 with Reese is I found a document that Reese Davis had written that turned into a report that said, hey, Ron Logan confessed to me that he committed these crimes. Oh, wow, that's interesting. So when I saw that report, it wasn't until March.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. They put info from Reese's letters in the discovery, but then didn't include them and pretended like he just... Or did Reese separately talk about Ron Logan confessing to him?
That I don't know.
I know you don't know, but like...
Yeah. I know you're...
Wait a minute here. How would... Oh, no, that was from earlier. Reese did tell them about Ron Logan because they gave him a polygraph, right? Right. Now I'm remembering.
This is an example, by the way, of where I'm not really sure when we got that report. I don't know if it was part of Steve Mullen was always sending us stuff like all the time after we got back on the case in January. And I don't know if this was new and they had just turned it over or if it was part of an old hard drive that we were going through. It doesn't matter. You know, it was kind of late in the game to get you would think that there would be reports out there that say, here's everybody that has reported that somebody confessed to the crime. Elvis Fields, Ron Logan. You know, that doesn't mean that they did confess. It just means that somebody reported that they confessed. You would think that could be on one report, but I digress. I did see the report where Reese Davis had indicated that Ron Logan had confessed that Ron Logan, was involved in the crime. So the report is not very long, and there's some handwritten notes that came with it, and that's all that I had was this report, a couple pages long, handwritten notes from an officer writing down what Reese told him. You know, it was in kind of short form, as if I don't have to worry about this. I don't have to take very good notes because it's videotaped. That's what the notes looked like. So when I saw Reese, I said, hey man, it was a total surprise. He didn't know that I was going to be there. I had to introduce myself, and he was standoffish for sure. And everything I said back then is on the video. Well, at that time, again, Tom, Reese Davis was also in March of 2024. At that time, he was in contact with Keegan Kline, who was in his cell block or whatever. Reese did not tell me that. Later on, I learned the reason he did not tell me that is because Reese did not trust me. And so I went back. I reached out to Nick in March of 2024, and I said, I think it was March. I could be off a month or two, but I said, Nick, Reese swears that he was videotaped. Why would he? There's no reason for him to lie about that. I mean, and Nick never got back with me. All right, Reese Davis kind of fell off the radar screen at that point. There's a guy named James Haas also that reported and tells a very compelling story about Ron Logan, and we met with him, Mr. Haas, who's up in Michigan City now. And I wish we would have brought him in for a hearing, but that's neither here nor there. So Reese Davis falls off the radar screen. Well, then after Richard is convicted and after Richard is sentenced, Reese reaches out in some form and he says, "Hey, I want to talk to you." So I go out and talk to him. And he said, "I didn't really know you back then, but I've been paying attention to the trial, and I'm upset that I think that Rick Allen is innocent, and nobody came out here and talked to me to, about what I sent to Nick McClelland." And I said, "What do you mean what you sent to Nick McClelland?" He said, he told me 8 letters. Now, later on, he said there probably weren't 8, but there was at least 8 letters that were put into, multiple envelopes, but not necessarily 8 envelopes, because he didn't have money, and it's 15-cent stamp or what, 50-cent stamp is a lot of money to a guy like that. So he's stuffing envelopes with things. And what he tells me he stuffs the envelopes with, Reese Davis, includes Kegan Klein's own handwritten, communications about the Delphi case. Also, what Reese Davis, memorialized about his conversation with Reese Davis's conversation with Kegan Klein. He put those in and he sent them to Nick McClelland, he being Reese Davis. And I said, "Well, nobody," and I said, "When did you do that?" He said, "It was in the 2 or 3 months leading up to trial." And I said, "Okay, I never got anything like that." I said, "What was in them?" He said, "Well, Kegan Klein was in my cell block, in the spring of 2024, I think. And he would often come up to my cell. Now, he was on the first floor and I was on the second, but it's kind of like when you're in the first cell and you're on like recess, we'll call it recess. They let everybody out on the first floor. They can go up to the second floor, but you can't go into the cell, but you can talk through the wall and you can hand things back and forth or under the gate, under the door. So he would come up to see me. And then when I was out, I would go down and see him. And over time, Kegan Klein, he learned that I was in a cell with Ron Logan, and he was very concerned, Kegan Klein was, according to Reese, whether Ron Logan implicated him. And eventually that led to longer conversations in which Kegan Klein told Reese Davis that Ron Logan and he knew each other. They watched child porn or shared child porn on burner phones.
Ron Logan is such a creep. I've just been letting it play out a little too long. Commercial break to say Ron Logan is a creep.
Phones together, and then provided some details that only the killer would know, as McClelland likes to say, whether that the stuff was true or not. And so there's a more to it, but it was winter, I remember, in 2025. Earlier this year, I get back to my office and I email McClelland and I say, "Hey, did you get these letters that Reese Davis sent you?" And McClelland the next morning said, I think it was the next morning, said, "We gave you everything we had." Okay. All right. Now I take that as you've given me everything that you have. I'll take him at his word.
This is crazy because I didn't know about this. I knew Nick's family was cray-cray, but
Yeah, that his dad was an arsonist.
that's his dad?
I
Or
believe
his
so.
brother?
Maybe it is his brother.
Hold on, let me do show you. Stephen or Stephen McClelland, 52, Delphi, was arrested by the Carroll County Sheriff's Department for allegedly starting a residential fire Friday. According to the police report, the residence belongs to Milton Cole Logansport. The occupants of the house were in the process of moving out. Gotta love Logansport, always with this Delphi. People in this neighborhood just... Is everyone born an arsonist over here? It's like a fucking area just chock full of arsonists. Is it that boring? Is that the problem? Ain't got shit to do. Just Got to start fires everywhere. I mean, really, like the amount of arsons in that area is crazy.
But hey, they leave the doors unlocked.
Right, because it's super safe. Just a very safe, quaint little town. All right.
I didn't believe him because Reese Davis had said, I sent those and I can prove it to you. I reached out to my uncle, who's the salt of the earth farmer up in northern Indiana. And my farmer uncle, I asked him to reach out before the trial, reach out and say, why hasn't anybody come out to see me? I've sent these letters that implicate both Reese Davis, or I'm sorry, that implicate both Keegan Klein and Ron Logan.
Wait. This is a fucking comment heard round the world. Cryptex, sad that you could not ask more about the Kleins, Tom. This is set off a whole...
Oh, God.
Dude, the drama with Cryptex is so funny. Dude, this launched a whole petty stream from Cryptex, who I have never seen be that kind of petty. Oh my God. Fucking hilarious. Oh God, I love this community.
Ask about the Dropbox, Tom. Ask about the Dropbox. Andy needs to land the plane here.
Yeah, he does. He needs to land the plane in every time he's speaking.
Yeah.
Again, why hasn't anybody come out to ask me about that? So I drove up to the uncle's property way in northern Indiana, and I got there about 8 p.m. and it was dark as night. And the uncle comes in after a hard day of work. He's like 70 years old, and he's like, this guy is as honest as the day is long. He's like, oh yeah, I did call out there to Jennings County, and they told me that they had gotten the letters, and that
Carroll County.
I'm sorry, what did I say, Jennings?
Yes.
The uncle said, yeah, we got those letters. I called the Carroll County clerk or the prosecutor's office. I don't know which, but I had gone. I think he said he had gone to the post office or the library. I think it was.
I'll give this to Bob, though. At least Bob stays on one subject. He just keeps going.
Do you see?
Where Andy is just like, I don't even know where we end up.
Dude, do you see this Gibbo comment?
Where? Let's see. This one, bottom one?
Yeah.
Jinx, the man has just got married. Let him live in happiness in 40 years when his sentence is over. Who? Richie?
Yeah.
Oh. I blocked Jinx, so I don't know what her comment was.
Yeah. Who cares?
That's funny. Oh, is he really in for 40 years?
I thought it was 50, but
For drugs?
yeah.
These people.
And not California anymore.
No. And yeah. And I support that.
I said, hey, can you?
Well, okay, depending what the drug is. Meth,
Right.
Meth, not
Right.
so much.
out the number to the Carroll County clerk's office or prosecutor's office, and I reached out there, and they said, oh yeah, we've got.
Not only, but that was the worst Gibbo impression ever. I really need to work on it, and I will.
We need Luke for a proper one.
Yes. Oh my God, Luke, are you here?
Gotten those letters for sure. I've seen them. Okay. I said, okay, that's great. I had him write that down in an affidavit. But also I thought, I bet Newcastle prison has some type of system in which you can know if an inmate is sending a letter.
Wait a minute. He's got 40 years for having the material to make meth? Holy shit. That's wild. That's crazy.
Yeah, he should have just totally given up a bunch of people and risked his daughter and her friend's life,
Right. Meanwhile, Keegan Klein, they busted and found CSAM all over his phones in 2017, but didn't arrest him for 2 years.
Yep. And to this day, no explanation as to why. How come that was an asset crime con?
Oh, yeah. That's a great question.
Out or an envelope out, because they might want to know that in case there's some shenanigans going on between inmates and people on the outside. Well, who else figured that out is Nick McClelland, because after Nick McClelland told me that he had given us everything that he had, I filed a motion basically calling him out because McClelland was not responding. And I believed Reese Davis, I believed his uncle, and I knew that the Carroll County either prosecutor or clerk had sent in these letters to McClelland and that they had received them. So McClelland then in a response email or a response to my motion totally just totally glosses over the fact that he had sent me an email saying that I never received anything, or I gave you everything I had. Now he says, okay, that Newcastle, we got a report from them, and they say that they sent Reese Davis sent 3 envelopes out. Now, in my opinion, until Nick actually comes out and do, and they say there's 3 of them.
I'm sorry. I don't
Well, only 2 of these I'm willing to send out. One of them,
I don't give a shit about.
Yeah, you're not gonna.
So
I'm
Nick
not gonna cry over
files his
skipping over that.
Yeah, no.
Here
we go.
I know before, based on your comment, you're not too high on Dr. Kaur and his abilities, although he has done, I think, 8,000 autopsies. He said that there was no sign of restraint.
I don't remember. I'll take your word for it because you're more on top.
I just looked it up.
Yeah. I got
High on Dr. Kaur.
you see said and what the photograph is what it was a defense.
I know before, based on your comment, you're not too high on Dr. Kaur and his abilities, although he has done, I think, 8,000 autopsies. He said that there was no sign of restraint.
What does he mean by that?
How many of those autopsies did Kaur use stomach contents to determine time of death? I wonder.
Do you know that actual number?
Hmm?
Do you actually know that?
No. I do know he's on a television show making that assessment.
That's weird. It's almost like that could have happened here.
I don't remember. I'll take your word for it because you're more on top.
I just looked it up.
Yeah. I got eyeballs. I mean, I see what I see, I see sticks.
To high.
What based upon what Reese said and what the photograph
I'm
looked
trying
like.
to go back.
It was what I can't remember.
Yes, because the question came from something about Reese, so I'm trying to find it.
Right.
To understand.
There was a way that we had based upon what Reese said and what the photograph looked like. It would have been where the girls were right one behind the other, is what we thought. So that's, again, that could be complete conjecture, but yet we as a defense had the right to know that stuff before trial so that we could look into it.
I know before, based on your comment, you're not too high on Dr. Kaur and his abilities, although he has done, I think, 8,000 autopsies. He said that there was no sign of restraint.
I don't remember. I'll take your word for it because you're more on top.
I just looked it up.
Yeah. I got eyeballs. I mean, I see what I see.
Is Andy confirming he sees marks on their wrists?
I too would like to know. It's a weird cut from Tom, unless we skipped over something.
It seems like we're missing something, but it might have been in Richie's. I believe Richie said that there was handcuff marks. I think I remember that, like in what he was saying, that there would have been handcuff marks on their wrists.
Yeah, well, I love how Tom's jumping the gun to say, like, I just looked it up. They didn't have any marks like that. And it's like, okay, cool. That helps Rick's case that this could have been done by one man. Right.
That too. I think Richie said something about they use handcuffs.
And
then, but Andy, the more interesting part now is saying he saw signs of restraint with his own eyes. And
right.
It's brand new information.
Mm-hmm.
Andy, if you would like to clarify that.
Send us that traffic video too while you're at it.
Yeah, or a very, 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 very zoomed. No, you can't do that. I was going to say very zoomed in picture of the wrist, but that would be not okay. Okay, bye.
You know, I see sticks that aren't a covering, but an arrangement by somebody. I see what I see on a hand. Now, it might be shadowing. It might be something completely unrelated. Again, yet we as a defense had a right to know certain things to verify whether it is that way or not. Just because it doesn't, I don't know what he would label as a restrain either. Like, does it have to be completely noticeable, or can it look like when you wear a girl wears a little thing around her wrist and it leaves a little mark for a period of time? Does that look like it's a restraint?
I'm taking this to mean they have like some kind of marking on their wrist.
Yeah, and I think he's saying, like, could it be a shadow? Could it not? We don't know, which probably explains why they didn't bother with it at trial.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. And as far as his 8,000, you know, the fact that he's done something 8,000 times doesn't mean that he's done it 8,000 times very well. Okay. I mean,
oh, boom, roasted.
I understand that you want to believe in your
Damn.
elected officials and your people that work for the government, but there's a lot of people that aren't very good at what they do, and they hide it very, very well. You know, Jerry Holman would be on that list as well, at least in this case, and a bunch of others that clearly did not do a good job. You know, we can cite thing after thing after thing. So Core saying, well, one of the things that makes me awesome, it's like me saying, I've had 135, 150 jury trials, whatever it is, and that makes me good. No, it doesn't. It doesn't make me good. I could be doing it wrong the entirety of my career, and then it's not good. But if nobody's going to challenge you on that I mean, most of the times, what's an autopsy? This guy died of a heart attack or whatever. Has he ever had a ritualistic crime scene autopsy before? My guess that Dr. Core has not. So, you know, it's hard for me to say that he did an excellent job here, especially when he made up that.
That's actually such a good fucking point, and not even rude or anything like bad against the doctor. It's just like, he's probably never even fucking dealt with this type of shit. So would he even know what to look for on the autopsy? Right. No.
Right. Keep in mind, well, and that's why, again, could the wounds on Libby be runes? He's probably never looked out for anything like that before.
Right.
Keep in mind, Roland Core went on a radio station after trial and openly stated that he thought it was odd he got a call requesting him specifically, and he even told them that they needed to get the blessing of the Carroll County examiner before he was even going to touch this case. So Andy's kind of sitting here saying it looks like Core's missed some things. He's not saying that verbatim, but it just sounds to me like he's suggesting it. And he specifically was requested, and I don't think we've ever heard why.
He was specifically requested by the state?
By the investigators. He said he didn't specify who. He said he got a call from one of the investigators that were at the scene, specifically asking him to look at this case. And he said, before we even go any further, you need to call the Carroll County examiner and get their blessing.
Weird.
I'll try and find the video or the audio of it, but he thought it was weird that he got a call from counties away. And it is weird. I don't know any better.
Right.
Nonsense on the stand under oath about the box cutter.
Final two topics. The trial. Why did you not call Richard Allen to testify on his own behalf?
I mean, Richard Allen is
because he's not fucking stupid.
And it's his Fifth Amendment right.
Right. Answered it.
Shell of the man that he used to be, both mentally and, you know, you just can't trust that when he gets.
Yeah, put the guy who's been so mentally fucked up he's chewing on paper on stand. That's a great idea.
Thank you, All Eyes.
Ooh, thank you. Wonderful.
it's up there. It's not my choice ultimately, of course. It's Richard Allen's choice, but we heavily advised him, as any lawyer would. I mean, you'd have to be, out of your gourd to put on a client that has gone through mental health struggles like Richard did. And on top of that, we really believed that we were in the ball game and we didn't need a Hail Mary like that. That's sometimes, Richard Posner is or Larry Posner, not Richard.
I mean, can you imagine? He gets up there and just because, of his brain at this point, like, they would have come back way quicker. Are you kidding me?
Yep.
Richard's a judge, but Larry Posner is the king of cross-exam and trial strategy. And he says, never put your client on. And I don't agree with him on that. I put clients on pretty regularly, not even for a Hail Mary, just because I think, these are normal people and they're going to come in, but they're not. But Richard he was not normal at that time. He's compromised mentally. So that would be the answer to that question.
Well, I would say I saw this earlier hearing where Rick was wearing the yellow jumpsuit. He looked totally out of it. So on the first day of the trial, I was expecting that out of it Richard Allen to walk through the door. And I was honestly...
You mean when he was like, had gotten Haldol dosage? You mean that, Rick Allen?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's because he hadn't gotten that since then. I don't know.
Really surprised. He walks in khakis and a button-down shirt, like he has not a single worry in the world, like he's about to.
We are literally comparing him after a Haldol dosage.
Yeah, Tom's an expert too to be able to comment on this, by the way.
It's so fucking stupid.
Yeah, if you ever want an example of why your client shouldn't testify, look at the Jodi Arias case. Like, obviously she did it, but what was it? Juan Martinez was up there. And he's like, man, like she starts crying and he goes, "Man, were you crying when you were stabbing him?"
For real.
It was brutal.
For real.
To be on trial for murdering 2 kids. Mm-hmm. You don't feel like he was mentally well during the trial?
I mean, he's never going to be the same. There's no way you recover from something like that. And, I mean, if it gets reversed, and I hope it does, those will be game time decisions then. But my guess is I doubt that he would come in and testify. I just doubt that would ever be, whether I'm on the case or any other lawyers on the case, I doubt that would be something that would ever be done. It's, again, you said, and I appreciate you saying it, you're not a lawyer and you're looking at it from maybe more of a juror perspective, how they might view it. And I appreciate that because I'm always interested in it. I wish I could be a juror on a trial.
I just keep thinking about Alex Murdaugh trial and when he testified.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that too. Gotta love Tom saying, "Well, Rick was smiling, so that means he's completely normal now." Like, what a great fucking take.
Right, but wait a minute, aren't you also arguing that he chewed on paper, Gilters? Mm-hmm. Like, come on.
One time, just so I can kind of see how that works and see it through their eyes, and I'm kind of able to do that on this case through you a little bit today. And I think it would just be a bad idea to put him on there. He might knock it out of the park. You saw him in his interviews, but for there's some what you have identified and as little weak moments maybe where I don't know, he kind of looks like he did something there or whatever. All in all, those are 2 of the most unbelievably great interrogations, if you want to call it that, of a client accused of murder that I've ever seen. In fact, they are the greatest because he is innocent and he looks innocent to me. And I think a lot of people that watched it felt the same way. Some were on the fence and then they saw it and they're like, I don't think he did it. Others that were always maintained that Richard Allen was guilty, they looked and saw the things that they wanted to see to confirm their bias that he was guilty.
And I do agree.
Hi, baby cakes. Welcome. Better late than never.
With you, when I watched them, I thought overall very convincing on the innocent side, but as I mentioned, a few comments in each that I just can't really get past. Did you meet Rick before and after each trial day to review what had happened?
No. I would say
interesting.
The life of a trial lawyer after the day of trial is this. You drive back for us, at least on this case, it was drive back to Logansport. We had an Airbnb, chill for an hour, grab some dinner, and then work. And Rick was not going to add a whole lot of, there's not anything that he could add for us. I mean, when you're representing somebody that you truly believe is innocent, what can he say? You know, I mean, there's nothing he can don't know or remember that the person came at me with a knife or whatever, and we need to hear his story. But when it's somebody that's not there, that has nothing to do with it, you know, he just has to trust that we're going to be doing our thing, and the way we do our thing is by staying on task and doing what is necessary for the next day. And one thing I will say that, however, I will compliment people when I think they deserve it. And, you know, Nick, when Stacy Diener did and Brad argued the motion to suppress the state.
Praising the prosecution, this chapter is titled. Fuck.
The so-called confessions, I was witnessing some unbelievable lawyering, and I was proud to be in that courtroom watching both sides. And I went to Stacy and I said, with tears in my eyes, honestly, like I was really proud to be in this courtroom with both of you guys.
Are you fucking kidding me,
great
Andy
work.
Baldwin? You did not, with tears in your eyes, really fucking say it. And then Nick McClellan turns around and does nothing but drag you to fucking hell and back every time he gets a chance. Good God.
With Goal's help, by the way, who he's, I mean, rightfully been dogging. It's like, dude, pick a side of the fucking fence.
Bro.
Hey, real quick.
Work today.
Yeah.
All Eyes shared the core transcript for when he went on Hammer and Nigel.
I pinned it.
Oh, okay. All right, cool.
Yeah. I pinned it. If you guys want to see Dr. Core on that show talking, click that link. Oh, and also, if you have a moment, if you could like and subscribe, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I complimented Nick on some cross exams, and I certainly and the other prosecutor, John, what's his name? I can't even think right now. I'm sorry.
Luttrell.
I went to Luttrell, and after his direct of their firearms expert, I think, I said, people don't know how much work you put in to make it appear that effortless.
Oh my really God.
So, you know.
Wait, he complimented Luttrell after Oberg's testimony? Is that what I'm hearing?
I am good with complimenting, and here's one thing: when it's deserved, and so I'm not just some guy that over the course of my career has badmouthed prosecutors. It's just not something I do, or judges. You know, it's not comfortable. It's becoming more and more comfortable as the cases going on, but it's not comfortable for me to do that, because if you ask judges around the state that I practice in front of and prosecutors, but for a very few of them, they're going to say, that's a guy's a pleasure to try a case with. And I will say this about McClellan. One thing that he did that I really appreciated, now it helped him in some ways too, but I don't know that I would have done this if I were him. He gave us his rundown of who was being going on the stand a day or two ahead so that we could prepare. And that makes for a better trial. Now, it takes away from a little bit of the surprise and a little bit of that kind of thing. And I wouldn't have faulted him, by the way, if he did it differently. But we also told him we would do the same thing, and we did. So it benefited both, but more than anything, it benefited the flow of the trial, because it could have gone, you know, if it's like, there was one day where a witness kind of appeared out that we didn't anticipate, and I'm not blaming those guys because that happens. And I had to drive all the way back up to Logansport to get my cross chapters on that. And Gull was getting irritated about that or whatever. I don't remember all the details. It was near the end of the trial. But I did appreciate that about McClellan and that crew there. I thought they did a good thing there.
How did Rick react to the guilty verdict?
I think he was shocked at first, and then he understood, like, he was there at the trial. He knows we weren't able to present our full case, or any case actually, other than fending off their, the case through reasonable doubt analysis. And I think I think we did go talk to Rick that night, and I just said, I'm sorry. I really thought we had won. I told him I thought we had won. The jury was out quite a while.
The jury was out quite a while. You would have won if you had done some things differently.
Rick, I'm so sorry I fumbled your case. I was busy welcoming our new wrongful conviction overlords.
Okay, well, it's not only their fault.
I'm just saying, man, come on.
I
get it, rubbing elbows, but at what cost?
I know.
I thought that meant there was reasonable doubt. And
I think he's like painfully kind too.
Yeah, very problematic for a
lawyer.
A case like this that's like massively corrupt. I don't know.
Very problematic for a defense lawyer.
Right.
I let him know. I said I wasn't lying to you when I said that. I really believed it. I'm not here to. I had a trial recently where I went to the client. I'm like, you're probably going to lose. I mean, this is going to be hard to win this case. I'm not opposed to saying that. I really foolishly believed that we had shown that there was reasonable doubt in that case, and I had imparted that to Rick, and I felt very confident. So he was down on that day, but quickly, because he's Rick, because of the way that he is, he was comforting me. He was comforting. I think Jennifer was in the room then and comforting us and saying, "Hey, don't take it hard. I'm going to be fine." And that was him on that day.
Some people thought the defense rested rather abruptly. What caused you to rest your case?
I think that's a great question, and I'm going to try to remember, but my memory is that it had a lot to do with the headphones in, headphones out. We knew that they were panicked over that, and they should have been, and we did not want to give them any opportunity to come up with some explanation for that. They'd already allowed the Google search in. Who knows what else Gull would have allowed in if they.
Actually, I appreciate the honesty here. I mean, after you let in a Google search, I don't know how I'd feel either.
Mm-hmm.
They had some time. So I think that had a lot to do with it. Like we kind of like weigh like the benefit of this person coming in versus the downside. And I absolutely remember those conversations up at our Airbnb. And I was an advocate of let's get out. Let's primacy and recency. That's a big trial thing. And I'm a believer in primacy and recency. I'm a big more on primacy than recency, but recency has its place. Recency is what's the last thing that they hear. And if the last thing they heard was headphones in, headphones out.
I just wanted to say, she is. But I also I really don't like to focus on her, because when people talk shit about us, there's all these crazy people on. I think the sister, I'd rather just not even give them any meat. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I don't even think it's necessarily about what she did. It's more about what she knows.
Right.
Honestly.
And I'm sure she knows more, even if it's just about the Anthony Schatz angle.
Yeah.
I mean, who knows? It's possible, because we don't know anything. And
right. Apparently this Amy Live was a big deal.
What happened? Is it
I don't know.
The info on the 3 girls that I was hoping she'd come out with?
Woman, what
Y'all, in Amy's Live, did she talk about the 3 girls? Anybody? Bueller?
I don't know. I'm just reading that it was all the jazz.
Well, I mean, great. She schedules it during this, so I would hope.
Yeah, my bad. I should have brought it up. I said nothing. I did nothing.
Oh, I don't care.
Did you say you're sweating?
What photos? I didn't say that.
Oh, I could have swore. I thought you.
I'm a girl. I don't sweat. Thanks.
Ah.
Yes, I also don't use the restroom.
Yeah, right. Tales all his time.
And there's no explanation, and it blows up their timeline, and they believe that, then we're in good shape. And that's what, we relied on that to a degree, and that's why we stopped a little early. I think that was a large reason why.
Was there a
No, literally, right after this, I'm going to go watch Amy's live. Literally.
particular witness or a particular day that you said, oh crap, how are we going to get past this, what they just said to the jury?
No, honestly, there wasn't. I'm not just saying that. We went back.
Pat Brown and Carball Daddy.
Uh-huh.
If that ain't one of the weirdest fucking and it's just very weird.
Car wash truck driver daddy.
Mm-hmm. And they actually questioned Carball's daddy regarding Evan's sale.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Andy.
not just, oh, by the way, he was randomly there. No, like, they questioned him about it.
Andy, if you're watching, when you find that traffic video and send it over, go and include that car bot depot. We'll take it.
Please.
At the end of every day, what trial lawyers do is they kind of gauge the day. Who won the day? Who won the day? And I can tell you that every day that we talked, we felt we won the day, except for one day. And I don't remember which day that was. It might have been the day that Becky Patty testified, just the emotional day of family members and stuff. It's hard to win that day because you can't really ask a lot of questions. But I felt, and Tom, you were there, so you probably are like, you're crazy, Andy. How did you think you won every day? But part of it is an optimism, that innate optimism that trial lawyers have. But also, we just really believed it. Like we, part of it is you're there and you're looking at the jury. Like you saw my cross-examination style. I open up to the jury when I'm trying to make a big point. And when you're doing that,
I mean, honestly, if Cranks had all the discovery, we'd probably fucking solve it. Like,
100%.
honestly.
100%.
Not to toot our own fucking horn, but Jesus Christ.
I think it'd at least be organized.
Yeah. Well, no one else knew what they were doing here. So.
You can look at them and their heads are shaking. And, when Jerry Holman on Saturday morning was cross-examined, I ended that cross-exam way too early, man. I mean, but it was 11:30 or so on a Saturday. And I felt like I had pummeled him pretty good that morning. And the point had been made. But you know what? I didn't get into the 207 photo. Where's Rick Allen? That would have been an easy. I call them cross chapters, because you notice I don't have questions written out. I just have topics. And so that allows me to engage in listening and reacting. Like Jerry Holman, the first question out of the gate was something along the lines of, when he was making his ridiculous, I believe Richard Allen he was looking down. What made you think he was telling that he was lying? Well, he was being deceptive because he was looking down, and that's when, he was looking down the whole way. So I'm not married to a script. So Jerry, you were looking down this during much of your cross exam. So were you being deceptive? And, when you don't have it written word for word and you're not married to your script, you get to have those types of moments. Or, hey, Steve Mullen, you think it's funny that you lost evidence? You think it's funny? It's not funny. That allows you to do that. And that's experience that allows you to do that. But I don't remember what your any particular day, but then you go back and you reflect and you're like, I let Holman go too quickly. I had my clutches in him. I needed to finish him off on that day. And I did not, because I got worried. I was worried the jury was getting angry at me because I was taking too long and the point had been made. So yeah, when you're looking at the jury and you're thinking these things through, Tom, you make some decisions like ending abruptly or whatever.
One more trial question, then a few various, and we should be done in about 5 or 10 minutes. I really appreciate you going this long.
Yeah.
So during a sidebar, Judge Gull said a Cass County jail video, quote, his conduct on that video is horrific, end quote. Like Rick was threatening to kill guards. Can you do like a throat slitting motion? What was that all about?
Oh, I don't really want to talk about that just because I don't think it adds anything to the conversation. Rick, when you're falsely accused of a crime, you can get angry. Okay. And I think Rick got angry, and I think it was what I would label much ado about nothing. But it's the type of thing that if a jury sees it, it just gives them the opportunity to like, oh, okay, well, I'm feeling better about myself now. And so I'm a pretty laid back guy actually, but when I do pop off, in courtrooms, and it'll be something big, but in the end, it's not that big of a deal. It's just something that happened, and I view it that way. I don't remember particularly what your deal, but we did have to fight to kind of keep whatever it was out.
A few various questions. Before we talked about the April 2019 press conference where Doug Carter is saying, we're looking for the driver of a vehicle at CPS between noon to 5, which I won't even get into. Rick never came forward for that. But his wife said she hadn't committed to Sycamore treatment facility.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know when that happened?
No, I don't know the exact dates. It was, if we're talking about the same thing.
Well, was there two different ones? Because she seemed to mention something in 2019 where Rick put a gun in his mouth and she called police. But there's also a news report that said that happened in 2015, not 2019. Were there multiple instances where police went to his house?
That's again, I think more in Brad's bailiwick, but I think Rick suffered through, with depression, kind of run of the mill. That it was 2010, something like that. This is when I think when he first got some type of treatment or medication or something. I don't remember exactly when, but he had always had. I think the jury heard it. I could be wrong, but that he had depressive moments or periods. So I don't know when those were.
Yeah, the reason I ask because everybody wants to know. April 2019, they're putting out the young guy sketch, and people want to know, did that trigger Rick to go to some?
Oh yeah, that the young guy that looked exactly like him definitely triggered him to fucking want to just end it all.
You know what's funny about him bringing up that Rick never talked to them after they brought up that they were looking, which the actual. What Doug Carter actually said was that they were looking for the owner of a vehicle found abandoned on the east side of County Road 300 North, next to the Hoosier Heartland Highway between 12 and 5. That was in April of 2019, 2 years after Rick had talked to Doolin. Why would he feel the need to go back after he literally said, I talked to a DNR officer, gave him my fucking phone, and he took down my IMEI data. What, he's going to go back and be like, oh yeah, no, I was the owner of that car. No, he didn't abandon his car.
Right.
Facility worried that there's more focus on the case.
Well, if that sketch looked anything like Rick Allen, that might be a good thing to speculate on. But actually, if Rick Allen actually committed these murders, he should have been jumping for joy that sketch came out, honestly. So I understand people want to look into that stuff and like, or was he feeling guilty, or was he worried about getting caught and all that? And I just think the guy for 10 years had depression, and it had zero to do with Delphi, zero.
So Rick did mention that he may have been wearing a skull cap that day. He was photographed at a bar early on wearing a dark green skull cap, which I have a photo.
Oh, are we saying that's a skull cap now?
Looking at the list of
this is a sleuth intuition obsession.
Oh, we're saying that's a skull cap now. Okay.
Again, there was not a green skull cap. Have you looked into this green skull cap and where it went or any significance?
I was looking in my closet just yesterday we have criminal defense team. That's the name of Baldwin, Perry, Wiley. That's our firm, of a particular winter hat that I really enjoy. I cannot find it anywhere. So to me, if the thought is, did he get rid of that? Well, then why didn't he get rid of the bullet that they claim? And why didn't he get rid of his gun that they claim? And why didn't he get rid of the jacket? Why didn't he get rid of the car? That's a big one. So I think you have to I understand why you're saying it. I do. But to me, I just don't view.
But you need to look at it in totality of everything. Sure.
Also, is Tom suggesting that picture was what Bridge Guy was wearing? Because that's certainly not the case.
Yes, yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, oh,
Okay.
now the bridge guy was wearing a skull cap now, because that's
Yeah,
definitely what he was saying.
100%. That yeah.
I mean, that graphic. Come on, good guy.
Well,
Also,
listen, Libby, German.
I thought,
Unfortunately, sometimes they get.
what?
sorry. Also, why didn't when Doolin saw that presser about like the new direction presser, why didn't he say, "Hey guys, did you follow up on the person I talked to who apparently claimed he was there from 1:30 to 3:30, which falls within the window that you're looking for? Did anyone call him and ask if he left a car there?" Like, there's just so many flaws in this case. It's like all I saying in here, like, how many of them walked into that CVS routinely and saw Rick and not a single person? I mean, they had the picture of Bridge Guy on the door of the CVS. Not a single person.
Yeah.
Why was Rick transferred to Oklahoma?
Well, I was surprised that Rick Allen was transferred to Oklahoma when the local media started emailing me and telling me, asking me. I said, "You guys are misinformed. There's no way he's going to Oklahoma. I've never seen that happen before." And then lo and behold, he had been. I reached out to the Department of Corrections, to one of the contact people I have out there, and she couldn't tell me anything. So as much as I know, it's for his safety, but here's some.
So fucking stupid. Rick never told police he ran over his 2017 phone. On 10/13, he said his wife maybe recycled it. He'd ask her. They did nothing to find it, to extract it, to help his case, because they already had his phone data. ISP didn't need it. They had it. Okay? Okay.
Oddities here, and I don't know whether this is true or not.
Not to say these guys were not at fault. I'm not trying to say they didn't fuck up tons. They did. I just think that's like a stupid hill to die on.
think I've found out that Robert Baston has also been moved to Oklahoma, or at least out of state. You might want to check in on that to see if that's accurate or if that's just rumor mill stuff. And also there was one other Delphi related witness that was also taken to Oklahoma. And I don't remember if I don't know if think it was. And also there was one other, if it's true or not. I think I've found out them oddities here, and I don't know whether this is true. So as much as I know, it's for his safety, but here's some oddities here, and I don't know whether this is true or not. I think I've found out that Robert Baston has also been moved to Oklahoma, or at least out of state.
Can someone illuminate me on who Robert?
Wasn't he the one
Baston
that was talking about the conditions at Westville?
Ah. What's it?
Robert Bastone.
Baston.
You might want to check in on that to see if that's accurate or if that's just rumor mill stuff. And also there was one other Delphi related witness that was also taken to Oklahoma. And I don't remember if I don't know if think it was Keegan Klein, but I don't know who that was. So, you know, I don't know, to the extent that you can FOIA or whatever, you might want to find out the names of every inmate from the DOC who's in Oklahoma. There can't be that many, and it shouldn't take them very long. Because I would be curious, are they separating the Delphi folks out there? I would like to know that.
Well, when is the last time you talked to Richard Allen?
It's been a few months. It's been 2 or 3 months.
Don't remind us. Tom
Tom ain't gonna look at all that, by the way.
Right. It seems Andy might be under the impression there's something more to it as well.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe my FBI theory isn't so crazy after all.
That was around the time that they got back into Florida, yeah.
Fucking praying. I hope that's what's going on.
How's he doing?
Rick.
I don't know. I haven't talked to him in like 4 months because I don't pick up his calls.
Laura, she's like, why don't you check Andy?
Yeah. Jeez.
I talked to Rick last. Kinsey, one of our interns, was in the office, was in my room with me, and I was asking him how he was doing, and he immediately turned it around and said, "How are you guys doing? How's Kinsey doing?" He remembered her. "How's your wife doing, Michelle?" He remembered her name. "How's Justin doing?" One of our other interns, and he's just like, I'm doing as best as I can. I was hoping I was going to get into general population because he wants to be around people because we are human beings that have that need. And, but then I haven't seen him or talked to him since. In fact, on my to-do list is to send him a letter for Christmas, and I just haven't gotten around to doing that. I feel badly about that.
Tom really should have dug more into this, why he's in Oklahoma. I mean, why would he? He's not a crank. Andy, I would love to interview you. Let's discuss this.
Yeah.
I guess my final question is, I've heard this term factually innocent, and I know you've talked about a lot of things during this very long discussion.
Unfortunately, probably, given that he's a high profile, now convicted, yeah, it's and there's really nothing anyone can do about it. Yeah.
You think Rick is innocent?
Go ahead.
I'm not going to say what I was about to say.
I wouldn't want him in general. Would you?
No, and that's not. I just the whole like Christmas card thing and how casual that was. And I'm not trying to dunk on Andy, but I think it's just a good indicator that trial number 2, maybe as a consult, but I don't.
Or get medicated, get treatment.
Yeah.
Can you define factually innocent and why overall you think Rick is factually innocent?
Sure. Factually innocent means you didn't do it. You had nothing to do with it. You had nothing at all to do with the crime. It's a man accused of child molesting by his angry stepdaughter that doesn't like her dad to be married. He can be factually innocent. He did nothing wrong. It's a woman who claims that she was raped because, and our client's factually innocent because her boyfriend found out that she had sex with somebody. That guy can be factually innocent. He didn't do anything wrong. Rick Allen here is, in my opinion, strong opinion, factually innocent. He had nothing to do with this. I believe that I know people are going to laugh at me, and that's fine. I really don't care. Norse paganism is obviously, to me, involved here. Obviously, if you look at that crime scene, and Rick Allen is not a Norse paganist. Rick Allen is not an Odinist. He has nothing to do with anything other than Christian or Judeo-Christian religions. That's one thing. The other thing is, I know that it would take, I shouldn't say I know, I don't want to be so declarative, but I believe it takes multiple people to commit this crime, period. And especially in the middle of the day, and there's people walking around, and somebody would have heard something, and somebody would have seen something that night. I don't think the bodies were there that night because for all kinds of reasons, people actually had their flashlights looking in the creek all the way up and down. And what was it? There was a pink and tie-dyed type of shirt that's on that's stuck to a root of a upturned tree or something, and nobody saw that. If nobody saw that, it could be because it was dark and they didn't see it. They didn't shine their light. That would be the Rick Allen is guilty crew. The other crew is saying, no, it's because they weren't there that night. It didn't happen until 3, 4 in the morning, which is what we think. So
well, we're not in a court of law.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no like hearsay objections. Also, it's not facts. It is a fact that tie-dye shirt was not located during searches, and we know for a fact that they searched where that tie-dye shirt was found.
Mm-hmm.
And they didn't find it. It's people miss details. I guess it's possible. But when you've got multiple people searching that area and none of them notice the tie-dye shirt, and it's not just like a shirt, it's a tie-dye shirt.
Mm-hmm.
They weren't fucking there, guys. They weren't there. And like earlier in this debate, like Jennifer Auger was saying, the phone data matches up perfectly with they went to the private drive and got in a fucking vehicle.
Yep.
Like, it's really that simple. Oh, the question was factually innocent. I mean, the whole discussion has been why he doesn't think Rick is the guy, right? That's what we're talking about here.
Factually innocent, at least to me, means that just because a man decided to walk a trail one day doesn't mean that the state should be able to ruin his entire fucking life. That's kind of what it boils down to me, for me at least. Like, the evidence is junk science and a completely out of whack timeline. That's what they have.
For me, when I say he's factually innocent, it's because looking at all of the facts and the evidence we do have, I quite literally would put my life on the line, risk my life, say, strike me down right now if Rick Allen is guilty. I would, because I am that confident that he could not have been the killer. I don't even kill me right now if I'm wrong. Wouldn't even hesitate.
I think the phone evidence is very, it causes me a lot of confidence and belief that Richard Allen is innocent as well. It's just the whole everything, knowing what the evidence looks like, knowing what I have seen with my own eyes, comparing photos on certain websites and so forth of suspects and looking at the crime scene with my own eyes. Just the mere fact, Tom, just the mere fact. Again, I'm not saying who did what. I don't know.
Not only is there no evidence, but it's easier for me to disprove the state than prove them right.
Yeah.
It's
it's
harder to prove their theory even makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, and then you have the he was railroaded crowd, but how do you know he's innocent? And it's like, there's nothing directly tying him.
Oh, that's crazy. No.
And
He definitely
also
got railroaded, but there's literally nothing there.
They never proved he was Bridge Guy. They never proved Bridge Guy was the killer. We still to this day do not know exactly who was having a conversation with the girls through the Anthony Shots account.
Yep.
They've never said it was Rick.
Yep.
And guess what? All of these people saying that they saw a man, whether he was walking in the north side of 300 or on the bridge or on the trails, not a single one of them pointed at Richard Allen and said, that is that man. So to me, it's actually innocent.
And you know why? And you know why all their descriptions of him are inconsistent? Because none of them saw Bridge Guy, period.
Right.
None of this matters, guys, because none of these witnesses, and this is why they couldn't solve the fucking case. Because they were focused on all this shit that never mattered because they never saw Bridge Guy.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why they couldn't solve it.
Yeah, the dumb jury voted for the snowman. That's a great way of putting it.
But boy, does it bother me that even Purdy, when he backtracked and said the mimicked crime scene image, I can't tell you that was on Facebook, but it was I believe he said it was in Brad Holder's folder. Okay. What is a crime scene photo like that doing in Brad Holder's folder.
Okay, he's factually innocent because there's not a single speck of scientific or technological evidence against him. How about that?
Right.
Does that work? There you go.
When what is that? And when I asked Purdy about that at his deposition, doesn't that bother you? I mean, this is the types of questions I had to ask at depositions. It's like to try to avoid being gaslit. Well, doesn't this bother you that this guy had this in his at that time? Purdy was saying it was in his Facebook page. No, that doesn't bother me because from my memory, that'd been around for a few years on Brad Holder's Facebook page. Oh, okay. So that's why it doesn't bother you. Maybe he's been thinking about. Can we be curious? This is one of my big concerns about the people that were on this case, and is a lack of curiosity.
The point here Annie's trying to make that someone also doesn't get, how can it be a mimic crime scene when it was taken years before the crime, is that maybe he's been fantasizing about doing exactly this for years prior to the crime. Oh, I don't know. It kind of sounds like an escalation.
And I'll bet you any money, if this was found on Rick's computer, the guilters would have been like, this is a smoking gun.
Oh, please.
Right?
Please. Oh, God.
I mean, my goodness, if I saw that on somebody, if I'm an investigator and I.
Oh, and it's like they always say, if fucking Rick Allen had even a single picture of Odin anywhere on his phone, we would have heard all about Acid Drew at this trial. Let's be fucking for real.
Yep. And a lot of those guilties were out there speculating that it was a satanic cult ritual until Rick was arrested.
Why do you think Brad Holder was a suspect for everyone before Rick Allen was arrested?
Oh, because Becky Patty tipped him in.
I mean, I'm willing to bet so many guilters thought Brad Holder was the guy before they arrested Rick Allen. Come on. Come the fuck on. All right.
I see that. That's the guy. That's the guy we're going to look at intently, and we're going to make sure we watch the video to make sure that his alibi is correct, and we're going to consider whether he even had to be there if the timeline's off. All of these things, but it all starts with Amber Holder saying what she said, the 12-page Odin report. That causes me tremendous confidence that Richard Allen, had nothing to do with this.
That right there. Someone was trying to say I think it was you, Poetic. You were like, at what point is too many coincidences, blah, blah, blah. Well, that actually applies to fucking Brad Holder, not Rick Allen. I mean, the amount of sheer fucking weird coincidence is through the roof.
How are there so many tentacles to this, yet it was all done by one man?
The science disproves that it was one man.
Right.
Okay? It's more of this, don't believe your lying eyes, believe my motherfucking words.
Other people did. The Elvis Fields, and again, I don't know whether anybody, I don't have a crystal ball. I don't have a movie player that was there that night. I don't know whether anybody did anything. I'm just going as the evidence shows me what's been talked about in the Franks memo. But tell me what Elvis Fields, why, you tell me this, Tom, why does Elvis Fields know the existence of Brad Holder? They're 125 miles apart. Why do those?
Literally, the only way you'll get me to say Brad Holder was not involved is that Elvis was so obsessed with Brad Holder that he just wanted to be him so bad, and he completed this as if he was Brad Holder.
He found some random wackadoo on Facebook and was like, "This is the guy I'm gonna worship."
Yeah. And I can fucking see that about Elvis. Honestly, he probably fanboys people all the time.
Yeah, but I mean, the fact that they are all connected.
Right. Well, yeah. They're all actually connected. It's not just a random.
Right.
Those guys, why does Elvis, who admits, yes, I wasn't following Brad Holder, he was following me. That's what was going on. I want you to know that. Okay, that's fine. Whoever's following who, why do you even know that he exists? One guy Elvis said this thing he did about the spit. My spit's found on the girls, but I didn't have anything to do with it. But I have an
That's awful. Also not spoken about enough. Clearly there are horns above that girl's head. You know? I mean, talk about something only the killer would know. You want to talk about Rick saw a van? Elvis knew there were horns above Abby's head. Okay?
Yep.
explanation why I'd be in trouble. He knows Brad Holder, who has things on his Facebook that tie him to the crime scene, and yet they know each other. They know of each other. Come on. I mean, that was worth looking into, and
But
not
they,
just
they
being
were
ignored.
looked into, and then Click and Murphy said they couldn't place them at the crime scene.
What?
You don't need.
Click and set what? Now Click and Ferenczi said they couldn't place them at what? That's why they stopped investigating them? Is that what we're going with?
Mm-hmm.
No, honey. Their investigation was stopped dead in its tracks when Greg Ferenczi was murdered outside of his federal building. Specifically him, to the point where thing was thrown into his office, and if it didn't kill him, it was in order to make him come outside so he could at least finish the job. I mean, that's why that investigation ended. Not because they couldn't place him at the crime scene.
And also, the lead investigators, Unified Command, who had the power to really do more as it related to Delphi, it didn't even really acknowledge their investigation in the first place. They were just clearing people left and right.
They didn't care. They were like, no, whatever, we cleared him. And I don't understand that. But because you went to his work and they said he was there, and he said, and you didn't verify it, and that's enough fucking alibi evidence for you to just say, no, I know better than everyone, and he didn't do it. Because that's literally what happened. Jerry Holman decided, nah, I don't think it's him. It's either that or he is willfully protecting Brad Holder. It's one of the two.
Well, it's like what all I said right here. Click and Murphy said Holman and Liggett refused to apply for search warrant to get what they needed to place him there. So it's like if Unified Command's not even going to take those routes, which is just insane. Like, of course, you're not going to find them placed there. It's the same thing as the Brad Holder like video that was offered up.
Right. They had a whole fucking team give them the advice to give money, financial support to further the investigation of Todd Click Murphy and Ferenczi. And they refused. They said, nah, we're not going to go that direction. They hired these people for the strict purpose to help them and give them direction. They said, hey, give more money to this investigation right here. And Unified Command said, nah.
And then Holman went on a my research campaign and argued with Turco about whether the Germanic runes on the girls' bodies were truly that.
So, frustrating at every corner.
From this again, I'm going to be a lawyer. You know, there's not a movie playing at the crime scene. You don't see Rick Allen there either because there is no movie, there is no video. All we can do is use what evidence that exists that is culled, C-U-L-L-E-D, culled from the different investigators. And I still haven't heard, why do you think that Elvis Fields knew of the existence of Brad Holder? And does that matter to you? You know, maybe it doesn't, and that's fine. That thing has bothered me. And the fact that nobody seems interested in that, I just don't get, you know? Do you have any explanation? I mean, can you even come up with something like it's just a giant coincidence? I don't know.
Well, I mean, obviously people have said that they knew people from around the same area. And I totally understand, like, the confessions or whatever that Elvis Field said to his sisters are highly suspicious. If he's saying stuff that he did to his family, then why am I believing Richard Allen to his family, but not Elvis Fields to his family?
Yeah.
But I mean, some of Elvis Fields' facts are not true to what the crime
And
scene
Rick Allen didn't start World War III, so what the fuck do you mean?
was. I know you guys kind of said the antlers and the horns, but he also said he was on the bridge with two other men or two other people in addition to the girls, which we see the video.
You see the video? Do you see after? Do you see after the video?
Yeah, a 43-second video tells us that no one else was there. Thanks, Tom. What a
Yeah, thanks.
detective.
Do you know if maybe they went back to the bridge later?
Yeah, or maybe
after putting the bodies there? I don't know.
yeah, or maybe when he was there earlier in the day, they were on the bridge casing it out.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Does not. I know you just said
Yeah, maybe Teresa Liebert saw a fucking toothless Elvis casing the fucking area.
Yeah, and Rod Abrams getting into character, revisiting 1998 in his brain. Jesus.
Never let go of that bone.
I think it's different. I disagree.
If
I
you
don't-
say the bridge, that doesn't mean that they're on the bridge. It means they could be on that one side waiting, and the one guy gets up, So I understand what you're saying there, but I think that's not what Elvis is saying. It's like we're over there at the other end of the bridge is a way to interpret it. But yeah.
So the things that I can't get past is the Betsy Blair and four girls between 12:02 and 1:26 all over the trail. Never saw Rick in his entire.
Okay, well, the girls never saw Betsy. So there you go.
And guess what? When Rick was talking to Holman, he didn't even know that the girls were killed with a knife. He had no idea.
Mm.
Elvis knew more than Rick did. A lot more.
Rick didn't even know where the bodies were because he talked about that fucking bullet ejecting on the bridge.
Mm-hmm.
Except the bullet ejected down there. Oh, but the guilters will say, well, I always do it twice. Okay.
Interrogation, he's shown the 127 Hoosier Harbor Store screenshot. He doesn't seem to be able to say, that's definitely not my car. And he says, okay.
Because no one with eyeballs can. It's so fucking blurry.
Arrest me. I guess we're done here. He parks at CPS around 128, 129, passes these four girls, which he described very well, other than the number.
Could have described other people. You're
Other
acting
than
like
the number.
other than the number, other than I made a whole person appear. Ugh.
This isn't actually something that happened. This isn't June's journey, Tom.
Walks the entire trail, stands on platform 1, which he admits to. Betsy then comes to the barricade, sees Bridge Guy. She said, even though she said he looked younger, she said, yes, that guy I saw matched the screenshot of Libby's video. Rick says in October 13th, there may have been somebody at the bridge as I was coming back through. So I think that was better.
He was honest there. He said it the honest way there. At least I'll give him that credit. Instead of saying Rick said he saw someone when he was on platform 1. No, what he said was he may have seen someone on the bridge as he was coming back through, which would mean that he would have seen either Bridge Guy or Betsy, but that's impossible because Betsy was opposite. So
Betsy, he sees her, follows her. He passes Abby and Libby at some point, sees that Betsy goes down the lower trail. Abby and Libby go to the bridge. Rick hides behind the right side of the barricade, sees them take the photo at 207 of Abby. They turn around, start walking towards the end of the bridge. That's when he comes from behind them.
And that's when he jetpacks from the very end of the bridge to right behind them in 6 minutes.
And he also
and Libby.
He also knew that no one was going to be, I don't know, standing outside Brad Weber's house, standing down some, he also knew that no one was going to be in Ron Logan's yard. No one was going to be over by the cemetery. He knew all of that.
And he didn't, and he didn't admit that he deferred to Doolin's report because he couldn't remember what exactly. He said, I don't know, look at what I, you know.
Sees this guy coming towards them, and she's like, I need to push record because we just passed that guy. We're getting to the end of the bridge. I'm scared. And you said before, like, they didn't sound scared, but Abby says at the end of that, holy crap, and says something like, is he still behind me?
What?
So to me, they were scared.
What? Oh, you're an
Ooh.
audio expert. Oh, my bad.
Let's say that's true. Let's say Abby did say, holy crap. Could it have anything to do with the fact that she was walking over a super high, old, dilapidated bridge for the first time in her life?
Yeah. Holy crap. I'm hundreds of feet above and could fall to my death. Holy crap.
Yeah, let's talk about what was said on that video, Tom, and what was actually said versus what Holman said.
Yeah. That be a gun.
Scared by this guy that they passed, which I obviously think is Richard Allen.
Yeah.
What happened after that, I'm not exactly sure, but I do think some of his statements, like his confession about the van, the branches, cutting their throats, to me, I just can't get past some of that stuff.
Sure. I appreciate it. I think what you're doing there is taking evidence and highly scrutinizing it. And I don't want to say creating, because that makes it sound, appreciate you saying that 4 versus 3. And that it, as if there's only, by the way, a handful of people, or those are the only people on the bridge or on the trail. Not, you know, I think Richard was there at a different time frame, and the car, but you know, and also just, well, Betsy Blair's description of the car. I mean, these people either can be believed or they can't be believed. I suppose you can cherry pick the things that you want to believe that support your position. And I'm not talking about but
Oh no, what I'm
Richard
talking
Allen
about
is
you, because that's exactly what he did.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about, Andy. Don't
Yeah.
worry. We'll do
We
the bad cop for you.
Yeah, we got you.
group. And the same way, the way that we do it, by the way, you know, cherry picking the things that we think show that Richard Allen is innocent. In the end, I think there's reasonable doubt. I do believe that. And
I hate this. Greg Ferenczi was horrifically killed, and it had nothing to do with this case. You have no clue.
How do you know that? Go ahead and send the docs over.
I think it's more than anything more likely that someone investigating a specific group of people who are in a violent criminal gang called the Vinlanders, and looking into them and their associates, because there's maybe some belief that someone they're associated with could be involved in this. And then suddenly some ex-prison guard with no relation to him whatsoever just shows up and lures him out of his office and murders him, specifically targeting him with no known affiliation. Thereby effectively ending the investigation into the people associated with the Vinlanders. But yeah, related. Not related.
And let's say what Turbs is saying is true, just even remotely. Let's just for a second. Let's say it had nothing to do with it. It's still kind of fucking hard to investigate something if you're dead.
Correct.
Right?
And the FBI was already in town fucking investigating these groups prior. They didn't
and
want
then they
this
got kicked
fucking
off the
heat on
case.
them. Yeah, they didn't want this fucking heat on them. Whether they were aware one of their dudes did this crime or not.
And I think that we should have been able to put on our case. And I think the law allows for us and requires it, not just allows, but requires us to put on our case. And when there is nobody to point a finger at or no other options out there, this is the type of result you get. And had we just been able again to just put on, hey, we have our own explanation for these sticks. That could have been all that you needed to change the tide. And you can actually, when you talked about a minute ago, factually innocent, I'll put a different spin on it. You can have cases where the client is actually guilty, yet there is reasonable doubt. And in the Constitution requires a finding of not guilty there. So I think there was reasonable doubt here at the trial that we had. You probably disagree with me, which is fine. And I need to be mindful of what you said, because again, you're a juror and I can't just discount that. It's easy for me to get angry and say, how do you not see what I'm seeing? But the reality is, there's going to be people like you on a jury in the future. I just hope that they can hear the whole story. Then I would be, let me tell you
Terrifying.
something. If we were able to talk about the third party suspect stuff, I think I'm probably way more satisfied if the jury comes
They would have won so fucking easily. And that's why it wasn't allowed in. Period.
back guilty and said, we
Yes.
Yeah. No, I'm with you.
did everything we could. But that day has not happened yet. And I don't think if it does happen that we're able to get the third party suspect stuff in, I don't think the day's ever going to happen where he's found guilty. I think there's going to be reasonable doubt.
Thank you so much. I think we were at 6.5 hours total. I'm so appreciative of your time.
Thank you, Tom.
All right. I don't need to hear it. Let's see what he does.
Questions.
I think he's just going to go over like
No,
this.
It's gonna be a glaze fest.
Yeah. Yeah, I knew it. He would be going over his shit again. The fucking little.
Oh my god.
We already went over that. Oh, why are you talking about?
For 2022. Kathy said that around the time of the
Oh,
murders.
Okay. Oh, we did it.
We did.
We did it.
We all made it.
We all made it, guys. 6 hours and 40 minutes. Shut the fuck up. Oh my god. Thank you for so many of you like powered through this with us. Holy shit. Really appreciate you guys. Thank you for coming in and talking all this shit with us. I am going to try to do a live again this week. I haven't decided what topic I'll do for sure, but I will do it because I am medicated and much more prepared to do this and not freak out and be overwhelmed.
I'll see if I can get some stuff on Ned.
Yeah. Keith was able to find like shit on Rod Abrams and is looking into Ned. So we definitely will do a show where you can get into all of that. Just don't know when it'll be. And yeah, and special shout out to you, Poetic Justice. You fucking rode for this thing and you weren't disrespectful as fuck. Yeah, high five. You're my new favorite guilter. So there's that. All right, guys. Thank you so much. I love you all. Thank you so much for being here. If you haven't, please subscribe and like. Thank you so much. Bye.
See you later.